Hello, everyone, and welcome. We understand that we have been hacked on LinkedIn and we have reported it, and we will proceed with the program. And just a note that if you're having problems getting into the symposium, the entire video will be posted online and it will be provided to all. So good morning and welcome to the 11th World Green Energy Symposium. My name is George Roberts and I'll be today's moderator. And I want to thank all of our partners, sponsors, speakers, and all participants. We will highlight their logos during the breaks. And before we begin, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the human suffering going on in Ukraine. Our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ukraine in this dark time. This is a global world stage today. Any tech issues that arise, we do have a tech team behind us to take care of our Zoom issues. So we hope you enjoy today's presentation. This is the 11th World Green Energy Symposium. WGES works in collaboration with our partnering universities, government agencies, businesses, environmental organizations, chambers of commerce, economic development, and other nonprofit organizations. The WGES provides the platform conducive for education and information exchange for continued focus on implementation of clean energy, innovative technologies, as well as technologies to reduce impact of existing energy. The platform is not for an either all or nothing solution, but a common sense approach to sustainability efforts. The last several years have been unlike any in modern history. Intense climate disasters, including rate of ice melting in eastern Antarctica, hitting temperatures of 70 degrees above normal, global unrest, and of course, the pandemic. Governments, industry, academia, the scientific community, organizations are all working together to find solutions. We all share one planet. We may not agree on all things. What we must all agree is that this world does not belong to those of us who are here right now. It belongs to those who will leave behind. The least we owe them is to do our best to leave it for them so that they have a chance to breathe fresh air, drink clean water, and live a healthy life. Most in the industry already realize implementing sustainable practices ties into economic vitality and yields profits to their bottom line. Most in the health community understand the impact of climate change on health and disparities in underrepresented communities. Most in academia understand arming students with knowledge and best practices in climate health will help mold a better future. And hopefully, policymakers understand that policies cannot just be written, they must be funded, and funds dispersed properly and implemented successfully. Most, if not all of us here, understand that sustainability also incorporates societal justices, health, and economic integration. Through WGES's master lectures, case studies, and interaction, we inform, educate, and provide a platform for exchanging ideas as a bridge to economic vitality and a healthier planet. Now, I'd like to start by introducing the co-founder of WGES, Professor Robert Gallagher. Professor Gallagher is a multifaceted visionary, educator, and senior advisor who has dedicated his entire career to education and public service. His expertise and commitment to the thread of health, sustainability, and academic development has led to his engagement in working with top leaders and officials while overseeing the World Green Energy Symposium. He works in tandem with partnerships of local, state, federal government agencies, delegations, C-level industry, and government officials, leading economic and environmental experts, Nobel laureates, published scientists, and researchers in the development of master lectures. For more than 30 years, since receiving his postgraduate degree from Adelphi University, he has concurrently served as an educator. Professor Gallagher currently serves as a guest lecturer and adjunct university professor. His courses are centered on health, biological science, and infectious disease, while serving as a senior advisor, educating and promoting programs on clean energy and sustainability as an economic implicatory, while incorporating the importance it has on our health and that of our planet. Now, here are a few words from Professor Gallagher.
Good morning. On behalf of the WGS Board, our partnering agencies, and sponsors, I'd like to welcome you to the 11th World Green Energy Symposium. We have a great venue planned for you today. You have the top-level speakers from government, academia, and big business. They're all working together to find solutions to reduce our carbon footprint. Especially now, today's world, the crisis going on in Europe, the situation with fossil fuels, we have to accelerate our process in this transition. Conservation is also paramount here, a word we quite often omit when we're talking about energy. I recently heard from my colleagues at Drexel University. We're able to showcase, give them a platform of education when they were designing the Drexel Smart House, which is a model for urban development, instituting technology and conservation efforts. What they've done in the last 15 years is certainly commendable, and we're constantly getting updates. Share your updates with us as well. And I encourage anybody to take a look at the Drexel Smart House and see what they've done and what they're doing at the present. Similar to what University of District of Columbia is doing on that forefront with some of their programs as well with urban development. Before we get into the program, I'd like to thank my board, the council, the ambassadors, support from GGW, one of our sponsors, UTC, and SUSTAP. And finally, our presenters, our speakers. They're all top-level experts in their field and a wealth of information. We thank them because they're the platform for our success. Once again, thank you and hope you enjoy the day.
Well, thank you, Robert. We appreciate that. The WGS continues to follow in its tradition of having a cross-section of the country's and the world's top experts and dynamic speakers. The presenters you will hear from today are tops in their field, respected, dedicated, knowledgeable individuals who will provide you with updates on actual case studies, procurement, economic, and sustainable opportunities. This year's agenda is post-COVID, and topics from subject matter experts and scientists include safe buildings, health and environment, climate, navigating finance and contracts in clean energy, that is, and sustainability, powering the grid, maximizing cybersecurity, clean water solutions, and transportation. U.S. government agencies will present procurement opportunities and forecasts for clean energy programs. So as you can see, we have an excellent program. We'd first like to take a moment to mention the President of the United States executive orders regarding sustainability. Executive Order 14008 outlines a government-wide plan to tackle the climate crisis. These two orders aim to fundamentally transform the federal government's approach to equity and environmental justice. Another executive order, 13985, creates the first federal whole of government equity agenda and directs federal agencies to implement equity concerns into their administrative actions. Ron Uba will touch on this in the afternoon program. To tackle the climate crisis, the federal government has been directed to use its scale and procurement power to achieve 5 ambitious goals. 100% carbon pollution-free electricity by 2030, at least half of which will be locally supplied clean energy to meet 24/7 demand. 100% zero-emission vehicle acquisitions by 2035, including 100% zero-emission light-duty vehicle acquisitions by 2027. Net zero emissions from federal procurement no later than 2050, including a buy clean policy to promote use of construction materials with lower embodied emissions. A net zero emissions building portfolio by 2045, including a 50% emissions reduction by 2032, and net zero emissions from overall federal operations by 2050, including a 65% emissions reduction by 2030. In addition to the 5 new commitments that form the pillars of the executive action, the President also directed the federal government to orient its procurement and operations efforts in line with the following principles and goals: achieving climate resilient infrastructure and operations, building a climate and sustainability focused workforce, advancing environmental justice and equity, prioritizing the purchase of sustainable products, accelerating progress through domestic and international partnerships. And now we begin our program with Kevin Kampschor. Kevin Kampschor is the Chief Sustainability Officer and Federal Director, Office of federal high-performance green buildings in the U.S. General Services Administration. He has created the framework for which GSA responds to the challenges of climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, reductions, and the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act's mandate to move GSA's federal building inventory toward high-performance green buildings. He has devised a challenge for companies to dramatically improve the government's ability to achieve deep retrofits through energy-saving performance contracts, which has doubled the amount of energy conservation from these contracts. His team manages the government's implementation of a comprehensive improvement in the training and certification of facility managers and personnel across the entire federal government. He is GSA's senior climate adaptation official and leads the agency in planning for climate change risks. His goal is to influence and accelerate industry capability and adoption of sustainable principles across all aspects of asset creation, operation, maintenance, and disposal. He has worked on developing new energy conservation legislation and expanding the scope of sustainable design and training, as well as the creation of a rigorous environmental management system. Mr. Kampschor led the creation of real estate portfolio management, the establishment of performance measures linked to pay and budget, and was the project manager for the Ronald Reagan Federal Building and Trade Center, then the second largest office building in the United States, and has worked for GSA for more than 40 years. Mr. Kampschor is a graduate of Yale University. And Mr. Kampschor, it's time for you to take over and provide us with your presentation. Hopefully you have your camera and your mic on and your screen sharing if needed.
Somebody's going to turn my camera on. There we go. So good morning, everyone. Thank you, George, for that introduction. I will say, I'm glad that you talked a little bit about the president's agenda, because I'm going to start with the president's agenda. But first of all, I want to welcome everyone to the World Green Energy Symposium. I've been coming for most of the time it's been in existence. And the one thing I like about it is, even if I'm speaking, I learn while I'm here. So I hope all of you learn from this. Now I'm going to go into a presentation that's going to be a sort of a whirlwind. And I hope that you can keep up. The slides that I'm using will be available to everyone afterwards. So, buildings are a critical focus, not just for GSA. We have just under 9,000 owned or leased assets, 370 million square feet in the United States. We house 1.1 million people. Give you a sense of the size of it. It's a run on a real estate model. So we actually collect rents. We get $10.4 billion a year in rents. And the value of our portfolio is roughly $90 billion. So we operated on a business-like footing throughout the life cycle of the building. It's just worth remembering too that buildings in the United States use 70% of the electricity that we use in the United States. So I was not quite at GSA when the first energy plan was created in 1973, but I was here when GSA's first planted roof in 1975 was created. And since then, it's been quite a progression of work on improving building operations. And we've experienced everything from sealing up buildings because of that first energy crisis and creating sick buildings, to figuring out what makes buildings sick, to figuring out how not to transmit COVID within buildings by improving both ventilation and filtration and cleaning systems. So it gives you a sense of the scope of what we're doing. George mentioned several of the executive orders. I just want to sort of go through a few of the details of Executive Order 14057, which is really the policy framework for focusing on sustainability. And he mentioned many of these goals: 100% carbon pollution-free energy for all federal buildings by 2030, and 100% 24/7 by 2035. So we'll be matching hour by hour our carbon pollution-free energy with our consumption. Net zero operational greenhouse gas building portfolio by 2045 with 50% reduction by 2032. It is noteworthy that GSA is a little ahead of the rest of the government because we have already reduced this year our total greenhouse gas from building portfolio by 50%. So I can expect that the federal government is going to look to GSA not only for ideas, but for continued leadership and get there sooner, quicker, faster. And then climate resilient infrastructure and operations. It's worth remembering because a lot of what we talk about in sustainability is the mitigation aspect. How are we going to prevent worse things from happening? Climate change is here, it's here now. George articulated several reasons, but the fact is we are going to have to adapt to the changes that the world is going to throw at us. And those changes are going to continue. They're going to be more stringent, more vigorous, and more persistent than I think anybody on this call really can envision. So one of the things we are doing is we have a Center for Building Technologies that is looking at new technologies, sending them through a proving ground, and then putting them into buildings and measuring their actual success there. I mention this because for those of you who are looking for new technologies that have been tested, the Green Proving Ground, gpg.gov, gpg.gsa.gov. All of these links are at the end of the presentation, so you'll be able to get there. Has a whole list of 47, 48 proven pieces of technology that are in the building, and they range from electrochromic glass to maglev chillers to new technologies for insulation and ventilation. In April 2021, GSA renewed its commitment to 100% renewable electricity for 100% of its buildings by 2025. That was a commitment we had made back in 2019, and we renewed it because we hadn't actually been working on it for a while. And we are going to update our internal renewable commitment to be consistent with the federal-wide carbon pollution-free energy goals. And so we're aiming again for 50% carbon pollution-free energy. It's worth noting that GSA has the statutory authority for the entire federal government for procuring energy from utilities and other places. So we will be not only working on GSA's portfolio, but all number of other portfolios in conjunction with our partner, the Defense Logistics Agency, which does most of the procurement for military installations. We're going to be setting internal guidelines to reduce greenhouse gases this year. And this spring, just in March, actually, GSA announced the first ever nationwide low embodied carbon standards for concrete and asphalt, requiring 20% lower than average embodied carbon for all projects using 10 or more cubic yards of concrete, and similar requirements for asphalt. So the Green Proving Ground I mentioned before, this is a slide a little bit out of order, so we'll just skip over it there. So this is here how many we've evaluated: 791 applications, 80 evaluated. So you can see it's a roughly 10-to-1 screening in the very beginning. We've published 46 reports. These reports are all public. They're all on the website. And so I urge you to take a look at them as you're thinking about how to improve the buildings. And we find, as in many things, the deployment of new technologies tested this way results in lower cost of operations in the buildings. We also have published a guide with the Rocky Mountain Institute to low and no cost grid interactive efficient buildings. I talked about this before here at the WGES. This is a new publication and it's designed for building managers, and it's designed for GSA building managers in particular, but there's nothing different about GSA's building managers than any building manager in the industry. So we, again, low cost, very easy to get at, and as you can see online. Why are grid interactive efficient buildings important? First of all, they enable us to increase the energy performance in buildings. At the same time, we are increasing the reliability of the grid itself. And until we get buildings integrated in the grid in a new kind of way that breaks the paradigm of the almighty grid and the little building off to the side that just takes whatever it gets, we're going to be talking about reducing load, shifting the load, modulating it, modulating even frequency, and generating electricity, flowing it back into the grid, either from generation, solar, wind, or other, or through storage. And that's one of the interesting things that's happened, is that storage has become more cost-effective in many locations now to be able to take advantage of the time of day pricing and the ability that batteries have to drop the peak demand on the grid as a whole and avoid, firing up those coal-fired backup plants. So there are load flexibility measures that are no cost at all. You just decide different ways of turning on your equipment, deciding what time to turn on the equipment, when you let the building go, and then you can assess those controls for automation opportunities. We have developed further a blueprint for integrating the technologies into performance contracts. And performance contracts are one of the ways that we're figuring to go out. George mentioned the opportunity for procurement. This is one of the opportunities for procurement. And the blueprint really talks about standard project management techniques, but how do you apply them in this particular case to the acquisition that has multiple people involved, the utility and the energy services company, taking account of the different ways that the structure of the fees from the utility are set up, and they're different all across the country. And you just have to get, roll up your sleeves and get at that data. The value that we found is that if we looked at our portfolio, we could probably save, if we did it everywhere all at once, which we can't because we don't have that much money, we don't have that much person power to really slam that many procurements through. But we would have, a $206 million payback in net present value and $50 million in annual cost savings, and mostly under 4 years. It accommodates rate structure changes in the future and helps manage the cost. It reduces grid level transmission and distribution, which is a significant part of greenhouse gas emissions in many, many organizations. And future grid economic models will value those savings, I think, greater than they do today. And there's many indirect values that are mentioned here, not the least of which is the improvement in or reduction in greenhouse gases. In looking at buildings over the last several years, this is a 3-year-long study. We looked at more than 200 buildings, and we compared high-performance buildings, those that have met the guiding principles for federal sustainable buildings, to legacy stock buildings, and wanted to find out, are they in fact performing better, and if so, by how much? Because of a number of very astute questions from different people over the years. The study ended up taking 3 years rather than our original planned 1.5 years, with the result of which this is based on 3 years of actual data from over 200 buildings, audited and verified. The buildings that are high performance buildings, 23% lower energy use, you would expect that. 28% lower water use, mostly because we're not using the potable water in the way that people typically do for agricultural purposes. But most importantly, 23% lower building operating expenses, 9% lower waste, and a slightly higher level of tenant satisfaction. And it's mentioned here, even though it's only 2%, because it is in fact statistically significant. So that's the bottom line. Green buildings perform better and cost less, period. We're trying to figure out how we can really capitalize on the fleet and how the electrification of the fleet can be integrated with the buildings. And this is particularly important for us because we are in the commercial building business. And if we have cars that are sitting in the building with batteries that could be used, we want to tap them in and make them an integral part of the building. There's a wonderful case study from the University of Delaware, it's more than 10 years old, that shows how to do it one way. Our fleet's not quite the same as the University of Delaware, so we're trying to adapt it. We're working very closely with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, with the Department of Energy, particularly the Federal Energy Management Program, and figuring this out. We just had our first symposium on this topic with lots of different stakeholders in there. So watch this space for how you can do this with a more dispersed fleet and a dispersed portfolio. But we think that there's really considerable potential to use the automobile batteries in a way that improves grid integration, which is why we started with that, and provides more flexibility to the building. So just imagine that you've got a fleet of light duty vehicles, which is what mostly the federal government has. They go out there on the road, they're doing most of their work, but then they're mostly used by people whose working hours are over at 3, 4 o'clock. The peak power comes after that. So the vehicles are back potentially with some battery power. They're parked, and we can start using them to shave that peak demand in the office building, and then still take advantage of the low rates at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning to actually charge up the buildings. And smart charge management, reduced demand charges, shifting the load away. I mentioned those before. You can see a way that you can take a look at it, and peak shaving and valley filling and shape demand. The idea is the more flattened you can make that curve, the better it is for the grid, because the grid basically has to be balanced 100% of the time, and it's the easiest to balance a flat line than that. Finally, I want to mention that we are looking also at the potential impacts of what we have learned about working over the last 2 years where nobody's been in the buildings. First of all, we've learned, much to our surprise, that buildings that are being kept active but unoccupied don't use they use a surprising amount of energy. They don't use 1/4 or 1/3 of the energy. They're mostly using around 75, 80%. And we found that to be true in our buildings and in private sector buildings for a variety of reasons. So there's not that huge difference, but the big difference, of course, is if we decide we don't need to use all of that space anymore and we stop using it at all and repurpose it or reposition it in the marketplace. And that's where I think the future will be. But what we have learned is most work can now be done anywhere, anytime. Technology is more and more what brings work together, more than buildings. And technology is what saved GSA, because we have really, really fine technology that enable us to move seamlessly into 100% remote organization, except for the people who are actually running the buildings. And then we need to, on the workplace, we have to refocus that so that it's on the human connection, specialized work, and equity. And distributed work is a spectrum of mobility. Nobody is likely to be 100% this or that, but it has opened up great possibilities for us and for others to think about different models of work, and just think about the value in human resources. Instead of saying, I want a mechanical engineer to work on energy policy and they have to be in Washington, DC and come to the building every day, you have a labor pool that is the Washington, DC labor pool. If you say the same thing and they can work anywhere, anytime, then all of a sudden you have a labor pool that's as big as the United States. A huge, huge opportunity for us to capitalize on ideas and labor. And finally, I want to just mention the how we got about to the asphalt and concrete standards. We issued requests for information to the marketplace. We got over 130 responses, and you can see the statistics. We were surprised at the responses. Over 80% of concrete manufacturers already produce or supply low embodied carbon concrete. And you can see the rest. I'm going to skip over it in the interest of time here. And you can see where the plants are across the country that have low embodied carbon. And we have already started putting our standards in place in contracts across the country. So with that, here are all of the citations, and I'll stop sharing my screen. And I see that there's a couple of Q&As, so probably in the interest in time, we'll be answering those. I'll answer both of those by typing the answers in rather than taking the time. So thank you for your attention, and back to George.
All right, Kevin, we thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it, and you'll take care of that question then.
Both of them.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you so much. And we do encourage our participants out there to submit their questions in the Q&A box, and we are here to answer them. Kevin, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next, Andrew Knox is going to join us. He is a special advisor to the DoD Chief Sustainability Officer in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. In that role, he led CSO initiatives to design and deploy a carbon pollution-free electricity pilot and streamline the department's collection, analysis, of reporting of sustainability data. He holds degrees from Rice and Harvard universities and is a certified energy manager and a chartered financial analyst charter holder. Mr. Knox has managed the Navy's smart cities and smart grid programs, as well as renewable energy programs such as Ocean Energy. Previously, as a consultant with Booz Allen Hamilton, Mr. Knox managed energy and climate change related strategy projects for government and commercial clients. Earlier in his career, Mr. Knox was the finance lead for utility scale commercial power projects where he negotiated power purchase and financing agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Mr. Andrew Knox. Andrew, take it away.
Thank you, George. First of all, I just want to take a minute and acknowledge all the great work that Kevin and the team at GSA have done. It's really remarkable, and we at the Department of Defense are constantly learning from the good work that they're doing over there. And if you've never had a chance to go to the GSA headquarters and see kind of how they've managed to transform that building, huge building, into kind of state-of-the-art building there, I definitely recommend that. So I'll take a minute just to set the stage. Imagine a future where you could turn on the lights or turn on the air conditioning and no matter the hour of the day, no matter the day of the year, and no matter where you were in the country, you would know that the power you were getting was coming from a clean, carbon pollution free source. And that's really the vision of the 24/7 CFE initiative. And so you may wonder, well, why does the Department of Defense care about that? And simple answer is we're one of the first places that people need to look for carbon reduction. We're the largest consumer in the federal government, and the federal government at 54 terawatt hours a year is clearly the largest consumer in the country. So I'll take a minute also to say, why is climate change important to the Department of Defense? So first of all, the impact of climate change affects our mission. It affects our ability to train, and it can damage our property and infrastructure. We need to be able to mitigate and ultimately adapt to climate change. And an inability to do that would result in a weakened military capability, a degraded infrastructure, and missed opportunities for technical innovation and economic growth. And climate change mitigation, such as clean energy procurement, has to support our department's warfighting requirements. So we always look for ways to achieve our climate goals such that we're also able to ensure our ability to meet our mission. Let's see if I can move my slide now. Okay. So it's already been covered a couple of times, but the executive order 14057 issued in December describes, or should say defines CFE very precisely. And I won't get into every word of that, but in a summary, as Kevin said, it's basically renewables plus nuclear plus fossil fuel that has active carbon capture and sequestration. So if you put all those together, that's what we call carbon pollution-free electricity, or CFE. That may be a new term for you, but that's a convenient way to describe all of these sources of power that do not have carbon dioxide or other, other emissions. Regarding the 24/7 aspect of it, this is really simply the hourly matching aspect. And we'll get into why that's important in a minute, but it's not only the hourly matching in terms of time, but also in terms of location. We really want those hours of generation to match with a relatively local usage of the power. Okay. So now I'm going to talk about why it's gaining an importance. So if you haven't heard of 24/7 CFE, I suspect you'll be hearing more about it. And part of the reason is the limitations of our more traditional measures of carbon neutrality, such as net zero. And a couple of the limitations there are that carbon neutrality or net zero typically is measured on an annual basis. And so it may be today, for example, solar panels are generating a lot of power where you are, but you might not have much need for that power. So that power is going to go out to the grid. Then later night, or even in months later when it's much hotter, you'll want power beyond what your solar can generate. And over the course of a year, if that evened out, then you'd be carbon neutral with net zero. You could also balance that with offsets, and those offsets could come from another location, not where you are. But the point is that you're still needing that fossil fuel carbon emitting power source to meet all of your energy needs. And not only that, the offsets can also, because they can come from other areas, they can give the impression that a particular location is decarbonizing when in fact it really isn't. So 24/7 starts to address these, both because it hits every hour, but also because it requires meeting that requirement by power from the same general geography. So we've seen some trends here. A few of the high-tech companies have announced intentions, and a fewer number still have announced projects. And those follow progress that they may have made in terms of carbon neutrality, but at the same time, recognition that it's limiting their ability to ultimately decarbonize the grids that they operate in. So these projects are still relatively new. And from our conversations, it's clear that there's still standardization that can be done. I'll get to that in a minute. I won't spend much time on these mandates that were already covered by Kevin earlier, but the key thing there is that there's an intention to decarbonize the entire grid by 2035. And then also for the federal government to have 100% carbon pollution-free electricity on an annual basis by 2030. So that's the ability to meet our overall requirements if they were averaged out. Something, it's not net zero, but something that is similar to that. But with a 50% 24-hour, 24/7 CFE requirement. Okay. All right, now I'll talk a little bit about what the Department of Defense has done in this area. So as Kevin noted, the GSA, along with the Defense Logistics Agency, are two of the agencies that have been designated to do a lot of the leadership in terms of actual acquisition related to the 24/7 CFE. Currently, the DLA handles about 1/4 of the Department of Defense's requirements. Those tend to be in the markets that have retail choice, or so-called deregulated markets. And so we worked very closely with GSA and the Department of Energy and other agencies to issue a request for information, which went out on the 3rd of February. And that laid out some of our intention in this area, and as well as solicited information from market participants in some of these areas that have retail choice. So PJM, ERCOT, MISO, New York ISO, and ISO New England. Together, these represent about 9 terawatt hours of the 54 terawatt hours that the government purchases every year. So not an insignificant amount. And so we wanted to see what market participants were able to tell us. Some of the things that we wanted to accomplish with that were that we wanted to obviously demonstrate the intent, not only to the different agencies would be pursuing these goals, but that we would be working together. And that's aligns a little bit with what Kevin was saying about the need to smooth out that load curve, not only by combining our individual buildings and military bases, but by combining different uncorrelated loads that can help to smooth out that load curve, make it a little bit bigger, but also make it smoother, make it easier for potential suppliers to be able to understand and to find those CFE requirement or CFE supplies that we would need to meet that load. Another goal was to understand and begin to get some indications about prices. We don't know what the cost will be to meet these requirements, and so this was a first step in trying to get a handle on those prices. The respondents are not bound by their responses in an RFI like they would be in a request for proposal, but it does give us a starting point. And finally, we wanted to hear from industry about their ideas to meet these requirements. Some of the hourly matching especially is new, hasn't been done before except in a very, very few cases. So it's still an evolving requirement. And so we're anxious to hear from industry ways to do this well. Finally, I'll say just a word about challenges. This is new to market participants, including the federal government. And one of the first challenges that we have learned about is the need for good data. Now we're, instead of looking at typically a monthly summation of our usage from a utility company, or maybe our individual facility loads, we're now trying to add up and aggregate usage across many facilities and many installations to see what is our hourly load and to forecast that load, and then to share that forecast with a potential vendor, and then to check on progress and meeting the requirements. So there's a lot of data and that needs to be tracked. And so just getting a handle on that is certainly going to be a challenge. So we're digging into that. Another challenge is, as I mentioned, this is all new. And so we're trying to understand how would we go about measuring these requirements or measuring the hourly match. And so we're evaluating what has been done by others, but as well as hearing from industry about their suggestions to make this manageable, but also an effective tool to measure going forward. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, and glad to have good partners both in the government, such as GSA, Department of Energy, and others, as well as our partners in the private sector. So with that, I'll stop and see if people have questions.
All right, Andrew, here's a question for you. How has the carbon-free electricity mandates affected the Department of Defense budget?
As I mentioned, we don't have prices yet. We don't know that there will be a premium. Understanding what that premium is and being able to budget for it is something that we would need to do after we actually go out to the market with requests for proposals. Okay. And the information that you find as you're going through this, will that be then put into information that can be used by other government agencies and entities? Yeah, absolutely. We're working very closely with GSA, Department of Energy primarily. Department of Energy has the Federal Energy Management Program, which does an excellent job of sharing best practices across all the different agencies. The White House is obviously this is their initiative, so they're clearly eager to help spread the word about any best practices that we can learn. But as the direction came from the executive order, we are anticipating a whole of government effort here. And so it's important for us to learn and immediately and as quickly as possible, in other words, share whatever we might learn.
Andrew, thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
As we continue on now, Stephen D. Ambrose has been a meteorologist, physical scientist, and program manager in his long federal and private sector career. He's directed teams and groups in the development of science and technology research and reapplications in earth science. And he now serves as chief climate scientist at SAIC and chair of the Washington Executive Climate Change Council. His research and application interests include natural disaster reduction, climate data and information, and implications of a changing climate on people, ecosystems, and the planet. He worked for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the Department of Interior, Fish and Wildlife Service, and antecedent agencies. In 2008, he was awarded NASA's Exceptional Achievement Medal for efforts responding to the nation's weather and wildfire disasters. He has worked at NASA's Center for Climate Simulation, developing services to access downscaled climate information and working to utilize NASA's supercomputer cloud services to support Arctic climate research. At NOAA's Office of oceanic and atmospheric research. He led a program of over 50 specialists, analysts, and scientists supporting the Climate Program Office, Sea Grant, the Weather Program Office, and the Uncrewed Systems Research Office. And in late 2019, he led a group of scientists and engineers at the EPA supporting research and development in geographic information, environmental protection, chemical analysis, and disaster resilience. Now at SAIC, he leads the growth of a climate program office supporting federal, industry, state, and local customers. So we welcome to our symposium, Mr. Stephen Ambrose. Stephen?
Thanks, George. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Very good. Thanks. And my topic today, of course, is climate change in tomorrow's world. I'm the chief climate scientist, as George said, with the SAIC's Climate Enterprise. It's a newly created enterprise to address the challenges of climate change. So we're working across the entire company, of course, with our government partners and customers and other industry and academia. I really want to give a little bit of background, of course, talk about climate change in a little bit detail as a scientist. Can we really stop climate change? Of course, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has said we have a narrow window we need to respond to, or things may get a little bit out of hand. And some indicate that we already at a tipping point where the impacts of climate change can't be stopped, no matter what we do. If we stopped all the fossil fuels today, climate change would still happen. There's going to be a period of time where the Earth's going to have to get used to reduced emissions and kind of go back, if we can actually stop that or just slow the temperature rise that we've been measuring. And we can do that with things like carbon sequestration, storing carbon, of course, in oceans, in trees. Definitely a way of doing things, but sometimes it can hurt things. It can hurt the oceans when you put too much carbon into the ocean. So we have to address that and look at how we can do that smartly. There is a thing called climate geoengineering that is much like weather modification. Things like putting things in the atmosphere to block the sun's radiation, creating a little more stopping that radiation and the heat coming from that. But there are also unintended consequences to that. There's also international issues associated with that in terms of countries doing their own geoengineering and the impacts that may affect. But it's not all gloom and doom. Of course, a friend of mine that was in a forum of mine, Walid Abdelhadi, an Arctic scientist, said, we need to understand that the Earth is something we have to live with. And of course, adaptation is the answer, but we still need to act. We need to take action and do that smartly and do that, with everybody involved. So it is the way to build resilient infrastructure can help. Of course, home energy efficiency, energy systems, conservation, reclamation, reducing our carbon footprint. But we may not be able to stop climate change, but we certainly can stop it from getting much worse. And we have to remain proactive in that, both individually, as I said, and as a community and as a globe. I want to talk a little bit about equity because that is a very popular topic these days in terms of environmental justice and the way that we apply solutions that we create to climate change to make sure that they address the cultural, social, and economic characteristics and differences that we have in the United States and of course around the world too. Very large differences in many other countries like Africa, for example. So low health equity, often leads to people experiencing the worst impacts of climate. So we need to address that. Environmental justice means the application of the resources provide protection and resilience to all communities, regardless of where they're located, regardless of their economic status. And of course, we know that low-income people, of course, can't utilize some of these technologies. How many low-income people can afford an electric car, for example, or afford geothermal systems for their heating and air conditioning? So there's a lot of disparities there we need to understand and develop solutions that are affordable, that can be addressed and used by low income and all incomes in building infrastructure, energy, and of course, important transportation that our population is demanding. And of course, women are the most impacted by climate change around the world, with up to 80% of the people displaced by climate change are women. So that's another area that needs to be considered in all the equity issues. And there's a lot of ways we monitor this. Of course, there's what I call environmental justice tools, and a lot of them are out there. They're growing. Here are just a few. And I put the screen capture examples at the bottom of my slide here, just to show what they look like. But the EPA's environmental justice screen and mapping service is a geospatial service that SAIC helped build for the EPA. So we know a lot about it. We're the developers of it, and it's an incredible tool tied to census data that helps you understand where these injustices and equity problems can occur based on economic status, location, infrastructure. So it's a powerful tool for understanding that. Of course, we also work with the Climate Program Office of NOAA, where they have a climate resilience toolkit, which is really a collection of all sorts of tools to help in building climate resilience and adaptation. David Herring, of course, heads that group at NOAA in Silver Spring. The Climate Equity Referencing Project is a calculator. It's a global calculator that helps you understand through graphics that, and you can see that down at the bottom in the lower right-hand corner there, in terms of different scenarios that you can put in there to help understand the impacts to infrastructure, to people, to temperature. And the California EnviroScreen, of course, is one built off of the environmental justice screen the EPA built that provides similar information for the state of California. So states around the US are building similar tools, adapting to other tools, and enhancing the tools with their own information and detailed information. ECOS was an incredible one. The Urban Systems Lab, it's a group that develops a lot of different tools. This is a game that you can actually play, so it can be used by people of all ages in schools and everywhere to understand social equity and green infrastructure. So they've developed a fantastic tool, and other tools too, but this one is particularly one that is almost like a board game. So it's an incredible one. And of course, in C Roads is one that allows you to look at the interaction. It's an interaction simulator also, similar to ECOS, and gives you those little tools to kind of to adjust scenarios, to see what the impacts are, see what the improvements are. And of course, globally around the world, there are lots of tools for climate risk that input things that you can calculate changes to infrastructure that are needed for such things as sea level rise, and energy systems too. So tools are being developed out there. They're geospatially based. We think that geospatial is the way that of the future. Of course, you know that Esri does this. SAIC, we're getting ready to build a geospatial center of excellence that'll have all the tools and capabilities and education and training involved in there for SAIC as well as our customers.
Stephen, can I jump in for just a second here?
Sure.
We're not seeing your screen.
You're not seeing my screen?
No, so you'll need to share that with us.
Oh, wow. Thought I did that, but something disappeared.
Uh-oh. We're seeing you, but on the bottom of the screen should be a share screen button.
Yeah, it's let's see. Let me go back and see if I got it. Because that disappeared from me.
Ah.
Apologize, I can't seem to bring it back.
Yeah, it would be part of the Zoom webinar screen. Yeah.
And all I'm seeing is the chat. And then, of course, leave the webinar.
I'm not sure if our tech team can jump in and help.
Let's see. All I'm looking at is the chat. Let me close that. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Are we getting there? Okay.
I think that you're in full screen, Stephen. If you can, yes, we can.
Got it.
Yes, there we go. Hit play.
Yep.
Go to slideshow and play.
I'm there. Apologize.
Thanks,
I kind of minimized that somewhere. I couldn't find it. So, but anyway, we're back in, and again, so what are some of the energy solutions that we have seen today and into the future to combat climate change? Of course, we're dealing with and working with solar energy, the fastest growing and popular energy solution that we expect to see to grow a lot. Also wind energy, and that's also getting down to the residence level in terms of not just big business and not just turbines that you see up in the mountains and wind fields. It's being able to be downsized, used by individuals. And of course, hydro energy we've been familiar with for many, many years, definitely a clean energy source. We need water to do that, so we got to worry about the water supply and where that's headed in terms of climate change and drought. Tidal energy, of course, you're near the oceans. That's getting become popular in densely populated areas near the ocean. And geothermal energy, rocks, water, soil. Of course, they do that for homes now. Geothermal energy is easily put into your system around in your property that has a closed loop system that utilizes that great 50, 55-degree temperature in the earth to make heat pumps more efficient. And biomass energy, using that, of course, and that's more popular today, as we heard from President Biden, in terms of increasing that for fuels and using plants and converting those into energy sources. Definitely still pollutes, still has pollution to it, but much less than fossil fuel. I didn't mention nuclear energy. Of course, we've been using that for years, and that may be a very good solution, I think, towards our climate issues. And then, of course, there's talk even about nuclear fusion. I think that's probably on the order of 50 to 75 years away to become anything that's possible to be used for energy generation. But fusion is there, and there's a lot of studies in that within the Department of Energy and research universities looking at that capability. Electric vehicles, of course, can they solve our problems or can they create new ones? Certainly the path to better air quality, reduced fuel use, but there are challenges to that. The lithium ion batteries can be very dangerous. And when the fires do occur, they burn hotter, faster, and require more to extinguish in them. And batteries can reignite hours to days after a fire in an accident, for example, leaving the salvage yards and other areas at risk. My own mechanic says when there's an electric car that's in an accident, it has to sit on his lot for about 5 days. You can't bring it into the building and start working on it because they can spontaneously catch on fire. So there's issues associated with that. But the rate of fire is very similar to gas-powered vehicles, so it doesn't happen that often. So some really cool science that's happening in the climate change area. And of course, artificial intelligence, and SAIC is an expert at this, of course, too. We do a lot of things with that with the company that we acquired called Coverse that brought a lot of expertise in AI to our company, and it's growing at a fast pace. There's so many ways and directions it can go in healthcare, in automobiles. Looking at data, of course, is the power of it, managing equipment without human interaction. Ever hear of electric tires? That's a new concept Goodyear is working on, using the friction of the tires to generate energy. Incredible, incredible science and innovation. And lithium glass batteries, of course, a new way to make the batteries that last longer, hold their power longer, operate at lower temperature. You know, with lithium and the ion batteries, you do have to worry about temperature, especially in an electric car. If you live up north or in the deep south, where temperature ranges from very cold to very hot, that can affect the power retaining properties of the batteries themselves. So we have to consider that and get more innovation in the power sources and also access to the critical minerals that we need to build these batteries. One thing NASA's developed, of course, is solar electric propulsion. And that's a very new area. I was working at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center when we were talking about this from some 10 years ago. But there's a lot of capabilities with that and different ways that you can generate that power through electrostatic, electromechanical, of course, and also electromagnetic. So NASA, we all know that NASA's techniques and the things they develop are often become things within the commercial market and the science that they develop to do their space exploration. And of course, solar shingles and solar tiles, more durable, something that could be considered for the long run than the regular solar panels you see put on people's roofs. That a different way of getting solar energy from the actual shingles and tiles themselves. That is it. I'm sorry you weren't able to see all of my presentation, but I went through most of it and read it, and it will be available online. So definitely happy to address any questions.
All right, Stephen, I do have some questions for you. Are there things that each of us can do in our own homes to help address climate change?
Definitely, of course, recycling, of course, is something you can do. And we know that doing these types of things take a lot of energy, take a lot of time, take a lot of dedication, but it really is worth it at an individual level in your own home to do those things, as well as better insulation within your home, upgrading windows when the time to do that, get the high efficiency windows, high efficiency HVAC systems are very important too, to switch over to those. So there's a number of things as a homeowner, what you can afford is certainly an issue associated with that. How far can you go? Can you afford a geothermal system that might cost you on the order of $6,000 to $8,000 more to install that type of system? But the savings that you recover over the years, if you plan to own that house for a long time, are significant.
Okay. And how much can we as a population affect climate change for the better if the Earth is also, going through some of its own natural changes?
Yeah, that's something to think about. What are we doing that's actually, of course, we have proved that it is human interaction in the industrial age that created this climate change. But there's also changes in solar energy that can be so minute that it can change the temperature on the Earth, other things that can happen. So yeah, we can do all we can do as a human race, as a global community. And the Earth itself may be changing in itself as we have gone through ice ages and things throughout our history. So we don't know, what we're doing is going to make a difference. We hope it does. It is measurable. We do have data going back, of course, from satellites, going at least for the last 60 years. We have other type of surface observations and temperature data going back for more than 100 years. So we have seen the changes. We know it's humans doing that. We know it's industrialization. But how do we change that? How do we kind of make that, taking that ship and turn that ship, that cruise ship is going to take a lot of work to get it going in the right direction. That's how I put it.
Okay. We have another question here, Stephen. Could you elaborate on why you believe women specifically are impacted the hardest by this?
Because they are, of course, when you're looking in the Africa, for example, it's the women that are out collecting the food, collecting the water, bringing the water to the table. Those are the ones that have to do more to be able to adjust to that. So it's in those communities, women, and that was a link that I found that had that number, 80%. It sounds pretty high, but I believe in those communities in countries like India and Africa, where women are doing a lot of the gathering and trying to get the access to water. And if there's a water shortage, where do they go to get that? How do they keep their family in the same spot? Obviously, there's civilization migrations that occur in those countries. When resources are started to diminish and food starts to diminish, it creates conflict. It creates a number of things that affect women and children in the family getting access to that and keeping the family together, keeping that going and keeping them fed and keeping the water. So it's, that's why I think women are more highly impacted.
Stephen, I want to thank you for your time. We appreciate you being with us today on the symposium.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed it.
All right. Have a good day.
Too.
For all those watching, it is the 11th World Green Energy Symposium. I'm George Roberts, your moderator, and we continue on now with our next presenter, Dr. Reginald Swift of Boston Business Journal Power 50 recently named him CEO of Rubik's Life Science, the movement makers, recognized for his leadership in creating change and taking actionable steps for equity, inclusion, and diverse points of view. The company he founded in 2016 is a leader in consulting data analytics for minority representation within health research. The company's mission is to connect and power world health care data through diversity patent analytics. He and his company have worked on more than 150,000 infectious disease profiles and deep analytics that has led to the development of 40 plus successful clinical trial platforms for infectious diseases, such as COVID-19, Ebola Zaire 1 and 2, Legionnaires, Listeria, Novovirus, Q fever, MRSA, trichomoniasis, Zika, as well as unnamed infectious diseases. Dr. Swift believes that the most vulnerable people, children, the elderly, the poor, and those with underlying health conditions are at an increased risk for health effects from climate change. He has dedicated his career to research in life sciences, specifically to research advancements in the understanding of the causes of health disparities and effective interventions to eliminate health disparities in underrepresented communities. Dr. Swift voluntarily trained as a polymeric chemist and organic tissue scientist with an interest in designing novel nanoparticle matrices that are effusion models for chemical therapies and entities. His volunteer work at Boston Medical Center and Massachusetts General Hospital, in collaboration with Harvard Medical School and Draper Laboratories, has resulted in important discoveries that trace biomarker development and rare cancer nanoparticle effusion techniques into biodegradable conjugates for dermal and implantable modeling. This work resulted in several contributing projects that translated to the broader research community within the Boston-Cambridge life science industry. And now here's Dr. Reginald Swift. Doctor?
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate being here today, and thank you, George, for the introduction. Sometimes I forget I did all those things. So I certainly appreciate being here today and being able to speak about the health and the environment. Much of what Stephen, my previous counterpart, has mentioned, I tend to focus more on the disparities, not just from a individual basis, but also a social basis as well, right? And how do we blend in the innovation of how do we look at climate change and the impact of diseases to, and the burden of diseases to, individuals who are underserved and underrepresented in not just America, but also other countries. And, here's more of a guide of what I want to be able to discuss with you today. Going to the next slide. All right, as an intro, as George pointed out, founder CEO of Rubis Life Sciences. I've also with more than 150, but also now 200 infectious disease, ultra rare and rare disease discoveries and data analytics profiles, along collaborating with CDC and WHO, as well as other nonprofit organizations such as Bill and Melinda Gates and many other institutions worldwide that are looking to try to transform the way that we think about therapeutics, not just from the medicine differentiator, but also how do we think about, the standard of care in chronic pain management, in chronic disease management, chronic ailment management, I like to, perform. So not just to focus on medicine, but also foods, and also the environment, and also the social construct and the infrastructure in which patients and people reside in. A lot of the work that I've done has been in as on the onset of COVID-19. And one thing above all, my whole mission is to support disparities. And disparities is not just to talk about from a health discipline, but also from a social discipline as well. It's the whole ecosystem that we have to think about, because when we think about climate change, we have to take a look at the underlying representation of diseases that we still have yet to uncover. And who gets impacted the hardest are the ones who don't have the resources to be able to fight against it. So much of what I want to be able to support happens to be proactive, right? To be a proactive engine to support advanced therapies and advanced, options for people who are not able to have those resources. Now, when I think about health, I think health is much more than just Medicare and medical help, right? It's also environmental too. Now, when you think about environmental, or when people hear the word environmental, people mostly think of what you see on the first image, right? Where it's just soil, trees, and how it impacts the world around us. Well, it's a little more than that as well. It's also the infrastructure. It's also the food that we eat. It's also the vicinity of the other people that we have in our environment, right? Because that can be conducive to other ailments such as mental health and communicable diseases that will be a part of other conditions. Now, what we've realized is that over the course of a 30-year study, actually since 1980, we realized that in underserved rural areas in America, not just rural, but also city areas, places in America actually have less square miles that they're squishing more people in than they do in other parts of the city, right? So between going to Oakland and San Francisco, you're going to see a drastic difference between how they actually compact people in a square mile, right? They compact more people per square mile than they do for other areas. That's one of the notices and the trends when you think about communicable diseases is how do you fare on, mitigating transmission spread. Now, if you have more people in a vicinity within a specific, jurisdiction, then you're going to have more challenges to try to overcome, especially when you're in also areas that may be in the old buildings, right, in the old infrastructure, as well as have food deserts. And where there aren't communities that can grow their own food, right? Because of the environmental research that happens in a lot of these areas cannot be conducive to grow, sustainable options or sustainable operations, right, for food. So we're looking at ways of ensuring that the environment and our biology coincides with one another. Now, we do know that there are now research being undertaken and underway, from a number of different, climate change organizations to really take a deeper dive into these conditions and what causes these conditions. Now, we can kind of speak here all day about, what could be some of the contributor factors, but we do know that what is exhibited right now in underserved communities happens to be what you see here. Now, disparities. When we think about disparities, and even from my previous speaker, Stephen, from even some of the work that we've done in India, as well as Egypt, Eritrea, Nigeria, Uganda, and some of these other countries in Africa, we realize that, yes, there are areas of migration patterns that do play a part of what happens to specific communities of people. One of the diseases that we actually researched was leishmaniasis. It is a topical parasite that will actually eat at your skin and your epidermis, all three layers of your skin. And, all of a sudden you can see a hole in your leg, all the way to the bone, right? It's because of areas and climate that aren't conducive to growing food or growing, greenery or growing landscape, but also is conducive to have bacterial and viral growth underlaying in areas because there is no running water. There is no, sustainable sewage, right? There is no sustainable options to control the outflow of waste, right? So you have these areas and these environments that make it conducive for these growths to take place, which then, leishmaniasis is a 4,000-year-old disease, right? It's a 4,000-year-old viral disease, but yet in these other underlying countries, it's still playing rampant as light of day, as what we see with COVID-19. They have to, contend with not just COVID, but also diseases like leishmaniasis and trichomoniasis and other conditions as well. Right now, but here in America, what we noticed since 2003 is that where you see the Black markers here are also areas where there are old infrastructure, and there aren't necessarily they're of course trying to address sustainable solutions, but not yet readily deployable. Now, mapping between what we see from a climate change as well as from a health discipline, as a researcher, I always think about, what does one have to do with the other? But when we think about these areas here specifically, we've seen since 2003, there's been an increase of, up to 175% of comorbid conditions in underserved patients, people who may look like me, people who may look like you, and in these areas where if they want to be able to participate in clinical trials, well, now they aren't able to, because most of the eligibility criteria have strict requirements, so that patients are just focused on one symptom at a time, right? So that a specific drug or a specific therapeutic that may be dire and in need for specific types of patients, for example, like Alzheimer's, the eligibility criteria is highly strict, restrictive. And because now patients in these communities that you see, they aren't going to be eligible, there's a growing increase of ineligibility, because now these types of patients are living in these conditions that will play a part of the biology and the biological structures, right? And will increase, chronic ailments, will increase complex comorbidity conditions, and where, when we talk about environmentally distressed locales, it's areas where there's food deserts, there's areas where there are degrading infrastructure, where there's running sewage, right? The specific water treatment plant is operational, but yet there's still maybe a dumping ground that may be 5 miles away, right? There may be areas where these patients are residing, and yet there's, for example, there are no hospitals nearby, right? And it could be in some of these conditions, but not all. But when we think about Alzheimer's, right? Some of them may have anemia. Some of them may have other cardiovascular ailments that make it difficult for these types of patients to be able to participate in clinical trials. So when we think about how climate change and green energy should help, it should help answer half of the question of health, right? When you think about health holistically, it's to help really drive towards a better society, right? And for me as a health, researcher, I always think about these conditions, because I think not just from a patient perspective, but as far as a society perspective. Now, when we think about inclusive innovation, now what we see that has transpired over the last, even the last 2 years with what we trying to find out for the origin of COVID-19, right, is thinking about pathogen prevalence. Now, we have to, individually, I think as researchers, what we would tend to do the best is really have a focused effort on looking at the outcome of one particular disease strain or one particular conditional strain of conditions that we're trying to test against. But yet we forget that when we think about diseases and we think about cancers, we have to take a look at the whole nature, right? The whole ecosystem of how a specific pathogen was able to thrive, right? So when we think about what we do for the future, we have to think beyond just the what ifs. We have to think about multi-pronged approaches so we can elicit more, mission success from a countermeasure perspective, right? We can't think of countermeasures just from a DoD or militarized perspective, or just trying to help, have NIH or CDC tell us what to do next. But we also have to have that structured in community groups, in community organizations, in climate organizations, because they will handhold each other. And it is vital that each of these individuals and these groups really collaborate with each other, from what we've learned from the pandemic, to ensure that total inclusivity is thought of and it's at the forefront of much of to be discovered, right? Much of the therapeutic discovery process. And with that said, we do know as community climate change organizations and NIH and other health organizations, as well as community groups, there are, from what we've learned from COVID, they are actually taking forward steps and forward advances to think about, how does it play a part of our life, right? How does environment and health actually talk to each other? What are the conditions that we need to be able to address? And they're able to, mobilize hospitals, mobilize clinic groups, mobilize climate groups, right? When they are going to go and do surveys across the world and across the United States, and to be able to understand, climate mobility, right? On how these things impact us, right? Not just from environmental diseases from that affects plants and animals, but also how it affects us as well, right? Because it is a one-to-one relationship that we see many times over from what the whole landscape can be, right? So when we think about, funding, we do, just from what Biden may have announced for ARPA-H, right? It's like the DARPA of really health advanced research. It's, I think most of what we saw from their mandates is that they're going to be inclusive of what they consider from climate and environmental, opportunities to think about advancements of health, right? And, much of what we see from funding also now is increased in NSF and NIEHS and NIAID, right? Over the past few years in NIAID and NCI, I know I'm using kind of a whole bunch of, alphabet soup, but between NIAID, National Institute of Allergies and Infectious Disease, and NCI, National Cancer Institute, they're the two biggest tranches of NIH that has the most funding from any NIH group. NIEHS happens to be one of the least funded, but now we're seeing that they're starting to get a bigger cut of the pie, and where now they're thinking about how to make inclusive environmental research happen just with health as well, right? Because it is starting to become more and more prevalent to have individuals support health advanced research and as well as environmental research, right? Using the multi-pronged approach. So any questions that I can help answer at this time?
Well, I think so. Let's see what we have here. We have a question. Reginald, can you elaborate on the elements that go into the distressed locales? I saw 3 tags in Oklahoma, for example. What adverse conditions created enough bad stuff to warrant a tag?
Oh, okay. So thank you for that. So it's one, when we think about environmental distress locales, or at least what we qualify as environmental distress, we're thinking about not just from just water, right? It's also water reservoir quality, right? Environmental, not just infrastructure issues that we've seen. So it's the amount of complaints and the amount of specificity towards what we see from dumping, landfill dumping, not just landfill, but also, violations of dumping that does take place in specific areas, right? And things that has happened historically in these areas. Right. And much of what we were researching happened to be in many of these areas, even California as well, even though that they're their most restrictive state for that type of behavior.
Okay, we have another question. You mentioned so many people living per square mile. Would it be better for the environment if people were to spread out?
So it really depends on what you fashion, for the environment, right? For specificity towards different locations, right? Now, when we think about New York City, right, Brooklyn, right, there's so much, of course, historically, there's going to be that many number of people per square block, because that's just, how New York City was organized and built when it first kind of originated. Now, and it's actually started from immigrants, right? Tenement housing. And when you think about how to stem migration from diseases, communicable diseases, it is a strategy to think about how do we, one, if we're going to utilize or we're going to have a system in where we're going to have that many people per square block, well, how do we utilize better filtration systems? How do we utilize better environmental systems to be able to catch and mitigate a lot of the pathogen emergence that will take place? Now, if we're going to still have these conditions, well, we have to enhance our technology to be able to support that. Now, that's not to say that I agree with spreading people out, which I personally do, but we can fit technology to fit the best needs for the environment itself, right? We want to be able to fit the technology for the environment rather than trying to fit the environment for the technology.
Okay, we have another one here. Let me pull it up. Let's see. Okay, I have found a way to get more things on the screen that I didn't know I could do. Let's see here. You mentioned disparities with the underserved and underrepresented in research and clinical trials. What or how could we do better to integrate and include all communities in studies to improve and find solutions?
Well, I could be here all day, but to give you a snapshot, it's better. I think the high level point that I want to be able to make here is being able to sojourner technology to try, to track across the journey for each patient, right? It's not just to say, I know the emergence of digital health has helped mobilize ways to talk to patients from distances, just like Zoom does for us. But we want to be able to communicate with the patient intimately in a way that they are able to share their information with the greater community, because it's about the greater social responsibility of how we think about diseases. Now, it's the behavior is much different across the pond that we see in America, right? Everything is HIPAA and everything is focused on, just personalization, but also just the security, right? And that's with reason. Now, if we need to change the model of how we think about the behaviors of our traditional clinical trial system, which is predicated on hospital networks and hospital relationships and the relationships between, pharma, biotech and biopharma with hospitals and patients, you can see that there's a trickle down effect that does take place. In other communities, that's not the case at all. It's the patients that actually are coming to the industry to tell us, we need help here. And we need to kind of create that specific environment in where we can have that type of trust to be created by letting the patients talk to us, right? By being able to have that vocabulary and collaboration with the patient directly.
Okay. All right, Doctor, we want to thank you so much for being with us today. Great presentation.
Thank you so much.
As we move on, Gary Lawrence is going to join us. He's the Director of Sustainable and Resilient Strategies. He's responsible for assisting WGI and its clients reduce their carbon footprint by adapting to the changing social, environmental, and economic conditions that result from the local expressions of changing weather. Specifically, Gary works with WGI associates and clients to introduce strategies promoting sustainability, resiliency, and adaptation into infrastructure planning and design. Prior to joining WGI, Gary was president of Advocates for a Better Future, chief sustainability officer at AECOM, global leader for urban strategy at ARUP, and a consultant on matters of urbanization to the UN, OECD, U.S. government agencies, and many national governments and global cities. Gary's a student of how the critical SRA issues of our time are perceived within different cultures, economic groups, and sectors, with a focus on the practices that allow for groups to succeed together rather than lose by trying to win alone. Now here's Mr. Gary Lawrence. Gary, take it away.
Thank you very much, George. And as I do my old guy wrestle with technology, I am looking to share my screen. Sorry about this. So it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. My caption for my presentation is a non-expert view. I'm not an expert in anything, actually, but I've been around for a while and I've seen the evolution of the ideas related to sustainability and adaptation in response to matters of climate. So one of the things I've learned is that all of our discussions have to be all and not either or. This was mentioned earlier by a presenter. There is no single solution to any of the problems that vex us at the moment. But there are advocates that would suggest that their solution is the only one that matters. We have to figure out a way to keep them in the conversation without letting them dominate the conversation, because unless we have everything in our inventory at play, we're not going to solve any of the problems that matter. So an example, one of our clients is a national and international freight company. And they are concerned about supply chains, but they're also concerned about electric vehicles because they want to be able to serve electric vehicles at all of their recharging stations. The debate's taking place between trucks and cars. Trucks don't trust electrical energy, nor do they have the time for recharging as they pause. So they're looking forward to hydrogen as the power that source of power for the distribution of goods and services in the United States. Now, both electrical generation and distribution and hydrogen collection and distribution have significant problems. And the challenge for all of us is to figure out how to reduce the consequences of those decisions in ways that better serve the society. Can we in fact rely on hydrogen without relying on the ability of the companies who are extracting hydrogen to do a good job of stopping the leakage at the wellheads? Are we going to be able to get the electrical generation in a form that that actually doesn't overwhelm the networks that electrical energy has to pass? When do we need to be thinking about links between generation and consumption, or the energy intensity at the places where the energy is being created? All of these things are taking place within market conversations as people are making bets today on what kind of rolling stock they should buy in order to move goods and services. Then you get into issues about air freight and rail freight. Well, rail actually is, other than barges, rail is the best on per pound mile or per ton mile of any of the sources of movement we have for freights in the United States. The problem is that the system is unreliable, and it still takes almost 24 hours to get a freight train from one side of Chicago to the other side of Chicago, given all of the issues that are taking place within. So then you enter the conversation about time. What is the time value of various forms of energy? All of these things have to be part of the conversation. Another part is the law of unintended consequences. Thomas Merton came up with this notion. It is his finding, it's been true in my life, that for every intended consequence, there are multiple unintended consequences that go unmanaged. So let's talk about disruptive technologies as an example of that. The benefits of disruptive technologies, at least in the near term, tend to flow to the people who are creating the technologies. You can talk about various types of technology, whether it's the way in which money is actually valued, or power, or batteries, for that matter. Batteries still have the problem of we don't know how to dispose of them in an environmentally sensitive way. We don't know how to mine them effectively for all of the really valuable metals that go into their creation. Those kinds of technologies are highly beneficial to the people who are making money at the onset, but they don't necessarily benefit those people who aren't in an ownership position on the backside, on the downside. We also have the problem of stranded assets. Much of the politics of energy has to do with the fact that a large portion of the global commons related to energy capabilities are owned by a few, and they will defend those assets, maintain the asset value as long as possible. We see that played out in politics all the time. How are we going to actually engage in the political side of technology so that there's a value to those assets that can be conveyed to the current owners so that they don't necessarily want to block the more positive changes available with other technologies? How many priorities can we actually have? In business literature, it is suggested that if you have more than 3 priorities, you don't really have any priorities at all. What we see in the UN Sustainable Development Goal process at the moment is that there are 177 priority areas. How they rank, what should precede what, all those sorts of things are not in discussion because there are constituents for every part of the SDG process. And the UN is a constituency organization. They're not a business organization, so they lack the ability to really focus. How are we going to get clear on the priorities we need to undertake? For me, that raises the one question that is key to sustainability and adaptation and resilience. One is the framing question, and that is what's supposed to be different when we're done. We have experts who are focused in their area who will tell you that they have great clarity on what needs to be different in their sphere. We don't have the kinds of conversations that take place that talk about, okay, how do we rank those in such a way that the ones you focus on today are actually leading to solutions in other space. Just a quick example of that. In my work in local and state governments, I never saw an example where the utilities commissions and the transportation commissions and the energy commissions and the committees in the legislature actually had meetings to discuss, okay, what do we need to do first? And then what follows that? Each one is pursuing their own agenda. And that is, as it has always been, but not necessarily as how it should be if we actually want to sustain our place. I'm sorry that this is kind of rambling, but it's difficult because even though we're talking about green energy today and some very valuable contributions have been made, we're not necessarily focused on the issue that matters most, which is the politics of green energy. There's a book, one of my favorite books, a little depressing, called The Future of Nostalgia. When I was planning director in the city of Seattle, one of the things I learned was that nostalgia matters more than facts. We keep trying to focus on facts without recognizing, as Richard Feynman once said, that the essence of science is doubt. How are we actually going to engage people in a conversation that has an appropriate amount of doubt so that better outcomes are possible without assuming that they're the only outcomes that matter?
Gary, we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And we're going to move on now with a short 5-minute break for everybody so that they can check out our partners that are involved with today's symposium. Take the time to review the wonderful organizations that are involved. They are posted on your screen right now. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. And welcome back, everybody. This is the 11th World Green Energy Symposium. I am George Roberts, your moderator, and joining us now will be the Honorable Bill Anderson. Bill was appointed by President George W. Bush and confirmed by the United States Senate to serve as Assistant Secretary of the United States Air Force for Installations, Environment and Logistics, and the Air Force's Senior Energy Executive based at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. He led an organization with responsibilities that included installations, military construction, base closure, and realignment, environment, energy, safety, and occupational health issues, and all logistical matters. Most notably, Bill led Air Force efforts to test, certify, and fly alternative aviation fuels and to develop renewable electric generation facilities for U.S. military installations. For his efforts, Bill was presented the Decoration for Exceptional Civilian Service and the Presidential Award for Leadership in Federal Energy Management. He is a founding board member of the Washington, D.C. Archangels, a network of angel investors with global research. Bill is an honors graduate of Washington College and earned his law degree with honors from Syracuse University. He's also studied in the master's program for international business at the University of Miami. He is a Belisa member of the Maryland Bar. Currently, he serves as president and chief executive officer of Generations Advisors. We introduce the Honorable William Anderson. Bill?
George, thanks. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to share a screen, and I'm also going to cut off my video. I'm in an area where the bandwidth is a little tight. So let's see if we can share a screen here and we can get started. Hopefully we've got the full screen here. And again, good morning, everybody. I'm going to take a bit of a different approach here for the next 20 minutes. I hope it's intentionally thought-provoking and even pushing the envelope a bit. As a starting point, the transport sector is very diverse in terms of modalities, equipment, and propulsion. So one-size-fits-all approaches, they're really non-starters in this segment. I do applaud WGES for focusing on the concept of clean energy rather than the more narrowly defined green energy. I'm going to take that definition a bit farther beyond the operation of the vehicle to include the cradle-to-grave journey of transport vehicles and their energy sources. We've got a bunch of smart people on the webinar today. In this segment, I'm going to ask everybody to open up your aperture a bit beyond our traditional thinking on clean energy. And I'm going to ask you all to think differently. The first question, what problem are we trying to solve? Is it CO2 emissions, where most of the focus is these days, or is it the reduction of overall greenhouse gas emissions, or is it overall environmental stewardship, that being the end-to-end environmental impacts of our activities? Achieving an environmentally sustainable world would require a focus on the latter, and that will be my focus in the next few minutes. The second component of thinking differently goes to analysis of the source of our problems. The challenge of addressing climate change is huge, but the world faces a number of other environmental challenges. So we need to keep that in view and balance. My question would be, is the root cause of our concerns simply the use of energy to generate electricity or facilitate mobility, or are the real concerns actually related to extraction, harvest, efficiency, and waste? I would submit it's the latter, the entire life cycle. Many of you are familiar with the concept of embodied energy. It was mentioned earlier today. It includes all external requirements for producing, transporting, and disposition of waste in the product life cycle, both for production of the vehicle itself and also the fuel to power it. A focus on overall environmental impact could alter the decisions we make going forward. There's one more kind of stage setting task I want to do before we get started, and that is to consider the path to clean energy in the broader context of holistic global trends. We need to lay our energy strategy up against population, economic development, land use, and other critical non-energy requirements that will compete for scarce resources. A key factor in driving resource utilization will be the population growth. By the end of this year, it's expected the global population will stand at about 7.9 billion people. By 2050, projected global population is 9.7 billion, an increase of 23%. That's almost 22 billion more people on the planet at 2050. So how does this mean? What does this mean in our quest for 100% clean energy? Significantly higher demand for the basics, energy, food, land, housing. The majority of the population growth will be in developing countries where demand for energy, food, and housing will grow faster than the global demand for those items. So let's start with the life cycle for both transportation assets and energy sources that provide them mobility. I'm going to be showing you several flow charts. Advanced warning, these are generic. They don't completely reflect all nuances of the life cycle, but they are adequate for us to consider issues throughout that entire life cycle. Here you have a rough view of the full life cycle of a piece of transportation hardware. The red circle captures the in-service period for that vehicle. Reducing the carbon footprint for the vehicle during its service life is incredibly important. However, there is a very large volume of activity that occurs in the manufacturing supply chain at the front end and the end-of-life actions at the back end. Every transportation asset, regardless of fuel source, will have a negative impact to the environment at the front end and back end. Which are most environmentally friendly in terms of our choices end to end? I sure don't know, but sound environmental stewardship would demand these answers so that society can make the best overall decisions for the planet and for our future. The same approach should be taken as relates to the life cycle of various fuel sources. We have extraction and transportation issues, whether we are talking about petroleum, coal, nuclear, or the raw materials that go into batteries, solar panels, and wind turbines. And what about the residuals at the end of cycle? Emissions not only of CO2, but methane, NOx, aromatics, the hazardous materials in batteries and electrical equipment, and even the growing inventory of unrecyclable spent fiberglass wind turbine blades. The activities conducted at the front and back end associated with transportation assets and fuel sources not only result in air discharges, but can impact local health, water resources, habitat, and land, the items that have been mentioned already this morning. So let's take a quick look at the front end of the process. There are obviously many process steps between acquiring raw materials and a finished transportation asset. The same is true of the energy life cycles before the locomotion is created. Far too many to discuss in a short presentation here. So I'm going to focus just on one component, that being mining. I'm sure we're all aware of the long-term environmental impacts that coal mining activities have had around the world. Uranium mining also has a long-tailed environmental impact. But the concerns related to extraction of materials for traditional brown energy sources also find their way into extraction activities for materials that are critical to green energy technologies. Lithium, nickel, and cobalt, critical minerals for green energy technologies, present the same environmental and public health concerns as brown energy extraction activities. If you look carefully, the locations where these materials are mined, and you'll see it's in predominantly developing nations. Do these developing nations mines follow the best practices for worker safety and environmental compliance? What are the plans for those mines for proper closure once they're spent? What will be the long-term impacts to land, to habitat, to groundwater and surface water? Those questions are being asked, especially at local level these days. So let's spend a couple of minutes looking at the service life of the four major transportation platforms, those being automobiles and light duty delivery, long-haul land transport, aviation, and shipping. The equipment and mission of each of these transport modalities are quite different, and they suggest very different carbon reduction strategies. Consider the current global automobile fleet. The automotive market research indicates that there are currently about 1.5 billion cars on the road today. A significant portion of that fleet will continue to operate into the coming decades. Based on industry projections, by 2028, just shy of 50 million EVs and hybrid EVs will be produced every year. At that rate of production, it should take about 30 years to replace the current global automotive fleet. That's assuming we have no growth in the fleet, which of course is an unreasonable assumption based on the projected significant population growth and growing wealth in the developing world. So what does that mean? First, it's clear that EVs are the future for land-based transportation, light transportation. The rapid market acceptance bears that out. However, the huge in-service fleet means that the role of drop-in fuels like biofuels and fuels that could serve as substitutes for liquid fuels with some engine modifications like hydrogen are going to play very big roles in the effort to reduce vehicle-based carbon emissions. And regrettably, carbon-based fuels are going to continue to play a role, albeit of decreasing importance, as new technologies come online. The picture as relates to long haul or heavy freight is quite different than light road transport. And there is some commonality of issues between road, rail, aviation, and marine heavy transport. Weight and volume is related to the fuel source and propulsion equipment impact. They impact the efficiency of the transportation activity, so need to be taken into account. So electric vehicles probably will not play a major role in those modalities. Solutions moving forward in these subsectors will likely focus largely on drop-in liquid alternative biofuels. Hydrogen could play a substantial role, and nuclear could also find itself with a seat at the table. The US has made some big bets on hydrogen in the recently passed infrastructure bill, allocating $6 billion to hydrogen hubs and $1 billion to electrolysis programs. These programs will undoubtedly help move forward applications like regional bus transportation and fixed regional route truck shipping, whether utilizing piston-driven engines modified to operate on hydrogen or the next generation of fuel cell vehicles. The EU is moving ahead rapidly, testing hydrogen-fueled aircraft using current technology turbine engines through a joint venture by Airbus and CFM International in France, and in the UK through their aerospace technology program. Rail stands as an incredibly efficient platform on an energy usage per mile basis. Electrification for passenger trains along major routes already exist, but plans to utilize rail corridors to host electric lines for distributed power generation systems could provide an opportunity to extend electrified passenger train service. On the freight side, the diesel locomotives used today are already diesel electric, where the diesel is actually just providing electric power to a generator to run the motors on the drive wheels. There's a debate underway presently as to whether direct electric drive of freight locomotives make any sense. They pull much higher loads and run long nonstop distances, but direct electric drive does afford the opportunity to leverage cleaner energy generation sources. The International Marine Organization has taken recent steps to reduce sulfur content in marine fuel, and have made commitments to reduce overall greenhouse gas emissions. Like other components of the heavy freight segment, there does appear to be promise for hydrogen-powered ocean-going vessels, but energy density creates storage problems, and those will have to be resolved in all modalities. For now, drop-in liquid fuels, LNG, LPG, and methanol offer the best options. But a twist here, the military has used nuclear propulsion in warships for decades with great success. Russia experimented with nuclear propulsion from time to time in their commercial maritime industry, but they had only limited success. One's got to wonder whether the number of new small nuclear reactor designs coming to market, whether that provides a way for the future in international deep sea shipping. So just as the front end of the process presents challenges to the environmental sustainability, the back end offers up concerns, but it also provides us some opportunities for more effectively and efficiently using our limited resources. Let's recall our track record on waste. It certainly has been far from stellar. I'm sure you all recall PCBs and chlorinated solvents. Current topic in the news is what are being called forever chemicals, PFAS and PFOA. And we're becoming more and more aware of the mounting concerns with microplastics and microfibers in the food chain and the air we breathe. Much of what has driven waste problems comes from a cradle to grave design thinking. But here is another opportunity to think differently in this emerging clean energy market. And I'll post the question, should the word waste even be in the green energy market vocabulary, the clean energy market vocabulary, I should say? What if products didn't become useless waste at the end of their life cycle and emission streams offered value in the circular economy? Yeah, we do recycling now, but let's face it, it's pretty minimal in the grand scheme of things. Does our recycling return materials to the industrial supply chain as high quality raw materials for new products? Or really, is it something quite less? The drive for clean energy provides us opportunities to change the way we look at waste. Let's consider first CO2. Is it really a waste, or should it be? It's a basic building block of life. We have too much of it. Should we collect it and ram it into the ground? Remember our less than stellar historical management of waste streams. Will our sequestration efforts yield the unintended consequences that some of the prior panelists have mentioned? Will folks 100 years from now be sitting around on a conference like this one and ask, what in the world were those industry leaders from the early 21st century thinking? Or will we seize the opportunity presented to us with the $3.5 billion set aside in the infrastructure bill for direct capture of CO2, and then explore liquid hydrocarbon production that is fully scalable? Full combustion of carbon, not waste. And I'm encouraged by the new concept, I guess it's new, of the concept of hydrogen, driven by the project that Shell is promoting, where hydrogen is stripped from methane, with the other major waste stream, or the material stream, I should say, being solid carbon, which would be suitable for soil amendments and as well as raw materials for industrial processes, especially in the electrical world. As we consider the greenest carbon feedstocks, do we process and drop in liquid transportation fuel during the technology transition? The end-to-end analysis will likely show us that organic waste streams, be they municipal solid waste, food waste, wastewater treatment sludge, or farm waste, will rise to the top of the preference list, while also addressing significant and critical landfill issues and land runoff concerns. If we don't address these end-to-end life cycles, could our clean energy efforts end up as a zero-sum game? Or could, maybe even worse, we end up with significant negative environmental implications resulting from a whole new set of unknowns? I want to just touch on one item before we wrap up, and it's been mentioned already this morning. And that's the concept of environmental justice. Every carbon reduction strategy we employ will present a set of negative environmental impacts that we have to deal with. Historically, those impacts fall disproportionately on the poor and the underrepresented. Expand the idea of environmental justice to global scale for a minute and think about the implications of our new energy technologies. The mining activities necessary to provide raw materials needed for advanced components in these new technologies. The mining of those items, those raw materials, are being conducted in the developing world. What are our responsibilities as energy thought leaders to ensure that extraction and cultivation of materials that go into new energy technologies don't negatively impact local health, environment, water resources, and habitat? How do we ensure that the spent equipment and energy residuals we don't pass along long-term health and environmental burdens to the communities that are hosting them? We need to advance these technologies and combat rising CO2 levels. It's critical, but we also have an obligation to the communities that could feel the effects of our decisions, not for decades, but for centuries. And on that cheery note, I'll wrap up and ask the question again. Is the root cause of our concerns the energy sources, or are the real concerns actually related to extraction, manufacturing, use, and disposal? The answer in my mind is all of the above. And the only way to ensure a sustainable planet is to make decisions with the entire life cycle in mind and make tough decisions that will optimize end-to-end solutions. With that, George, I thank everybody for their thoughtful attention, and I'll drop this slideshow and turn it back to you.
All right, Bill, appreciate it. We're a little short on time, but we do have one question I'd like to have you answer. What fuel source, in your opinion, would require the least amount of maintenance for vehicles?
Well, I think it's been, again, you've got to go between heavy transport and light transport. I think if you look at light transport automobiles, as far as day-to-day maintenance, electric vehicles are probably have a leg up. But if you talk about the entire life cycle of that vehicle on the road, maintenance of the battery system and the electrical system miles and miles later do pose issues that are beyond what you find from a piston-driven automobile. But that does depend, George, on what modality you're talking about for the correct answer. So it's a long discussion.
Okay. All right. We don't have time, Bill, but thank you very much. We appreciate your time. As we move on, our next lecturer is Mr. Aziz Ahmad. We're going to hear more details about Aziz's background, in particular his philanthropic accomplishments in sustainable educational endeavors later in the program. Aziz is a CEO and president of UTC Associates and co-founded Coders Trust. He oversees a technology consulting company founded to provide unmatched value in technology services. He works with government agencies and commercial enterprises to provide solutions, including cybersecurity, mobility, cloud transformation, application development, governance, regulatory compliance, and more. He has shared his technology expertise around the world, presenting at the Vatican Conference, The Common Good in the Digital Age, sponsored by Pope Francis, about the future of work, as well as discussing policy frameworks for meaningful usage of artificial intelligence at the European Parliament in Belgium, among others. An accomplished business leader, Aziz was the lead architect of AT&T's 21st Century Networks. He directed AT&T's Next Generation Internet Team Consortium, which was created to research, develop, and demonstrate next generation broadband access based on IP and multi-wavelength optical technology. The consortium's effort delivered both quantum advances and various global successes. He has served on the board of various educational and nonprofit institutions, including the High School for Enterprise, Business, and Technology of New York City's Department of Education, the Engineering Leadership Council at the Grove School of Engineering at the City College of New York, the Economic Development Committee appointed by the mayor of Marlborough Township of the state of New Jersey. Mr. Ahmad holds BE and ME degrees in electrical engineering from the City College of New York and an executive management program from Tuck School of Business, Dartmouth College. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Aziz Ahmad. Aziz?
Thank you, George, for your kind introduction. And while I'm sharing my presentation, good morning, everyone. We are going to speak about challenges in this complex world of digitalization that every single day we are just increasing this whole with the machine, the operational technologies, as well as the information technologies that in that domain in terms of the challenges that we are facing. With the that's where we would like to see that you see in this. If I can highlight few of those study that our cyber crimes, you see the estimated cost is over 10.5 trillion annually, and by 2025 we'll have over since we have over 15% growth. And so you see all aspects of life are challenging due to digitalization. And in our complex world, over 7 billion people with this and interconnected, just complicating this in this furthering our challenges and also creating these opportunities. And so how we can, so there are challenges and how we can, there are opportunities and response in the real time. That's what we're going to, we are seeing it, and we see it's not, we are in the cyber world, we are not waiting for a black swan analogy, but is about when is going to happen. That is in terms of, so the responses has to be how we can globally with collaboration and partnership, private and also the with the public sectors, that in terms of to tackle these unprecedented issues that encounters we are facing in the cyber world. With this, and you see in terms of looking at this digital transformation, which is in terms of depending on that there is no borders. And one of the things in the cyber world, there we are living with two different worlds. One is very highly regulated, and the like even private and public sector, but the other is we are dealing with bad actors. They don't have any rules and regulations. That's one of the challenges that in this digital future, we are coming up with new sets of tools to empower communities, empower world, empower different verticals in our industry, and to handle this with this not only we have a cyber, in the cyber domain, we have shortage of skills in the to handle this, but we are dealing with these unruly actors, and that is another threat that we're going to face, and we are facing today. And this is, you see that is very, 2 in 3 online users' personal information is stolen. This, as well as the average cost of data breach is about 3.86 million in 22. It's not in that things. These are very, very much happening in every minute. What we see that I would like to highlight is about 2 million per minute. That our costing any organizations on an average. So and the average time to identify a security breach in 2020 was 207 days. It's just to really identify the breach that happened. On an average, it took in 2020 207 days, and from discovery to completion to really finish that and find it and make it working, it took on an average about 280 days. So that's another challenge that we are facing, and not only that, with the over 7 billion people that's interconnected, and over 41 million SMS that per minute, generating and the over 300 billion emails per day that we've been exchanging, and see that just to identify the any cyber issues today, it's taking over, it just in the hibernation for over in the dormant stage is about 207 days. So this is very alarming what we found out in our research. This is, you see, even though in 2021, the breakdown of attacks, what you see is few of the verticals drastically reduced, but it's very alarming to see that manufacturing, as well as professional business services, and not just sector. I mean, a lot of speakers, and as well as some of our team in the green energy, even 8.2% that increase, that it has a other multiplying factor, that energy sector is a very sensitive sector. As you can see, even last year, we had the hacking on the colonial pipelines, and that's on the major, the attack on the major infrastructure. So these are, and that combined with the manufacturing and the finance and insurance is a big impact that we see that happening. And also manufacturing, if you look at it, there are in different verticals of manufacturing is going to have a impact on the energy vertical as well, because energy, we're talking about solar panels, batteries, and a lot of IoT driven technologies and smart meters. Is we are creating more susceptibility in this with the cyber threats, and I briefly mentioned the OT, operational technologies, that we have that we see manufacturing is over 61%, but the energy taking utilities and oil and gas over 20%. And on the right side, you see the different types of attacks on the operational technologies. Now, the operational technologies and IT technologies, two different domains. Operational technologies taking smart meters and like a colonial pipeline infrastructures. There are machine threat and the legacy infrastructure. These are all defining as an operational technology versus IT is all what we understand is the IT, cybernet, the cyber attacks. So the understanding the correlation between OT and IT also is an important observation that and then how we can address that. In terms of, so the taking into this energy sector, we have, you see that very alarming is ransomware. 25% attacks on the energy organizations, whether it's a utilities, gas, or as well as even supply chain in that area is ransomware attacks happening over 25%. And these, so vulnerabilities and related to IoT, and that every single energy sector in the downstream side, we are adding from the billings to smart meters it's adding more IP addresses. So that means it's is also increasing the vulnerability and now how do you address it? All the interruptions and the different kind of organizational impacts, the damages that were happening, not only not only in technology damage, but about other consumers, reputation, branding. These are happening in the energy sector. It's a mostly regulated sector. What we see is private and public sector quickly involved in that and to address that. And also it is having reputational damage, what we see for this cybersecurity and that potential threats or attacks that we see that happening today. With this the continued the challenges in the energy sector, you see there are operational challenges and also strategic challenges in terms of strategic challenges is like supply chain security risks management. What we are this is it could be purely non energy related, but it's very interrelated in the integrated systems. So that's one of the things we need to look at the holistic view, how to address these strategic challenges and operational challenges that we see from the I briefly mentioned about the solar panels and batteries is and the IoT driven devices. That's and how we can make it more secure. And one of the examples that I have, 121 plants over 94,000 miles, 94,000 miles of distribution of an average top 25 US company. So so the operational complexity is there, and so we need to take a holistic view and how to really make it address it in a very distributed fashion with the with other strategic challenges we have. As you can see, is just upgrading from the mainframe infrastructure to the new evolved transform technologies is very costly in the energy sector, in regulated sector, in the gas and energy, in both in electric sector as well. So so there are some of the cyber securities in terms of how we can, in general, how we can really see that how the government as well as the organizations, some of the standards that we have best practices that we need to, we are looking at it. This is a number of, is quite a list that I would like to really emphasize on, like a CISA, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agencies, and as well as North American Electric Reliability Corporation. They are, so we see that some of the organizations working in the silos, but how we can bring that a global global stage and work with very with the collaboration, whether it's a different different committees, different initiatives, organizations, as well as the private and public sector combined in a global frontier to so this there are some initiatives is already there. And what I found out that in terms of very standard that standing out is a very active the organization's NIST. The cybersecurity framework is very very active and validated number of cases. And also DOE C2M2. That's the enhancing the cybersecurity capabilities. With these, there are a number of, in the industries, they're exercising live globally, as well as different power, in the power industries or generation industry, they are GridX and rapid attack detection isolation that's been happening with the global and regional and company-wide exercises. So, so given the standard initiatives and different organizations, as well as the standard and best practices that we have out there, and very actively working with different organizations with this exercise that happening, whether it's yearly or monthly, that is what is very encouraging today, what I see that, and from my observation. With this, there are some of the emerging process. What we see in the cybersecurity is these OT and IT I mentioned earlier is operational technologies from the legacy infrastructure, that's as well as the IT cybersecurity, the two domain. And what the trend is that is the working very, the gap is getting closer. So the legacy challenges and IT itself challenges, they're working closely day by day. So there are secure by design that's happening in terms of infrastructure and systems that happening. I briefly mentioned the old technology, even the distributed electric distributed company, they still have mainframe. They're getting into new systems and working with the smart meters. These are also people in the regulated sector that have been implementing it. And they're implementing zero trust security model in terms of the architecture is a part of framework, is a part of practice standard today. And this what we see that is to find the solutions on the AI-based attack. So AI-based attacks, what I can give an analogy. So the quantum, one of the, in the quantum solutions, it takes to identify any issues in the quantum computing about 10 seconds versus 200 years. So we need to, whether we have AI and distributed computing and blockchain and trusted networks, we're still facing the need to really adhere and collaborate in this with the trending technology and solutions that emerging today. With this and combination of IT and OT that with the working as a more collaboration, what I see for resiliency. What I see is there is no one fit size all in terms of solutions. We just need to be resilient in terms of solving, in terms of how we can train our the employees and citizens and this from these cyber threats. The
Aziz, I'm sorry, we're running a little behind on time. Would you be able to just wrap this up in a moment?
Yeah. So these slides, George, we can share it. You already have it. But in conclusion, is what we see that we are is the digital skills is missing. Over 3.5 million skills that the cyber skills, cyber individuals trained is missing, is going to be needing by 2023. And so as I mentioned, resiliency and resiliency of our people and cybersecurity is not an individual response, it's a shared responsibility, what I always see as a part of that to address the challenges together as a community. With that, thank you very much, George, and over to you.
All right, Aziz, thank you so much. Right now, I want to take a moment to announce the recipients of the 11th WGES NOVA Awards to very deserving recipients. Now, the WGES NOVA Award is presented to those who have made outstanding contributions in clean energy or sustainable innovations in existing energy technologies based on actual case studies. This year, WGES also celebrates and highlights individuals and organizations who have shown exemplary leadership, innovation, and commitment to solving societal inequities through sustainable and educational solutions. The World Green Energy Symposium Council ambassadors and partners are recognizing 3 individuals who exemplify these qualities. We are proud to name each of them recipients of the 2022 NOVA Award. They are alongside some good company. Others recognized include Drexel University for its Smart House program, the City of Philadelphia for its Greenworks Sustainable program accepted by Mayor Nutter, the country of Brazil presented for its Sustainable program in Rio de Janeiro, Tishman Dow Johnson Controls for corporate leadership, innovative products and technologies, the District of Columbia for its Sustainable DC plan accepted by Mayor Vincent Gray, University of the District of Columbia Causes for its urban food hubs accepted by Dean Sabine O'Hare for the concept as a model for urban agriculture, and an individual NOVA Award was presented to Ron Uba from the U.S. Department of Commerce Minority Business Development Center for his tireless commitment to implementing the vision of the MBDA in promoting the growth of minority-owned businesses in sustainability and other areas through the mobilization and advancement of public and private sector programs, policy, and research. Now, the first person that I would like to reintroduce is Aziz Ahmad. He's a recipient of our NOVA Award for 2022. As I mentioned, Aziz Ahmad is CEO of UTC and co-founder of Coders Trust. Its mission is to bring applied education to the 99% with special focus in ICT. The concept is to minimize cost and supply education globally through an online platform supported by human mentors. The objective is to provide a learn, earn, and pay back concept, which can remove barriers for even the poorest to develop their own skills and a sustainable lifestyle. Coders Trust empowers young, talented individuals by giving them the tools to change their lives and prospects for the future. More than 60,000 students have gone through Coders Trust doors so far with the sole goal to improve lives of the underserved through sustainable technology careers. Aziz is the recipient of the City University of New York's first Asian American Distinguished Alumni Award. He was inducted into the Wall of Honor at the Grove School of Engineering. He's recipient of SBA Emerging Leader by Small Business Administration and was honored in NASDAQ and NYSC closing bell ceremonies for his significant business success and many philanthropic endeavors. Aziz was recognized by New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio for vital contributions to New York City's thriving business and technology sectors. A leading community leader and benefactor, Mr. Ahmad has established both the Aziz Ahmad Leadership Lecture Series and an Entrepreneurship Institute at the City College of New York City, where Fortune 500 corporate leaders are invited to offer keystone speeches. Mr. Ahmad's relentless effort is to serve society at large. He served on the board of various educational and nonprofit institutions.
Aziz Ahmed, an award-winning Bangladeshi-American entrepreneur who has built a successful business on 2 continents, Asia and America. Providing technology services to Fortune 500 companies and at the same time offering skills-based training and education to the less privileged among us. Aziz Ahmed has achieved his dream in Bangladesh of empowering some of the less privileged, the underserved, and the underemployed with the necessary digital skills to thrive in the employment marketplace. He now aims to expand these skill-based offerings in other countries in partnership with government and businesses. Recognized as an inspirational business leader, Mr. Ahmed is presently leading 3 business endeavors, each of which has a strong technology focus and theme. Coders Trust, an online educational technology platform, UTC Associates, a leading New York-based technology consulting firm, and Probity Care, a technology-based health practice management platform. Aziz is also the chairman of the US-Bangladesh Global Chamber of Commerce and has enjoyed considerable success facilitating trade and business between Bangladesh and the US. As an IT visionary and a technology practitioner, Aziz is dedicated to the application of technology to improve the lives of others through democratizing educational access and employment opportunities to better healthcare outcomes and to improved productivity in corporate America. Aziz is widely sought after visionary who is often invited to speak at international forums and conferences, including at the World Economic Forum at Davos, to the European Parliament, and most recently at the Vatican City as the guest of Pope Francis, where Aziz delivered his vision of the future of work and common good in the digital age. Aziz believes passionately in the force of technology to empower people and communities. He lives by the motto, providing opportunities, improving lives.
For his work through Coders Trust and a career dedicated to sustainable technology empowerment, social justice, philanthropy, and for leading by example, WGS is proud to present Aziz Ahmed with the 2022, there it is here, it's a little hard to see, but it is the 2022 WGES Nova Award. And joining us is Daisy Gallagher to say a few words. Daisy?
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you so far to all of the presenters. They've been doing a phenomenal job. Thank you all, and I can't wait to go to the afternoon session with Ron Uba and government panels as well, so thank you all. Aziz, I wanted to personally congratulate you and also on behalf of the WGS because of your many philanthropic endeavors, especially Coders Trust, and with more than 60,000 students passing through its doors, of those who would not have had an opportunity for a sustainable career in tech, especially women, because they would not have had the access or finances for the education. You continue to set the bar for other business leaders to follow, because those with power and influence can do nothing, or they can choose to change the lives of many. So on behalf of the WGES Council, congratulations, Aziz, for leading by example. Please, we invite you to say a few words.
Thank you, Daisy. Thank you, George. I'm very honored and moved to accept this award. I accept it on behalf of students, graduates, my colleagues, my friends and family. This is very, very honored to receive that. I have few notes from our graduates and students that they picked up from social media. Some of the things that just this morning, someone said, so you see the impact of this underserved and unserved community. Someone said, dear, I have completed my 2 orders in marketplace. Always remember your words, determination, hard work, and credibility. Your Codas Trust activity is unbelievable. I am honored to be a part of Codas Trust. Someone else says, really great and life-changing job. Good luck and take care. The other says, thanks Aziz Ahmad for bringing Codas Trust in the global frontier. I'm very glad to be a part of Codas Trust. Others said, truly $1 billion impact. Codas Trust is creating thousands of digital entrepreneurs and thus contributing to the socio-economic development of a respective country. Someone said, this is just a single story, being a core part of Codas Trust since its starting. I have seen there are a lot of people who have changed their life by helping Codas Trust, not only freelancing training, but also a complete guidelines to make digital entrepreneurs. On and on and on. And so this is my part of my journey, life, and to really add value in the underprivileged, underserved, and create the entrepreneurs and empowering women, empowering youths, empowering that underprivileged youths from all walks of life. So that's the motto, that's the purpose, and that's what this is a journey with all my colleagues and the partners, and we thank you for recognizing us. This is for them, and is very, very grateful for this gesture. And what I see that is while we are, as I said, is in a journey, we just want to continue that in the creating this opportunity for this community, and it's not only for us, but for our future generations, for children, for children's children, and not only in Bangladesh and or US and other part of the world, but globally. We would like to, we are adding value from Bosnia to Bangladesh, but we would like to started there and wanted to really spread it globally from Myanmar to Ukraine to an underserved community in the globally, even in the US. So with that, I thank you. I accepted this award with, it's very humbling, with graciousness, and for our graduates, and I wanted to really do that for our children, our children's children. Let's lead the way. Thank you again.
You're very deserving, Aziz. Thank you for being with us. Our next recipient of a NOVA Award is Michael Jones Bay. Michael Jones Bay serves as the Director for Corporate Social Responsibility at Con Edison. He's responsible for leading the company's efforts to incorporate sustainable supply chain business practices while increasing contract opportunities for minority-owned and women-owned business enterprises in ways that strategically support the company's commitments to environmental stewardship and promoting economic growth within the communities it serves. Now, Michael is expanding opportunities for MWBEs through his pioneering collaborations with the U.S. Department of Commerce, private investors, and U.S. Department of Energy-funded research laboratories in partnership with MWBEs who are commercializing and marketing technology that meet the emerging needs of the energy industry. He's also currently leveraging his role as the supply chain lead on Con Edison's Sustainability Leadership Council and primary liaison to a 16-member electric utility industry sustainable supply chain alliance to implement supply chain initiatives that enhance safety, increase cost savings, reduce risks, increase investment recovery dollars recouped by diverting waste that is from landfill, and reduce Con Edison's environmental footprint. Michael has also demonstrated a commitment to ensuring that residents within communities served by the utility industry are not only provided meaningful opportunities to participate as contractors, but also as employees. Through his partnerships with state government and local nonprofit stakeholder organizations, he has developed or has helped to raise millions of dollars for training that is creating hundreds of jobs for low-income New Yorkers to work in a growing field of sustainable clean energy. Michael is a champion for corporate sustainability and a leading proponent for recruiting talented minority and women entrepreneurs into the energy industry. His work is recognized nationally, and he has received over 30 awards from the public and private sector. Michael earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management from Northeastern University. For his longstanding commitment as a champion of sustainability best practices and as a proponent for expanding opportunities for minority and women entrepreneurs in the field. For this and for so much more, and for leading by example, WGES is proud to name Michael Jones Bay 2022 WGES Nova Award recipient. And Daisy Gallagher has a few words. Daisy?
Thank you, George. Michael, congratulations. You showcase every day by example that an organization or an agency, sustainable societal programs and policies can only be effective if the right person is in place to ensure they move forward. Your commitment to full implementation and empowerment of others, especially women, is truly leadership by example. So for this and for everything that you do and continue to do, on behalf of the WGS Council, congratulations, Michael.
Thank you so
much.
Please
say a few words. Please say a few words.
Daisy, thank you so much for those kind words, first of all. Thanks to all the supporters and sponsors that helped to make this event happen. It's such a great honor to receive this award. I've been an admirer of this organization and the work that the Gallaghers have been doing for many years. Each year, this event seems to get bigger and the quality of information provided gets better. When I think of the world that my 15-year-old son will inherit, I often ask myself, what will be the legacy we'll leave? And I'm reminded why organizations like the World Green Energy Symposium are so important. Your mission and the role you play as a convener of multiple stakeholders from government, the nonprofit world, academia, and major corporations is helping to address the urgent climate crisis faced by humanity. Those of us who have been committed to sustainability are familiar with the triple Ps, the people, profit, and planet we often hear referred to as. However, in my opinion, the World Green Energy Symposium brings 3 more Ps to the sustainability movement that are equally important, and that would be passion, purpose, and policy. In receiving this award, I want to acknowledge that for whatever I have achieved and am being honored for today, I did not do it alone. I thank the good Lord and my family for taking me through many challenges, and also my incredible staff and colleagues at my company, Con Edison of New York, and all the many stakeholders such as MBDA, U.S. Department of Commerce, NMSGC, WeBank, and others that we've collaborated with over the years. And if there are any young people in our virtual audience, I'd like to encourage you to get educated, continue to learn about the issues that affect this planet, get engaged, connect with like-minded people, and take bold action. Most importantly, take bold action. If you're going into government, if that's your career choice, I encourage you to model champions such as Ron Uber, who you'll be hearing from shortly. He's a champion that's been in public service for several decades and has created billions of dollars of opportunities nationally. Or if you're going to be an entrepreneur, certainly we just heard from one of the best, Aziz Ahmad. He is certainly someone that is special in the way he provides thought leadership. He's a humanitarian. He's making a difference in people's lives. He uses his gifts as an entrepreneur to actually solve world problems. If you're a future entrepreneur, I'm telling you, you can do well by doing good. If you plan on going to the nonprofit area, certainly you have the Gallaghers as great role models. Within this conference, I'm hoping that you're making relationships that will serve you well after today, because today was just a convening of ideas, but the focus of this organization is action. So no matter where you decide to take your talents, there's a place for you to sharpen your skills and make a contribution. Our mission related to sustainability is obviously important. What may not be obvious is how many people share your passion and sense of purpose. My experience is that through collaboration, we can achieve great things. All you need to do is start small. In closing, I would like to provide an explanation from the world of physics that would demonstrate the potential power of taking even the smallest action. I will use an example from physics class that uses dominoes to illustrate my point. A domino, I don't know if you know this, can knock over another domino that is 1.5 times larger than it. So imagine setting up a chain of 13 dominoes such that each one is 1.5 times larger than the prior one. Imagine if the first domino is only 5 milliliters high and 1 milliliter thick, so small that you need a pair of tweezers to put it in place. The last one is 3 feet tall and weighs 100 pounds. If you had these 13 dominoes in front of you now, once you took the small action of pushing over the first micro domino, you would eventually witness something phenomenal. More and more power is amplified as each domino in the chain topples over. In fact, there's 2 billion times more energy in the last sequence than the first. Imagine that, pushing over that first domino that was only 5 milliliters high and 1 milliliter thick will set in motion a process that will topple over a domino that is 100 pounds. And that is what I believe is the type of momentum that I believe the Gallaghers have been contributing to since starting the World Green Energy Symposium. And that is what I'm inviting all of you to contribute to as well. So let's take action, let's work together, and let's make this world a better place. So thank you again so much for this prestigious award. It's quite an honor.
All right, Michael, congratulations. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Our third recipient of the 2022 Nova Award is Higher Monk Father George Alvarez, or Elder George, as he is called. He's a beloved and charismatic monk. He serves as an important bridge builder for community solidarity, environmental awareness, and economic revitalization in collaboration with Ma Bell, a community organization. Elder George has launched several projects in his native region of Trikala, Greece. By tapping into the potential of abandoned lands and communities, Elder George's initiatives are bringing regions back to life and spurring economic growth. Impoverished families are returning to work, supporting local food production and environmental preservation efforts. Out of love and respect for Elder George and to fulfill a dream of his, the simple people came together and contributed financially to establish the Triki Center for Work, Education, and Employment under his leadership. The center's anti-poverty program tackles unemployment, in addition to providing access to basic necessities to the most vulnerable. Last May, Father George Alvarez blessed the beekeepers of the world in honor of UN World Bee Day. Throughout the year, he also works with the beekeeping cooperatives of Greece to help educate the public on bees, while also supporting Greek honey producers achieve the highest international standards of quality. The pivotal role bees play in a healthy ecosystem is a topic close to Elder's heart. Bees are the protectors of life, and a beehive's productive and collaborative capacities continue to marvel the human mind. Quote, we must be in tune with the principle of unity and take the beehive as a prototype of God's community, end quote. Leadership through example. For this and for a lifetime of work promoting environmental consciousness and social justice as universal values, we are honored to present Elder George with the 2022 WGES Nova Award. Daisy?
Yes, thank you, George. You notice the theme for this year was people. In the past, we've given them to country, to the government agencies. We've given them to universities for their programs and projects. The world changed in 2020 with the pandemic, and we're living in very uncertain times with climate change, the war in Ukraine. And we realize that it's so important to honor people, because people are the ones that make the difference, or their lack of action will impact the future of many. So for this, we are honoring these three very special human beings. A little bit about Elder George. Elder George has taken, he's a beloved higher monk in Greece, and he's taken his ministry to a new level. Through his tireless commitment to sustainable practices and helping those underserved, he's proven that a dedicated spiritual leader, no matter what faith, combined with a drive for action, results in impactful change economically, environmentally, and spiritually. So for this and for all that he does and continues to do, on behalf of the WGES Council, we congratulate Elder George and thank him for all his good works. So, and
Thanks, Daisy.
his award is on the way to Greece.
Okay. Elder George cannot be with us today. However, he sent us a short video. Take a look.
In this period of humanity, where the world is living through a food crisis and climate change, we are supporting nature, the mountains, the plains, the seas, the bees, and most of all the rivers, which are the sources of life. Without the mountains, these regions cannot support people. It is from nature, from these places, that we can restart a troubled world.
And thank you so much. That was a great video. And now we have another video from the Minister of Environment and Energy for Greece, Minister Kostas Skrikis.
Dear organizers and distinguished participants, it is my great pleasure to address this important forum. The green transition is our only option for a sustainable and resilient future. The IPCC report released last week was crystal clear. In order to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, we need to act now altogether. Global emissions need to peak before 2025 and drop by 43% by 2030. Moreover, the Russian invasion of Ukraine led to explosive energy prices, revealing that green energy is crucial not only for affordable prices, but also for our energy security and autonomy. In this global turmoil, the Greek government has been implementing one of the most ambitious and inclusive energy plans in Europe. Renewables reached 32% of our electricity consumption in 2021 and will exceed 70% by 2030. In March, our renewable capacity surpassed 9 gigawatts. Overall, we mobilized 44 billion euro on green investments by 2030. We continuously adapt our policies to ensure that no one is left behind, from cities to remote areas, from coal regions to islands. We invest more than 10 billion euro to upgrade and extend our electricity grids. In December, we launched our new energy savings scheme, targeting 100,000 residential buildings with a budget of 1.2 billion euros. We direct 100 million euros to municipalities to install photovoltaic panels and hence eliminate the energy costs for our vulnerable citizens. We introduce more attractive incentives for electric vehicles. To transform hard-to-abate sectors, we develop a carbon storage facility and deploy a hydrogen strategy at the gigawatt scale. We incorporated ambitious milestones in our climate law and proposed international initiatives, including the shipping sector. Overall, Greece is maximizing renewables, energy efficiency, and innovation. We are committed to climate neutrality by 2050 with a major focus on energy security. We steadily transform Greece to a hub for green energy. We engage all our citizens and market actors in the green transition. But in order to succeed, we all must do more. That is why synergies and collaborations at the global level are now more crucial than ever.
All right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break now for lunch. We will be returning at 12:35, and we've got an excellent afternoon coming up. So again, do not close your tabs on your windows. We will be back at 12:35. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back from our lunch break. And we're going to get the afternoon session started here. You are watching the 11th World Green Energy Symposium on Zoom. And we're going to start our afternoon session with Ron Uba, who is the Acting Supervisor of Business Development for the U.S. Department of Commerce, Minority Business Development Agency, Office of Business Development, Office of Native American Business Development, National Disaster Recovery Program, Team Lead Access to Procurement Contract Opportunity, Senior Business Development Specialist. He's been with the U.S. federal government for more than 25 years. Before the MBDA, Ron served as the U.S. Geological Survey, International Trade Administration, and with the U.S. Census Bureau. Ron is well known as a tireless, dedicated champion of minority businesses. He facilitates introductions to procurement opportunities, cultivates strategic alignment for supply chain management and innovative technology, and sustainability-based resources for corporate, private, government, nonprofit, and global overseas projects. He earned his BA in chemistry, biopsychology from the University of Colorado, Boulder, and his MS in instructional technology, computer statistical analysis from the University of Southern California. He has served on the WGES Advisory Council as senior advisor since 2012. And Ron is a recipient of a WGES Nova Award. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you Mr. Ron Uba. Ron, you can take it away.
Thank you very much, George. It's good to hear you. Can everyone hear me? I could turn up the volume a little bit. Let me do that.
You're good.
Okay, George, thank you very much for the very kind introduction. It's really great to be here to the World's Green Energy Symposium and to the leaders who organized today's program. I give you a lot of credit for recognizing the leaders and the awardees who are the laureates for the future. Thank you very much to all of them. I'm very, very honored to be here to present basically what the U.S. Department of Commerce Minority Business Development Agency has in store. So without further ado, I want to at least let you know that I'm going to be quoting from 2 executive orders that we are supporting here at the Minority Business Development Agency. They're executive orders 13985, which is advancing racial equity and resilient support for climate control, in Executive Order 140008, support for underserved communities. And without further ado, I'm going to show my presentation. I hope you could follow along, and I will see if I could put that in the screen here shortly so you could see that. The U.S. Department of Commerce, we have 12 agencies. MBDA is one of 12, and we're very proud to recognize the fact that we are a full agency now. Our executive order ended as of last year in 2021 in September. We're starting anew, and we're great to have 75 business centers financed and invested in for the future. Our 75 business centers include some of the specialty centers. We're looking forward to talking with you about some of those programs. I'm going to share my screen with you. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I will advance them in a second. The MBDA is part of the Department of Commerce. We're one of 12 agencies. We want to recognize today's recipient, Michael Jones Bay, Con Edison, for a fine job he's been doing. We have Brookhaven National Labs, the Department of Energy. Unfortunately, Department of Transportation won't be here with us today. However, we have 2 representatives from Siemens, Siemens USA, and Siemens North America. We have EPA with Mr. Larry Wells, and we have a minority serving institution with my colleague also being part of the moderation this afternoon with David Dixon and Leo Lobato. I'm looking forward to his presentation on vertical farming and on Exim Bank projects that he's working on. Next. The Equity and Energy Program. This is a program that has been sponsored by the MBDA along with the Department of Commerce in terms of promoting energy justice, climate and energy justice at the Department of Energy in terms of climate management and also business equity. to provide underserved small businesses the opportunity to address a national security imperative to improve developing U.S. economic growth and workforce development and resilience for communities with connectivity. We want to connect disenfranchised communities with business opportunities to sustain growth, protect public health, be able to conserve land, water, and biodiversity. The development that we have to help impact the delivery of environmental justice is spurring well-paying jobs and economic growth, especially through innovation, commercialization, and the deployment of clean energy technologies through infrastructure. How we do this? We enhance access to contracts, capital financing, and increasing global market opportunities. With that being said, the session this afternoon will focus on several areas. Next. These are some of the projects I've been working on since coming here to MBDA. And I did want to share with you, not just my 25 years, but working with some of the programs at Geological Survey, U.S. International Trade, EPA, and the Department of Interior before coming over to Census Bureau. We have programs right now that we're focused on moderating to support our 75 business and specialty centers. The key areas that we focus on is programs focused in the ecoscope of our objectives here with our access to capital, access to contracts, and development programs for export opportunities. Our commercial innovations is part of the partnership program that we support, services that all align with the 75 business centers, our client capacity to sign up for our business centers, and the outcomes that we look to manifest in terms of data collection and trends. Here are some of the opportunities that we're looking to track, work with you and any of the small businesses that are looking to help get underserved and regular disadvantaged communities of businesses back up to speed economically. And so we have the Department of Commerce. We're looking to develop some programs with Economic Development Agency, our sister agency, NTIA, Census Bureau, to name a few. We have a water project with the THEM DC, which is the Metropolitan District Water Commission. We also have programs that have to do with NIH, National Institute of Health. We want to spur on small business by using SBIR, Small Business Innovative Research. We've been supporting the Consumer Electronics Show through the Consumer Electronics Show program that they've been harnessing for the last few years. My colleague, Ms. Patricia Thomason, has been one of the leaders in that area for commercial innovation through IT program that we offer. The CDC has been working with the HHS in a mandated program that we've been supporting from the very beginning, which is our COVID-19 task force. We want to align all these FDA and CDC programs through the Department of Homeland Security on the mask mandates and the HEPA filter programs for building management and working with the different medical and tri-health areas. We're aligning $4 to $11 billion in terms of DOT contracts with our teaming partner, the Department of Transportation, who couldn't be here today. And we're looking forward to helping to facilitate some opportunities coming up. The Workforce Development Project in Hartford, Connecticut is one of our key projects that we've been launched since 2009. And we're very proud of that program in the state of Connecticut. The Emergency Use Program and the National Native American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander program, we have several business centers that specialize in that area, leading with the one that's in Phoenix, Arizona. Our Brookhaven National Labs, you'll be hearing this afternoon from Miss Mary Rogers. We're very fortunate to have her from our small business community for small business liaison and also contracting for supplier diversity. We have a GSA project that we're working on through the HBCUs, hydroponics, you'll hear later this afternoon, and also our broadband connectivity program through NTIA that we are now partnering up for climate management, and also working with the tribal community colleges and universities for literacy programs to help manage opportunities for future specialists in STEM. The VETS program are some of the programs that we're helping to elevate, working with Siemens, with Michelle Picard and Natasha Haynes. We're very happy to have them. I want to recognize Michael Jones Bay for the service that he's done over the years, and also working in our last panel during MedWeek when we highlighted him, Siemens, and some of the projects that our rail program has been focused on with our congressman in New Jersey. Without further ado, I just want to say thank you very much for this opportunity. And I want to say thank you very much to Michael Jones Bay and the communities that he represents. Michael, you're up next, please. And I can't thank you enough for being here. If you could tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do and how I know you for all these years. I'm very proud to know you as one of my mentors and the programs that you've developed along the years. Thank you so very much for all you do for this community and more. Michael from Con Edison, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ron Uber. First of all, I'm relieved to be able to show the audience that I'm not actually trapped in a rainforest. I'm not sure what happened with my background last time. I'm actually in a hotel room in Georgia, and I've been looking forward to this conference. Ron Uber, I've known you for several decades, and I can honestly say I think you're one of the most incredible public servants that I've ever met. And the nation's really lucky to have you. You're really a jewel, really a treasure, I should say, for all of us. And I'm so happy to hear that the Biden administration is giving you the resources that you need, fully funding 75 centers across the country, fully funding your efforts. Everyone just got a chance to see your presentation. You have access, you have really a lifeline into billions of dollars of contract opportunities. And to know that you have the support from the Biden administration is really, really exciting. Definitely want to hear more about the equity and energy initiative that you announced. I'll just simply say that for the audience, in Ron Uber, you have someone that is a true champion and a resource for us to create opportunities while making a positive contribution to sustainability. So if you don't mind, let's go to the presentation. I cannot see the slide that's showing now. Very good. All right, so if you don't mind, just advance the slide.
Okay, hold on. It's up. And if we could get, Lori, could you give us
Yes, Ron, I have this slide up,
okay.
no worries.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Can you see
Michael,
it, Michael? Michael, can you see the slide okay?
Yes, okay. So if you don't mind, on my cue, just advance the slide, please. All right, and if you go to the next slide, are you on slide 3? I'm seeing the logo slide, the title slide. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I apologize for the delay. I'm not sure if I'm having an internet issue on my side. Just tell me what you see on your screen.
I'm just on the title slide. Which slide would you like?
All right. So Lori, if you can hear me, please advance the PowerPoint presentation.
I'm on slide 2.
Okay, go to slide 3.
Okay.
All right. And so long as you tell me that you're on slide 3, even though I cannot see it, I will do my best to speak to what I believe slide 3 looks like. So that was just going to be my opportunity to talk about Con Edison. For those of you who don't know much about the company, we do service the metropolitan area. I know we have a global audience. So I'll let you know that next year we'll actually be celebrating 200 years as a company, one of the longest serving companies on the Dow Jones. And we have revenues of approximately $12 billion a year. We actually have the largest underground electric system in the country. Just to put it in perspective, we have 94,000 miles of underground cable. That's that's enough cable to go around the earth 3 times. It's a massive system. We also, in addition to our electric system, we have a gas and a steam system as well. In addition to our traditional electric energy systems, we also have emerged as one of the leading solar energy producers in the world. with a presence in 19 states across the country. So Lori, if you don't mind, go to the next slide, please. Now, within Con Edison, we also take pride in the fact that we have one of the oldest supply diversity programs in the country. Shortly after the assassination of Martin Luther King, we made a commitment to make investments within our communities to make a positive contribution as an effort to create opportunities for minority-owned companies to be able to not just receive electricity, but also to participate in the delivery of our systems. And we've created billions of dollars of opportunities for minority and women-owned businesses over the last decade. Next slide. Okay. And we are proud of the track record we've had in supply diversity. We've received many awards for that service. And as part of our commitment to the community and being a good corporate citizen, we also have a major commitment to sustainability. And that commitment starts at the top of our organization, starting with our CEO, Tim Corley. Across our enterprise, our priorities are inclusive of diversity, inclusion, and sustainability. Going down to the next slide, I want to just paint a picture for you for how Tim Corley, under his leadership, we are really reimagining who we are and what we are as a company, moving from the traditional types of energy systems to being a clean energy company. We've signed on to make a commitment to reach a 100% clean energy system by 2040, as an example. We also have made a commitment to retrofit and have the majority of buildings in our service territory heating systems with retrofit with new heating systems by 2050, and are making significant investments related to EV, electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Not to mention decarbonizing our steam system. We have the largest steam system in the country. And I think what's most important when you talk about sustainability is that we're making a commitment to have what I call an equitable clean energy future. That is to say that, yes, we'll be delivering these sustainable values to our customers, and we'll be serving underserved communities. They'll be the recipients of these new energy systems, but they also will be engaged with us as solution providers as well, as part of our supply diversity program. So this is a true ecosystem where everyone has a seat at the table. So I think next, Ron, what I can do is talk about some of the emerging trends in the energy industry that some of the people in the audience should know about. I think one thing that me and Ron have tried to do over the years is really, I think part of our responsibility is to share with our audience where the ball is going, where the puck is going, so to speak. They said that Wayne Gretzky was the greatest hockey player in the world, not because, when he was asked about it, he said, not because he was the biggest player or the strongest player or the fastest player, but it was because he had a knack for getting to the puck first, because he could see where it was going. So I'm hoping that in this conversation today, I can give you some insights into where the trends are going, so that you can meet us where you need to be to help us get where we're trying to go. So on the screen now, you have what to me is a very scary picture. It is it's a symbol of a hacker, and I take this this image and the words off the really rip them off the pages of the front pages of the news. We all are aware of the tensions, well, actually at this point, the war between Russia and Ukraine. What you may not know is that on December 23rd, December 15th, we had the first publicly acknowledged successful cyber attack on a power grid. It was Russia attacking Ukraine's power grid, and they took the system down between 1 and 6 hours. And it is something that is not just being done by Russia, but you have other countries that have weaponized cyber warfare as a means to cause disruptions, such as, I won't name names, but I think we all know who those countries are. But these are not just state actors. In some cases, they are terrorists. In other cases, they are criminals who will take your data and hold it hostage. But when it comes to the utility industry, and that's what we're talking about in this conversation, and the grid is one of the #1 targets for bad actors when it comes to cyber crime and cyber attacks. And unfortunately, New York, as the epicenter of our nation, and our system, Con Edison system, has been an attractive target to bad actors. Now, you can still stay on that last screen. That's just one trend that we have an eye out on currently, cyber threats. Then there are issues related to climate change, where you have extreme weather events that manifest in superstorms, whether it be superstorms Sandy, hurricanes. Out west, you have the wildfires. You have flooding in other areas of our country. You have storms that take out our system, and this is something that is something we have to respond to as utilities. There's also another trend that you should be aware of, is that the technology is changing so rapidly, and the things that we could not do in the past has totally changed, especially because the economics of the technology is such that when you talk about solar and wind, and you compare that to some of the traditional means, you're seeing parity, and in some cases, the cost of some of these alternative means, particularly when you pair them up with battery storage, actually tips the scale and makes these types of technologies attractive. Then another trend is customer expectations. Particularly, I can tell you in the New York service territory, there's no tolerance for outages. And we have a high standard for excellence and to have resiliency and to have a system that does not have outages. And another thing that is emerging as a trend is cost consolidation within supply chain. We all know about inflation, how it's impacting everyone within supply chains. And I'll offer up, not just for the utility industry, but across corporate America, inflation is hitting all of us. In order to mitigate the impact of inflation, what all of us are doing is we're trying to cut costs without cutting quality, of course, but cutting costs within supply chain. Many times what that means is you'll put larger portions of your spend on the larger contracts. And that creates a challenge for smaller businesses. Another trend is commitments that we've made for what I had talked about in terms of an equitable, clean energy future. So while all these changes are taking place, we're building in processes to make sure that minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, diverse companies have an opportunity to participate in the building of our company in this clean energy future. The reason why I'm taking time to spell out each one of these trends is, as an entrepreneur, if you understand our pain points, then you can align your service offerings to meet those challenges. So whether it be cyber security, helping to make our systems safe from those types of attacks, whether it be climate change and you being able to help us with technology that might help us maybe looking at weather forecast or looking at data associated with that. I can go down the list. With each one of these pain points that I'm sharing with you, you'll see opportunities as an entrepreneur. So now you can go to the next slide. So this slide is emblematic for me. It's an antique wagon wheel. And it's a symbol of a bygone era. It also, to me, is a perfect metaphor for the electric grid, the power grid in the United States, in terms of what it had been for many years. At the center of this wheel, you'll see a hub. Emerging from that hub, you'll see spokes going out to the wheel. Imagine if the point at which the hub is on the screen was a central power generation plant. And imagine at the end of each spoke, at that point where it hits the wheel, are the customers that receive the power from the centrally located power generation plant. That's essentially the way the traditional power grid has worked for over a century, where you have the power going from a central point out to its customers in one direction. Let's now look at where we're going as an industry.
Michael,
Go to the next slide, please.
I'm going to stop you right there because that goes right into some of the questions I was going to ask you. And we're at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock. And you've been a trailblazer in terms of helping to manage, and I'll let you finish, but you've been a trailblazer in terms of certification, local municipal certifications. You helped to wrap up the certifications for state as a visionary, and you helped to make it easier for one-stop shopping for certifications. What do you do at your company to be that type of visionary and trailblazer to do dual use and disruptive technologies to see that into the future? And I'll let you finish there so that we could have you introduce the Brookhaven Group, which you actually introduced to us. And I'd like to know what some of your strategies are. What are some of the secrets that make you tick? Thank you, Michael.
I don't think it's a secret. I'll say that we are passionate about finding solutions. And the way to do that, you do have to be innovative. So I'm proud to have you as a partner in doing that, Ron. So you just mentioned the partnership we have with Brookhaven National Labs, and you'll hear a colleague of mine come on shortly. But that's an example of finding ways to innovate. At the invitation of someone from the Obama administration, I was invited out to Brookhaven National Lab several years ago to hear a forum where they were asking to get support for increasing the participation of minorities in the employment workforce in the energy industry. And certainly we signed up for that. I indicated we would support that, but also asked if they would also support the notion of also creating opportunities and recruiting minority companies for commercial opportunities as well, for contracts. And they said they would love that idea. Since that time, we've continued the partnership with the U.S. Department of Energy under your leadership, MBDA, Ron Uber, and Brookhaven National Labs to create, I would consider a unique ecosystem in our country where you have Con Edison with the support of the head of our R&D division, also support from our Senior Vice President for Central Operations for engineering involved. And we have identified pain points that we have as a utility. And we're leveraging the scientists, Nobel Prize winning scientists that we have at Brookhaven National Labs to put together teams that can work on projects that can solve the emerging problems or challenges that we have within the energy industry, Con Edison specifically. And we also are identifying minority businesses, women-owned businesses that can help to develop these types of technologies and help to commercialize these types of technologies. We successfully had a pilot program out at Brookhaven National Labs. We were to test a fuel cell that was brought to us by an African-American entrepreneur. And we have other technologies that we'll be working with Brookhaven National Labs to help to develop and commercialize in furtherance of working on the challenges that we have within the energy industry. So that's an example of how we're trying to go about this in an innovative way. Another example of that is we know that many of the smaller contractors that work in our industry may not have the size, scale, and capacity to work on large utility scale construction projects. So what we did was we worked with our energy efficiency implementation partner that runs our energy efficiency projects for small businesses and commercial businesses. And we got a commitment from them to work with our minority-owned businesses, smaller contractors, women-owned businesses. And we're creating millions of dollars of opportunities for these businesses to work on energy efficiency projects. And we're also working with a nonprofit organizations that do job training. And we've raised over several $1 million to do job training for New York City housing residents and low-income New Yorkers. Even we have a connection with a nonprofit that gives us people that are formerly incarcerated, the Fortune Society. So this is something that allows us to be innovative, to be creative, to use your words, to create opportunities for contract opportunities and jobs in this growing field, this exciting field of clean energy. So those are a few examples. I don't mean to go on and on, but it's really an exciting time, and really appreciate the partnership that we have with you, Ron, and certainly Daisy and the Gallaghers.
Michael, thank you very much. As you heard before, this is our recipient for the Nova Award this year. Michael Jones-Bay has served as the Director of Corporate Social Responsibility at Con Edison. He's also the head of supplier diversity programs that he's innovated as a result of the supply chain practices for onboarding more entrepreneurs and women, minority-owned small businesses with disadvantages in terms of getting access to small subcontract awards and to be elevated to those programs to help environmental stewardship, promoting economic growth. And Michael is always expanding all these things. So I want to hand it.
I'm not going to let you
no,
read.
No. I want you. Right. So I'm going to let you hand it over to our Mary Rogers and let you introduce her, because she's a powerhouse of innovation and dual use technologies that we've always looked at. So I'd like you to hand it over to her. It's up to you. If you'd like me to make the introduction, I'm introducing you to help introduce Mary, since you know her much better than I do, but she's been a great advocate, just like you, at Con Edison. We can't thank you enough. Thank you, Michael.
Got it. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to allow you to officially make the handoff. What I can tell you is the ecosystem that is really represented by all the people that you brought together, Ron, is unique and is first of its kind. And I'm really looking forward to working with her. I guess the entire team here. The challenges that we have are unprecedented, but the resources that are being put together now are just unbelievable. Mary is just a professional that is doing such good work. We're working on some big things that I don't want to steal her thunder, but I just wanted to tell the audience you're in for a great presentation. And it's been a real honor to receive this award and be part of this panel. And Ron, I apologize for cutting you off, but I did not want to take anybody's time by you reading any things about me. This is about we. We have a great team. So thank you so much.
You're a very humble, yes, you're a very humble servant in public-private partnership, but energy is a very critical element in terms of onboarding, not just communities, but entrepreneurs and small businesses. And with your permission, we're going to post your information so that the entrepreneurs and the people on this audience can actually get access to you. Is that all right if we publish your information with Daisy?
Oh, that would be the expectation. That would be the expectation. Okay. And the last thing that we did not touch on, and Mary might touch on this, is we talk about innovation. One of the things that we really want to emphasize for particularly the smaller businesses and even the mid-sized businesses, one of the strategies we've seen from the larger companies, they're partnering. Joint ventures, mergers, acquisitions, team agreements, those types of things. Cannot stress enough how important that's going to be. If we're fully going to take advantage of this moment that we're in right now, I'm really asking entrepreneurs to really take a hard look at some of those creative ways to build scale. Really look at teaming agreements, joint ventures, those types of partnerships, whether it be with a larger company or even among other small and mid-sized companies. It's the strategy that the larger multi-billion-dollar companies are using successfully. There's no reason that we should not be doing that also. That will allow us to truly have an equitable, clean energy future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Congratulations again. Our next speaker is Ms. Mary T. Rogers, Small Business Liaison. She's also the Small Business Advocate for Supplier Diversity for Brookhaven National Labs. It's one of 16 federal national laboratories that are across the nation. They provide access to some of the key data in terms of the trends for energy usage, and also they're forward thinking, just like Michael, and looking forward towards commercial innovations and technology with some of their laboratories and research that they conduct. Mary, I'd like you to introduce yourself, and I could follow up with later details, but I'm going to give you a few more minutes so that you could actually present yourself and what you do there at Brookhaven. Mary?
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm hoping you guys can see me and hear me.
Yes.
Lori, thank you.
Thank you. So, hi everyone, and welcome. I am Mary Rogers, Brookhaven Small Business Liaison Officer, and I am so pleased to be with you all for the 11th World Green Energy Symposium. So I want to first thank WGES for extending the invitation, and I'm really pleased to have an opportunity to thank Ronald Uba. I was introduced to him. I haven't known him a very long time. It's only been about maybe a year and a half. And I was introduced. I get an opportunity to also congratulate Michael Jones Bay of Con Edison. Congratulate you and also thank you for that introduction, because Ronald Uba of the Minority Business Development Agency. He is an absolute champion. He's an absolute champion and extraordinary and tireless advocate and supporter of small businesses. And he works tirelessly to position them for success. So we truly thank you, Ron, for all of your efforts and hard work. And partnership, as has been mentioned, means everything. So thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen. And you guys can let me know if you can see that.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So as Brookhaven National Laboratory, we are a federally funded entity, and our contractual requirements include small business goals. The Small Business Liaison Office is essentially where I sit, and it is a gateway for small businesses and an advocacy office for small businesses that are reliable and offer goods and services that we need as a national laboratory. So for the small businesses out there, this can mean procurement opportunities for you. And for Brookhaven, it helps us continue the science and technology that we do on behalf of the American people. And that includes increasing the production and use of renewable energy sources through solar and wind, as Michael Jones Bay of Con Edison had mentioned. This is an aerial view of Brookhaven National Laboratory. The lab resides on 5,000 acres of property. It has over 300 buildings. It has approximately 3,000 employees. We get an average of anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 visitors and users of our world-class facilities. And I'll mention just a few. In the Center for Functional Nanomaterials, we have National Synchrotron Light Source 2. We have the Relativistic Heavy Ion Collider, the Long Island Solar Farm, and also the Northeast Solar Energy Research Center. It resides on site at Brookhaven National Laboratory. We have some newer projects in the Discovery Park, which will be a very impressive industrial park, as well as the Electron Ion Collider. So there's really some exciting things that's happened, that is currently happening now and will happen into the future. I would also like to mention we are also the proud home of 7 Nobel Prizes. So actually, okay, Garrett, great. We do have an interesting history in that we were once a military base called Camp Upton. And it was recommissioned in the 1940s. We'll actually be celebrating our 75th year this year. So we're going to have a birthday soon. And so what basically does that all mean for small businesses? And I believe it really means a tremendous need that we're going to have. We'll be renewing and renovating existing buildings. We will be building new buildings and roads, and we will need materials and services for both conventional construction and specialized infrastructure. And that means opportunity for small business. It means economic and economic impact, basically, nationally and locally on Long Island. Brookhaven and small businesses, we have to continue to work together to make the most of really an amazing opportunity. And we're going to continue to partner with people such as Ron Uber, who works tirelessly, Minority Business Development Agency, and also Michael Jones Bay of Con Edison. These partnerships are special, and we have a great passion. And together, we all are doing our most to make a difference. So for context, here are some numbers that illustrate Brookhaven's engagement with small businesses in fiscal year 2021. Brookhaven National Lab awarded more than $109.5 million in contracts to small businesses, including women-owned businesses, minority disadvantaged-owned, veteran-owned, veteran-disabled, and also hub zone. And hub zone businesses are historically underutilized business zones. And when you utilize, these businesses, you make a positive impact, a positive change that can change the lives of so many, and you make a generational impact. It's really, really important. So today, what I'm going to do is give you some tips or give the small businesses out there some tips. If your business offers what we need, I want to be in touch, and I want to help that process go as smoothly as possible for us as a national laboratory, and also for you as a small business. So what is a small business? There are specific criteria. It's required for a business to be categorized as a small business by the federal government. So small doesn't always mean small. So that's important. It's the specific requirement for a business to be categorized as a small business by the federal government. So some important eligibility requirements are the disadvantaged individual must have 51% direct ownership of the business. They must maintain control of the business. They must be a United States citizen. The company must meet one or more of the North American Industrial Classification System codes. And again, that's how the federal government defines small business by industry. So these companies must be viable with the potential for success. The owner should be of good character and be socially or economically disadvantaged. Additionally, the company should be in business for 2 or more years. That's helpful. If the business offers what we need as a multidisciplinary laboratory, being here or being in these forums is really important. You do need to do some research and determine, like, what does Brookhaven buy, or any organization that they're looking to consider selling their products and services to. Just as importantly, they should know, or you should know, what we don't buy. And this way you're using your time and energy efficiently. So there are some lists that are on the screen now that can be helpful. BNL, again, is a multidisciplinary lab. It's on over 5,000 acres of property, including the Pine Barrens. So it's essentially a small town. So we are going to purchase everything a small town would need, plus science and research related materials and services. So this list is also available on our website, and you can see that here, bnl.gov/ppm/SDB. So here are some specific things to do. Know your NAICS codes. Those are, again, the North American Industrial Classification System codes. It's how the federal government defines a company as a small business. And based on NAICS codes, there are two standards to qualify as a small business. It's dollar threshold or the number of employees. And if you don't already know your NAICS codes or whether your company qualifies as a small business, you need to do that research. You want to introduce yourself and your company, send a one-page capability statement and a line card. For Brookhaven, you want to send it to sblo@bnl.gov, and that's sblo@bnl.gov. Include your NAICS codes, include the small business categories that apply to your business. This information is shared with our procurement buyers and our contract specialists. And I encourage you to use resources that are available to you through assisting agencies such as the Small Business Administration. You can look up contract opportunities. You can do the system for award management, where they any procurements that exceed 25,000, they're listed there. You can get automatic notifications of government and B&L solicitations, PTAC centers, and the Minority Business Development Agency, again, works tirelessly to advocate for you and assist small businesses for success, to position them for success. So there's contract opportunities. Know that procurements that are less than 25,000, they are at the buyer's discretion. So you want to definitely send your information in so you can be considered and the buyers can kind of get to know you. And that's what I do. I send your information out to the buyers and the contract specialists so you will be considered. Procurements between 25,000 and 250,000, those can be set aside for small businesses. Competition's not required for those dollar threshold contracts, and the staff recommendations are considered. So also small business subcontract plans. When there are contracts that go to big business, if they exceed 750,000 or 1.5 million for construction, we require that they have a small business subcontracting plan, and they have to do some market research, find small businesses to assist them with a percentage of that contract. So remember, competition, efficiency, and quality are vital. I should also point out, Brookhaven is one of 17 national laboratories. So if a company is a small business to us, they also qualify as a small business to one of our fellow laboratories. So definitely keep that in mind. Again, we cannot use every single service and commodity that a small business provides, but there's opportunity elsewhere as well.
Mary, could I interrupt you for a moment? Sorry about this.
Sure,
I
absolutely.
want to at least acknowledge to you that you might have some questions that you would like to entertain, but we were wondering if we could get permission to post your information.
Yeah, he's been on. Absolutely.
Okay, and that we would be able to post that information, because you were recently awarded the African American Advancement Group Pinnacle Award for 2020. The same year, you became the property manager for small business opportunities for construction and for procurement services. I think that in itself speaks volume for the work that you do with the passion in terms of the championship laboratory researchers and scientists you have on your team. Is there anything that you would like to come to a close before we introduce you and the other members of the DOT, or actually Department of Energy initiatives that you have helped advocate for Executive Order 13985 for equity inclusion, and also for the 4008 climate management and national security efforts that you have been promoting.
Well, I would just like to quickly say, stay in touch. Listen, the Department of Energy is encouraging labs to embrace the community. They're encouraging them to create even greater economic prospects for the regions around them. So with focused on place-based initiative and say that like the electron ion collider, which is a beginning of a new era for science and technology, it's a great opportunity to realize positive economic impact. So I want to leave you with that and note that we continue to be invested, we continue to advocate, and we're passionate, and we're going to do everything in our power to make sure viable small businesses are able to secure procurements at the laboratory. So please stay in touch.
Mary, you've been a great advocate for not just small minority-owned businesses, but for the disadvantaged community programs that will offer generations, as you mentioned before, the investment in supply chain and also the commercial innovation with diversity and also disruptive technologies that could only bring solutions to the climate challenges we have and national security that Michael mentioned before. Thank you so much for being one of my mentors, and also one of the things I've learned a lot from is you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Next, we have, yes, thank you very much.
It's not allowing me to start it.
Lori, do we have Mr. Larry Wells? I'm going to introduce him. Larry Wells is he's a procurement officer and small business liaison advocate for contracting with the EPA. The Environmental Protection Agency was once part of the Department of Interior, I think it still is, that I used to work with when I was at the Geological Survey. And they really advocate for clean water and energy in terms of land, oil, air, and space stewardship for clean water and clean skies. So without further ado, Larry, would you like to share your screen? Is that possible? Is Lori able to help you?
Yes, can anyone see my screen?
We can see it perfect. Can
Oh,
you?
great. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Larry, for being here.
Oh, thank you, Ron. And, I just could say ditto to what everyone else has said about you, Ron. It's been great to know you and great working with you in the limited amount that I've had over the last few years. Hopefully, there'll be more to come. And certainly glad to hear about Michael Jones Bay and his award, and just some great news as well. But in terms of myself and my presentation today, I'm the Small Business Programs Manager with the Environmental Protection Agency Region 1, which covers New England. And I work closely in this role with our contracts office in terms of helping our region achieve its small business goals. And I get involved in a lot of areas like reporting, doing outreach, market research, managing our forecast database, and overall serving as our liaison with OSDBU and our OSDBU office and headquarters, and with the public in general. EPA, as many or all of you may know, our mission is related to protecting the environment and human health. And what I'd like to do today is talk about capitalizing on procurement and forecast opportunities as it relates to sustainability and climate issues that have been talked about today. My targeted audience is small business, well, actually business owners in general. However, hopefully there'll be some information here for other stakeholders who are in the audience, which I believe will be the case. And I'm going to be pretty broad and just target in on some specific areas in a highlighted manner. I hope to move through this pretty briefly. I'm probably going to be redundant. In fact, I know that I will in some areas, simply because some of these topics are germane to the audience as a whole. So to move forward, If I can get my pointer up. Okay. So to move forward, in terms of procurement and forecast opportunities, what I'd like to do is just review some key areas of concern as it relates to sustainability and climate in this area. Some of the key drivers on hand, some of the key considerations for businesses as well as buyers, and some key actions and some tools for businesses as well. Okay, I jumped ahead a little bit. See if I can go back. Okay, so in terms of key areas of concern, basically what we're looking at here is, and again, as it relates to procurement, is climate change, sustainability, and green or greening. And these are terms that you hear about often. Climate change, we're talking about changes in weather patterns attributed to human-caused increased levels of GHG emissions. And basically from an EPA perspective, this is what we're talking about, and probably in general as it relates to procurement. As opposed to greenhouse gas emissions that occur in the environment naturally. We're talking about ones that are caused by human behavior. And some of the primary areas are transportation, the transportation industry, industry involved with producing electricity, industry involved with producing goods from raw materials, utilizing or consuming energy in regards to producing those goods from raw materials. And in the process, they use or they burn fossil fuels, mostly involving coal and natural gas. And then another one is with respect to land use and also in agricultural and foresting activities. So when we look at sustainability, you've seen probably different definitions of sustainability. Fairly consistently, they involve three pillars: the environment, the economy, and society. So actions over a long term that are going to generate some positive results in these three areas. As opposed to green or greening the environment, green, when we talk about green, basically we're talking about the environment specifically. In terms of one of the reasons why I wanted to point this out is that quite often in the procurement arena, the terms sustainability and green or greening are used interchangeably. So I think this is something important for stakeholders to be on the lookout for and to sort of act accordingly. In terms of drivers, the key drivers, these are some documents that have been talked about before. I won't dwell on them too much. But these are documents and information that leaders need to know about, and also those key stakeholders, and also be aware of in terms of establishing their strategies to move forward in the future. So Executive 14,008, which came out on January 27th of 21, sections 204 and 206 deal with procurement. 204 deals with aligning the federal procurement process to support robust climate action. Section 205 deals with clean and zero emission vehicles for government fleets. Section 206 deals with made in American laws and addressing sustainability. And also indirectly, it directs the FAR Council to consider regulatory amendments to focus contractors more and more on reducing carbon emissions in their contracting. And out of that, the FAR Council actually did some analysis, and they came out with a comment period. They came out with some questions that were addressed to the public for comment. And the comment period was scheduled to end sometime in December. It was extended to January. And the last update that I had on it was that the FAR Council is currently trying to identify regulations that might be implemented as a result of the comment period and other analysis. So one thing that you can do as a stakeholder is be on the lookout for the status of this development one of the things that you could do is search online using the keywords FAR case status. And I think that'll lead you to the Department of Defense's case update. And so you could stay in tune on any developments in this area. Another executive order is 14,057, catalyzing clean energy industries and jobs through federal sustainability, which came out on December 8th of 21. And that one has section 208, which deals with sustainable acquisition and procurement, calling on federal agencies to address a multitude of areas, related to sustainability, such as lowering emissions, environmental stewardship, innovation, reuse, refurbishing, recycling, and using bio-based products and others. So that there's another document to follow. And another one is the last one that I wanted to mention is the President's Management Agenda vision. And in that vision document, which I believe came out in November of 2021, that one has several priorities, and priority 3, strategy 1, specifically addresses sustainable climate solutions and opportunities for underserved communities. So again, these are things that information that will give leaders and other stakeholders, the clean broad brush of information that they need to make decisions moving forward and to establish strategies. And you certainly want to stay in tune with follow-up information that's certainly going to come out in the upcoming weeks and months ahead. So what are the key considerations for buyers and bidders as a result of these developments? Of course, to mitigate climate change, and this is in your procurement activities, to mitigate climate change and provide sustainable and economic value during the contract period. Some key actions for businesses and bidders. One is utilizing certifications can be very important for businesses and bidders. Some examples from an EPA perspective are Energy Star, Safer Choice, and Water Sense. These are just some EPA ones that I've listed here, but there are many others. If you go online, you would see many other certifications, and it becomes an issue or a challenge in terms of sifting through these certifications and identifying which ones are applicable, for your business. And some of them involve cost. Some of the key considerations are which ones are going to be reliable, which ones are going to be trustworthy, which ones are going to be believable. So those are things that decision makers and businesses have to consider. But certainly certifications are going to become more and more important in the future. And they really range in terms of types of certifications up to some of the more complex certifications like your ISO certifications, ISO 14001, which is related to implementing an EMS in the organization. And then there's some key tools that can be utilized for sustainability and climate change and procurement. A solicitation template or checklist. A lot of bidders and bidding organizations utilize solicitation templates and checklists to respond to solicitations to make sure that they cover the basis in terms of addressing everything that they need to. Well, one of the things that they can do is incorporate sustainability into these templates and checklists, which will make it, which will put you in a better position in terms of being able to be seen in a positive light. And when we talk about sustainability and we talk about implementing climate change issues, it's really important that businesses understand that this is something that is going to benefit them as a business. And they're not just doing it so that they can get the contract. That's probably the wrong path to follow. But hopefully, and I believe this is the case, is that businesses will find that sustainability is something that benefits their business. Their employees view it in a positive light. It's good for their brand image. It's good to help them increase their profitability and to improve their costs. So sustainability is something that it's very important. It's going to continue to be important, and hopefully businesses will continue to see the value of it. Tracking calendars for opportunity, searching, and this is where didn't want to get into specific opportunities related to sustainability, but these are places, important places to go to look for opportunities. The EPA has a forecast database, and I know many agencies have a similar database where you could go and look for opportunities. In EPA's case, it's opportunities that are over $250,000. SAM is another place where to go to, and probably the foremost place to go to look for contracting opportunities. And there are also opportunities in Fed Connect, which is the primary place to do business electronically with EPA. So these are some important, it's important to have as part of your plan, something in place to ensure that periodically you're going in, or your folks are going in who are involved with procurement, to take a look within the framework of these tools and see what opportunities that are available. There's also GSA's Advantage system and Green Procurement Compilation. Don't want to get too much into these tools. GSA's Advantage system is a place for buyers to go to look for businesses that are on the GSA schedule and look for products and services and equipment on the GSA Advantage system website. And the Green Procurement Compilation is a place for contractors to go to see what's out there in terms of green products, and also to understand regulations that might apply with respect to products that they want to order. But I point these out because these are also good tools. These are good benchmarking tools for procurement folks to look at within business organizations to sort of see where you stand and see how your product supplies and services compare with what's on these two systems.
Larry, could I interrupt you for a moment?
Sure.
I wanted to recognize, would you be the best person to reach out and maybe help a small entrepreneur, whether they're just starting? Because I know that you do a lot of buy spend with your contract opportunities that you have, because you were recently promoted to Small Business Program Manager in Region 2, actually Region 1 of the New England area. And I was introduced to you by both Celeste Wonder, who's one of your clients, and also Michael Jefferson, who's one of your strategic partners with the Clean Water Act from the Metropolitan District Water Commission in Hartford, Connecticut. And I see that you graduated with your MBA from University of Hartford. Would people have to reach out to you to learn about how your buy spend program works, or would they just go to the website and the information that we publish on behalf of the WGES and the public-private partnership we have with you?
Yeah, well, we're folks like me. I'm in the small business coordinator role, and we have one for each region within EPA, and then we have our OSDBU office, which oversees, the small business goaling activity throughout the country. I mean, us folks, we're always happy to talk to people, whether you're new or whether you have experience. But what I always point out is that probably the best place to go if you're new to this is to go to one of the PTACs, to one of the state PTACs in the U.S. Your state PTAC, they're very well equipped to help businesses get started and get them certified and help them learn how to navigate the federal system as it relates to procurement. And they've done a fantastic job over the years.
That's great, Larry. And then your background in economics, working with the PTACs. We also work with PTACs, but we have 75 business centers that we could help sign up and register technical assistance service programs that we could actually help to manage the tracking and the data collection for the work that you all do. Would that be okay if we help refer some of our clients over to you through our business centers?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
we would definitely be happy to anyone that you refer to us. Ron, we'd be happy for that. Yeah. And also any opportunities for engagement, we'd be happy about that as well. We're very serious about, working with small businesses and providing small businesses with opportunities. We have engagement metrics that have been implemented that our senior level folks are responsible for now. And we've been very active. EPA has been, we've been rated AAAs for well, 10 years or so, straight years from SBA, but we don't really rest on those laurels, but we do welcome opportunities to engage and to talk to small business owners, whether they're new or very experienced.
Larry, thank you very much for being with us and also for introducing Executive Order 14057 for the resilience sustainability, because that was one I missed. So thank you for also introducing 140008. So you're great. And we're going to post your information in the chat box along with what Daisy has posted with Lori. Lori, thank you very much for having us host one of our visionaries and leaders, and also one of my mentors as well. I've been enjoying working with you all these years, but I learn something new every day. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Ron. Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you. There's more to come. Unfortunately, DOT was not able to come with Leo San Roman. We're going to continue our program, and I will have to add more time, a little bit, 5 more minutes if I could ask Lori to do so, 5 to 10 for Siemens. We have 2 divisions. Siemens USA is actually part of Siemens Corporation along with Siemens North America. And I wanted to at least introduce the opportunity to have, I guess, Michelle and Natasha introduce themselves for the sake of time. And then I will follow up with details of who they are after we have their presentation. Michelle Picard is the Senior Vice President of North America in terms of the programs for governance and risk management for social responsibility, social corporate responsibility. Natasha works with supplier diversity for Siemens USA. So I don't know who'd like to go first, but I'd like to introduce you at this time. I know we're running a little behind at 1:46, and I do want to give you 10 minutes back if that's possible with Lori, so that my colleague will start a little late to clean up, and that's J.R. Baggerty, who used to work with Small Business Exim Bank, and he's the team lead for access to capital. So without him and his partner, Mr. Leo Lobato, and also David Dixon, who's part of their panel, I'm going to ask Lori, could we give an extra 5-10 minutes to Siemens, because they've been so generous to offer to come on early, and I started so late.
Sure can, of course, Ron.
Okay, all right, thank you. So,
thank you, Ron.
Thank you, and I have questions for you too afterwards. Thank you.
Hi, okay, I will share my screen. So thank you, Ron, for the opportunity to present and for having Siemens. My name is Natasha Villalba-Haynes, and I'm the Director of Supplier Diversity for Siemens USA. And I will share my screen. And first, I would like to start with a video about Siemens, about how technology transforms the everyday.
Natasha, we cannot see the video.
You cannot? Okay.
No. Can you try to share again, please? Thank
Sure.
you.
Thank you for telling me.
Of course.
Can you see it now?
Great, yes.
Great, thank you. That video should put us in context for what we're about to present to you today. Hi, my name is Michelle Picard. I'm Director for Business Governance and Risk Management for Siemens Mobility. I also have the pleasure to be the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Liaison Officer for Siemens North America. For more than 160 years, Siemens has been an integral provider of infrastructure, electrification, and transportation solutions in the US. We have over 40,000 employees working to meet America's greatest challenges in the fields of infrastructure, mobility, industrial modernization, and medical solutions. We're in over 100 cities, and our employees and many of our suppliers are working every day to be able to provide more agile and productive factories, to more intelligent and resilient buildings and power systems, as well as provide more reliable and sustainable transportation. Next slide. We will continue to do our part to reduce emissions, foster healthy communities, and ensure that we're all prepared for a changing tomorrow. For Siemens, serving society isn't just about providing technology, but it's about understanding technology's potential to shape a more just and equitable society so that we can help improve the lives of the people in the world around us. Next slide. And this is possible with the support of our supplier portfolio and working with companies who like to innovate. Siemens has an array of portfolio offerings and customers in both the public and private sectors. We've invented technologies to support American industry spanning manufacturing, healthcare, and infrastructure. Digital Industries helps our customers unlock their full potential as a partner providing cutting-edge technologies for automation and digitalization of the discrete and concrete processes. The Digital Enterprise portfolio provides solutions and services that integrating and digitalizing our entire value chain. Siemens is helping America's manufacturing automate production and pursue digital transformation. Our smart infrastructure group intelligently connects energy systems, buildings, and industries to help enhance the way we live and work through greater efficiency and sustainability. Smart infrastructure unites building technology with energy supply, including low and medium voltage power distribution and grid control. And as part of our efforts for building smarter infrastructure, this includes decarbonizing cities with smart buildings, efficient data centers, electric mobility, distributed power systems, and grid modernization. We use digitalization also to enable transportation service providers worldwide to make trains and infrastructure intelligent, increase value sustainably throughout the entire system lifecycle, enhance passenger experience, and guarantee availability. And Siemens is delivering American-built trains and rail technology for safe, efficient, and reliable travel. Slide. Sustainability is core for all of our businesses, and we look at ways to provide solutions to make products and production more resource efficient and use less energy. So we'll employ examples of digital twins, combining digital and real worlds in constant data flow to conserve resources and reduce waste. The future of infrastructure is building offering for optimal energy usage and healthy indoor climate. And there's also a strong shift toward decarbonized transportation systems. And with that background, I'm going to turn it over to Natasha.
Thank you, Michelle. Siemens, we are taking a comprehensive 360-degree view of sustainability. We're calling this our degree framework, and it's setting a clear priorities for sustainability at Siemens. Degree is an acronym for us, so degree stands for decarbonization, ethics, governance, resource efficiency, equity, and employability. And as part of our decarbonization program, we've already published data about our greenhouse emissions. We've also established individual targets to help aim that we want to be net zero for our emissions by 2050. And we've achieved our interim targets of reducing our CO2 footprint by 2020, and we are on track to become net zero by 2030. And also within our supply chain, we have a target of reducing a 20% reduction of supply chain emissions by 2030. And when we talk about the resource efficiency in our degree framework, we're looking at this as a circular, trying to achieve a circular dematerialization. We want to make sure that we are being resilient with our people that we employ and that we work with. And we want to foster diversity and inclusion within not only internally, but externally as well. Michelle? You're on mute, Michelle.
Thanks, it turned itself off. Sorry, folks. So what do our commitments mean? Siemens has made these pledges to strengthen its existing activities for achieving real-world decarbonization through its entire value chain. And in doing so, the company is pursuing the science-based pathway to reduction that the SBTi advocates. Next slide. Within the framework of this initiative, we're also part of a worldwide community of companies that share the same values and goals. Siemens engages in partnerships and collaborations with its efforts to keep sustainability at the forefront. Next slide.
And I'll just give you a quick overview about our supplier diversity program at Siemens. For us, the value of having a supplier diversity program, it allows us to partner with small and diverse suppliers. These suppliers, they contribute to the excellence in our supply chain. They're also a growth market. And when we engage with these small and diverse suppliers, it leads to increased innovation. We have high quality products and services, and it creates economic opportunity and growth for everyone. So this is a little of how a synopsis of how we did last year as a company, Siemens USA. Last year, we spent $720 million with small and diverse suppliers. And as Michelle has stated, we are in all 50 states. Approximately almost 20% of our suppliers are small, can be coded as small and or diverse. And this will be our 6th year of handing out awards at a Siemens USA level. So all different legal entities within Siemens participate. We all get together and we hand out awards to small and diverse suppliers to recognize their contribution to our supply chain. Within Siemens, we have a code of conduct. That is the minimum or basic requirement all suppliers have to agree to do business with Siemens. This is something that we're happy that all of us within Siemens have rolled this out. So that is one of the minimum requirements. We also may require additional qualification depending on the products or services that you would be providing to Siemens. We also offer a supply chain finance program to our suppliers. This is a program that suppliers can elect to be in, and they can receive the receivables earlier than the original payment term at a discounted rate. This discounted rate is better than most suppliers can achieve when they go to a bank themselves. And when a supplier enrolls in this program, it doesn't mean that they have to take their receivables early. It's just that they have an option to do that if they have a need. And another something we're proud of at Siemens, we've just recently launched a capital funding program to jumpstart small and mid-sized companies with their decarbonization efforts. We have earmarked $100 million in funding to suppliers. If any supplier is interested, you can go to our website, siemens.com/USA, and you can fill out the form and inquire about how Siemens can help you with your decarbonization.
Great, next slide. We'd like to take the opportunity to share with you more information and some opportunities available with one of our businesses, Siemens Mobility. Siemens Mobility is a leading supplier of smart mobility solutions for both rail and road transport. We've been an integral provider of infrastructure, electrification, and transportation solutions in the US. From the first light rail vehicle, which we provided to San Diego, we've had a pretty amazing growth story. So in the last 20 years, our company has invested more than $40 billion in expansions and acquisitions. Our own employee base has continued to grow over the last 30 years that we've manufactured in the United States, helping build a strong, thriving US base with just for this particular company alone within Siemens accounts for 250,000 jobs with the support of our supplier base. We have over 3,500 employees currently and are growing in the US and Canada, and more than 2,000 suppliers across North America. We are headquartered in New York City. We do have a few digital service centers, including in Atlanta, Georgia, and Newcastle, Delaware. We have 8 manufacturing sites that are spread across the US. They include 2 in Kentucky, 1 in Pennsylvania, 1 in Delaware, another in Georgia, 1 in Oregon, and 2 in California. So we're on both coasts. Next slide. We do work on a lot of large infrastructure projects. So our core businesses include rolling stock, rail automation, and electrification, as well as related services. We've provided intercity train sets to the only privately financed intercity rail in America, Brightline, which runs from Miami to West Palm Beach and is continuing to be built to Orlando. We provide 2 out of every 3 light rail vehicles that are running in the US, and they're all built at our solar-powered US rolling stock hub in Sacramento, California. Next slide. Our technology has also been at the forefront of ensuring safety and security throughout the recent conversion of rail networks to positive train control. We have fully electric ACS 64 locomotives that have been running for Amtrak on the Northeast Corridor. Our electrical power solutions have also helped keep consistent power as busy train networks navigate through different power and legacy systems and as they cross different states. So for example, a station in central New Jersey benefited from a recent upgrade with Siemens technology. We were able to bring a solution that augmented a century-old rotary power capability and ensured a much more reliable power source for the growing number of trains and new technology that needs to be supported. About 35 of the nation's transit agencies run on infrastructure provided by Siemens Mobility, and we've been delivering services and solutions to 9 out of 10 of the largest cities. So what does that mean? That means for a lot of our suppliers that we are sourcing from across the United States, not one area in particular, and we have a lot of opportunity there. Next slide. So in the theme of today's conference, we wanted to underscore that intelligence that we've been adding into our solutions allows transit operators not only to react swiftly to changing situations, but be able to anticipate them. So our digital services have become more innovative and customized. Our technology, again, is really paramount in trying to ensure the safety and security throughout with the recent conversion of many of the aging rail networks. Next slide. A resilient supply chain is absolutely essential. And so we look for suppliers that are dependable to help meet our schedule-driven contracts with our customers and can provide a quality product. So I'd like to share some information with you about the types of goods and services that the individual business areas within mobility are looking for. That can include fabricated parts, electrical components, mechanical components such as hardware, connectors, and springs. We also look for technical services and MRO and factory supplies, and on occasion, logistics and transportation as well. So within mobility, we do have contracts that do receive a lot of funding from either the federal Railroad Administration or the Federal Transit Administration. So oftentimes there are also different requirements depending on the funding source on whether we will report on the utilization of disadvantaged business enterprises or small or minority businesses as well. So very important when you're communicating with us that if you do have those certifications, you know, to highlight those so that we make sure that we properly report that as well. Next slide. So specifically some supply opportunities for our rolling stock business unit, which is located in Sacramento, California, but sources across the United States. And that can include metal fabrication as well as plastic fabrication, but not injection mold, steel tube fabrication, vehicle wraps, window films, nameplates, signage, decals, and other products as well, including insulation, fasteners, fire systems, and die-cut foam. Now, you may be wondering about what are we doing to reduce emissions in our supply chain? We do have ambitious target setting, reducing carbon CO2 emissions by 30% by 2030. We're performing carbon web assessments now with some of our suppliers, and that will continue to grow. We're also looking to do a pilot for a green digital twin on our cost value engineering team. And in the future, some of the sourcing decisions could be based on CO2 emissions. So I think that's an important consideration for many businesses, both large and small, you know, in the future. And all of that is going to definitely take time. And as part of our decarbonation program, as Natasha mentioned, we do publish data on the upstream greenhouse gas emissions produced by our suppliers. So you can find that on the internet if you're just web searching with Siemens and sustainability. And if you also add in suppliers, you'll see more information online as well if you're interested. Our aim is to achieve an emission-free supply chain by 2050. So with the procurement process, most importantly, and you've heard from a few of the other panelists before us, there are many different things that you'll want to make sure to highlight when you're corresponding with companies such as Siemens. You can see some of those listed here. Definitely what you're going to want to do is highlight your firm's key capabilities, identify business certifications, including any applicable quality certifications, NAICS codes. And, you know, just as important sometimes is to highlight some of your achievements, some of the projects that you've worked on, if you think that those are, you know, somewhat comparable to one that you might be bidding on, or you've seen that that potential company that you're looking to become a supplier to is engaging in. And Siemens is a very large company. We have a lot of different groups. In fact, that is one of the challenges sometimes that suppliers will have when wanting to work with Siemens is, you know, how do you navigate, you know, to some of those different Siemens companies that share different Siemens procurement teams. And Natasha is going to share with you one way to do that shortly. But if you do have the opportunity and you're corresponding with somebody at Siemens in the procurement area or one of our business advocacy groups, definitely identify if you know, have done work before or are currently doing business with a Siemens company right now, and now you're trying to engage with a different one that might be in a different field. That's great information for us to have. So Natasha, your turn. You're on mute, Natasha.
Thank you. As Michelle just said, mentioned, we do have an outreach portal. If you are interested in becoming a supplier of Siemens, you can register there. It is siemens.quantumsds.com. And that is any of our procurement have the ability to go in and look for suppliers. So that's a great place to register in. And on behalf of Michelle and I, we want to thank you for attending. Ron, thank you for inviting us to participate. If you want to send any emails, we have it supplierdiversity.us@siemens.com. You can send your capability statement there. Please make sure you reference WGES in today's dates in the subject line so we know where you heard about us from. And then there are some links about Siemens. And thank you. Ron, did you have
Thank
some
you.
questions for us? I don't know if he got disconnected. Daisy, is Ron still on?
I don't see Ron on.
Well, we appreciate your time,
Yeah.
everyone.
Yes, I do see Ron.
Thank you
Ron, can you
very
hear
much.
us okay?
I'm sorry about that. Here are some questions, but how much time we have because we're ready to go.
Running over, Ron. We're running over.
We're running.
Perhaps
I
we could-
understand
yes.
that.
Yeah.
Perhaps
Can we
they could
put the
answer the
questions?
questions. They
Yes,
can answer
real
the
quick.
questions later.
Let me ask the questions later. So
Yeah.
with that being
Yeah.
said, thank you very much, Michelle Picard, and also to the work that you and Leslie Okamoto has done with the mobility group. Thank you very much, Natasha. You've done a great job for bringing Natasha into our fold, and you've been a great leader and visionary. Thank you for letting me pester you at all these trade shows, and I look forward to working with you into the future with some of the other programs we share with our 75 business centers. Thank you
And
for
to you and the
being.
MBDA
Thank
as well.
you.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Our next speaker is one of my dear colleagues. His name is Mr. John Robert Bagady, and he came from the SBA. We borrowed him and his expertise from Exim Bank. I can't thank him enough for stepping in and for demonstrating leadership. We work for the Office of Business Development. Our chief is Ms. Joanne Hill, and our acting national director is Miguel Esteen. Thank you very much for allowing us to present. I'm going to hand it over to my moderator friend, Mr. John Robert Bagady. John, JR, as you
Good
call.
afternoon, everyone. John Robert Bagady here from the Minority Business Development Agency. It's a pleasure to be here. And let me share my screen. Oh boy.
JR, part of your panel is David Dixon and Leo Lobato.
David Dixon and Leo Lobato. Yes,
Right.
I'm looking.
I'll let you load up. I'll let you load up while I'm talking in the background. So Leo,
Okay.
I went to school with at the University of Colorado, and David Dixon, I've known you through several different collaborations. So with that ado, Mr. JR Bagady, it's all yours.
Okay. Slideshow. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. J.R. Bagady here. I'm the Senior Advisor for Capital Access and Global Markets at the Minority Business Development Agency. I work with Ron Uba, and we're just going to do a highlight of some government resources for energy projects, and then pivot into 2 case studies for smart agriculture. So in terms of the resources, the federal government has a lot of different resources for financing these projects. There's lots of tax credits, grants, loan programs, loan guarantees that qualify for these renewable energy projects, technologies, and qualifying equipment. Some of the tax credits include the renewable electricity production tax credit, the investment tax credit, ITC, residential energy credit, and the modified accelerated cost recovery system. That's all accounting things. These are some of the major government agencies that provide the financing. So right off the top, we know that DOE has grants, loans, and guarantees for these projects. USAID has renewable energy programs for financing and grid integration for economic growth. U.S. Export-Import Bank, where I used to work, is a provider of direct loans, loan guarantees, and credit insurance for these projects. EPA, they fund energy efficiency and renewable energy improvements. And the last 2 are probably the most important here for this conversation. Department of Agriculture, guaranteed loan financing and grant funding for agricultural producers and rural small businesses for these systems. And then, of course, we have DOT, which is providing funding for electrical vehicle infrastructure, which would include charging stations. So that's something new. For those of you that may or may not be familiar, under the Biden-Harris administration, there's something called the Build Back Better plan, which is a framework for funding a variety of different things, infrastructure, social services, welfare, and the main one for, as it pertains to this conversation, is to reduce the effects of climate change. And so under the Build Back Better plan, there are agricultural provisions that include, billions of dollars for investments in agriculture and rural communities. And these investments provide resources to mitigate, as we said, climate change, including the improving the quality of life in rural communities and agricultural education across the country. So with that said, we wanted to pivot and talk about 2 case studies for farming technologies in terms of the smart agriculture, what we call smart agriculture. So the 2 gentlemen, Leo Lobato is going to speak on inclusive innovation for urban and vertical farming. But first, we're going to hear from David Dixon of Mariola Capital and talking about controlled environment agriculture, CEA, which is a 360-degree approach to healthy and sustainable agriculture. And let me go to David's slides just a second, please. Let's see, David, where are you? David?
Yes.
Okay, take it away,
folks.
sir.
It's not up yet.
David, are you there?
Yeah, maybe I should share.
Okay, it's up on the screen.
I can't see.
Oh, you can't see it. Can everybody see the screen?
No,
No,
JR, can you try to
not right
share
now.
again?
Okay,
There you go. I see your face.
right. How about now?
There we go.
Yes, yes. now.
Okay, all right.
Go on larger view. Presentation view.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So group, thank you for the opportunity today. I'll try to be as brief with my comments. My name is David Dixon, formerly in banking for over 40 years, and now Mariola Capital as founder and CEO. Also work with my wife with lovehowuh.com, which is a health and wellness business that need great products and ingredients to put into their products, as well as human beings needing great food to eat that's clean, and also animals that we eat in the meat sector. You need to feed them the right things. So it's an overall 360-degree agriculture play that I want to touch on a little bit, highlight some things today. So this is just a picture of one of the vertical farming platforms out there. There are many different ones. They've gained a lot over the years, and there's a lot of research that's been done to bring the lighting inside to the, to trigger that photosynthesis that's needed in the plants and that are being grown. So pretty interesting stuff when you see it real and it's functioning. Next slide, please. So when you talk about the 360 approach, it's really the animals, the humans, everybody in that whole ecosystem that has to be eating the right stuff. So the production of healthy protein, high protein, mineral rich food for animals and humans, that's important. Utilization of organic source seeds. These are ancient seeds, bringing them in, growing them, and providing feed to both animals and vegetables and fruits for humans. producing nutritionally rich foods across the board with zero pesticides. That's very important, unlike traditional farming where you could have some escape or runoff. Significant reduction in water usage. A lot of water problems on the West Coast of the United States, as you know, in California, Texas, and Colorado, and Arizona, places like that. So you need to reduce the amount of water, and then zero runoff of potential harmful chemicals into the environment. Utilizing indoor vertical farming, I think when you look at the amount of space you need, you can literally do a small footprint. And as someone that I'm really impressed with, Sabine O'Hara, says, you know, you talk about the urban areas and the regionality of farming these days, very important, as you can put a small footprint but get a big output. And then I think the vertical farming, coming up with the proper lighting, the proper temperatures indoors. You can do it in the winter, you can do it in the summer, anywhere. Some of these are even mobile. So pretty exciting stuff that's going on out. Next slide for me, please. And then the timing is now. From my perspective, you know, we need to get, you hear a lot about the climate disclosures that's happening, and Siemens has talked about. Very, very important. I sit on a committee for all public companies in America. It's the National Investor Relations Institute, and NARI and the organization is, you know, really advocating with the Better Business Bureau and the manufacturers, all of these different groups and associations, talking about really, it's not one size that fits all for all public companies, but you have to find the right things that are material when it comes to climate disclosure to the SEC. There's an SEC proposal that's just issued, and I was on a call earlier this week as we try to help corporate America figure this out. So it's really important as you look at regional farming and urban farming as a key footprint moving forward. This can be accomplished via public and private partnerships. As you hear Ron Uber talk about, and many of his colleagues in the government, public-private partnership is key. So we've put together some collaborative groups already. We're working with, you know, Morehouse School of Medicine and some other people that are interested in this kind of thing. So it's good business. And what happens, you need to continue to educate, as Sabine O'Hara will tell you. Educate, because a lot of investors are not that familiar with the space. Agriculture now is at a different level when you think in terms of the future and reducing carbon footprint, reducing the CO2 emissions, methane, all the gases that we're worried about, you know, in the old ecosystem. And then one other level is to start thinking about the use of blockchain, the distributed ledger. I'm not talking crypto. I'm talking blockchain is using that to facilitate what we're doing in the agriculture space. So more to come on that, working with some companies that are doing some phenomenal things there. It's highly confidential, so can't touch on it right now, but utilization of blockchain, pretty powerful. Next slide. And so raising capital, there are a couple of ways. You know, a company like Siemens, it's a large public company. There's a thing that I did in banking, which you raise capital outside of Wall Street, inexpensive money. You can do that and put it in a specific group where you can now create an incubator to support these smaller businesses. So if you raise capital from the large organizations out there, deploy that capital under what I used to call the waiver plan. It's a capital raising vehicle that's not known to a lot of people, but I've been doing it since 1988, and it's really still powerful. It's a mechanism that can be used if there's a public company that's interested in climate disclosure, ESG, environmental social governance. They can facilitate a program like that to help the smaller businesses that are trying to do regional and farming. The Seek Out Family Office. The family office investors, folks with millions of dollars that are looking to invest, right? Angel investors, like some of the folks that will come on this afternoon, you know, archangels. These are folks that really understand and look to deploy capital. Leveraging resources of the United States Department of Commerce, like Ron is saying, and his colleagues and John Robert, this is important. The Department of Commerce, very, very important in the scheme of things, and the Minority Business Development Agency and other government agencies, as we heard from Larry Wells earlier, very important here when you talk about the agencies in support of these businesses. So the time is now. This makes great business sense. For those that are out there wondering, listen, this is huge. This is powerful. A lot of entrepreneurs want to do something and feed people food to farm or farm to food, which is very close to your home. That's where the market is going. It's no longer traveling 1,500 miles across the country, spraying it, picking it early and spraying it, chemicals that could be harmful for your gut. So it's really important that you give the investors an opportunity to understand this business plan, and then they want to deploy their capital in a way to make a good return. So that's all I had to share today, and look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Leo,
Yes,
do you need me to share the screen or can you upload it?
I'm looking for my screen now. Hold on. Maybe better if you did it for me, JR. I don't see it right now. Hold on. Hold on. My mistake.
There you go.
All right. Let me get, I don't know if I can get rid of my email.
We see it.
Shucks. Oh, pardon, John. I need to close the email. JR, let me close this. Could you try doing that for me? Hold on.
Okay, you have to close out.
Yeah, hold on. Let me close my email. All right, go ahead. Want to try it now?
Oh, boy.
I had it on the screen, but it came up with my email and everything else. While JR is doing me the favor of bringing that screen up, I'd like to thank Ronald. I'd like to thank Lori and Daisy and the whole WGS team. This has been quite an honor to listen to the conferences this morning and this afternoon. I think what you're accomplishing by educating us regarding the importance of green energy solutions and the impact that we're all having on our environment is critical. We need to do as much as we possibly can to survive.
Sorry, can you see the screen now, everybody?
Yeah. Yes. Could you
Okay.
make it larger? Or is that the large it's going to get? Go ahead and go to the next screen, JR, if you would. And I apologize for asking you for this favor, but I'll make it worthwhile. There you
Okay, go.
There you go. And basically, continuing on with the conversation that Mr. Dixon was providing is vertical agriculture is basically growing crops on a rack, multi-level rack. We no longer use dirt. We no longer use the sun. We use very little water. We're using between 90 and 95% less water than what is grown in the fields. So you're talking about minimizing the impact of agriculture on our soil and on our aquifers. JR, would you change the slide, please? The pioneers, Dr. Dixon de Pommier from Columbia University back in 1999 started publishing his research on the area. Then that was taken to Chiba University by Dr. Toyoki Kosai. These are what we would consider our grandfathers of the vertical agriculture and controlled environment agriculture. And so nobody is more than like 20 years old when we were barely out of adolescence. We're barely wearing long pants, to be honest with you. I think the oldest commercial player in the field right now could be Arrow Farms from New Jersey, and they're about 12 years old. Plenty is newcomers and everything. The next page, please. So what we're looking to do is promote this technology in order for us as a species to survive. Yeah, look at that, those numbers that were seen earlier today. We're gonna have like 9.8 billion people coming to the dinner table in the next generation. That's in another 25 years, there's going to be another 2 billion people at the dinner table. Feed them. It's impossible. The only possible landmass available would be in Africa, and try transporting fresh goods from Africa. And that's not going to be possible. Next slide, please. So what are we talking about? Vertical agriculture provides food safety because we're no longer using large quantities of dangerous chemicals. There's a great deal of efficiency in the use of water, just like I said, and space. We can grow, and there's an example in the next few slides, 420 100-gram pieces of leafy greens, be it lettuce or kale or Swiss chard or whatever, cilantro, in like 12 square feet. I mean, the size of a dinner table, we can grow a lot of produce, and you'll see the samples in a minute. We're also doing things that will enable families to grow produce in their neighborhoods and sell to their neighbors or to local markets. And we're talking about massive increases in productivity and optimization of natural resources. Next slide, JR. I'm doing this kind of fast because I want to get to the nitty-gritty in a moment. What you're looking at there is a slide of our module in Mexico City that we put together with the Inter-American Institute of Cooperation for Agriculture, which is a division of the Organization of American States that has beautiful offices there in Washington, D.C., and the Center for National Center for Seed Certification and in Mexico City. We now have that demonstration room, that showcase there, where we've invited grow. Not only that one, we have laboratories at 5 campuses of two of the major universities in the country, and we have a line of a dozen or more universities wanting to establish laboratories in the immediate future. Next slide, please. What we've designed, we not only are using our technology for proving production, but you see there in the center of the screen, that's our first prototype, Breck. The older gentleman on the right, Canadian Greek, believe it or not, who was transplanted in Monterey, was there designing racks for Northern Telecom, the telecommunications industry. That was our prototype. It was handmade starting back in 2019. Today, we manufacture our systems with the most cutting edge, world-class technology, manufacturing technology on the planet. We are now capable of turning out these systems hundreds at a time. We now manufacture our LED lamps in the city of Monterey or in the metropolitan area, and we only import the South Korean diodes for the LEDs, nothing else. Everything is made in Mexico. And you might ask, why am I saying that? Well, it's my partners, Kenneth Moscal and Rafael Cuellar. We met in Washington, D.C. and in Monterey back in 2015. And we're a couple of guys. Rafael is from the ShopRite grocery store chain. I've been doing business in Mexico for 40 years. I've been the head of the membership committee of the American Chamber of Commerce for 20. But we selected Mexico to develop our proof of concept because it was less expensive than trying to do it in the United States. We're not Jeff Bezos or Mr. Elon Musk, who own 2 of the unicorns that have now raised over billions of dollars. We're not that, but we're creating technology and developing the science at the major universities of Mexico in order to make food production democratic, make food production available and healthy food production available to the masses. And we've created a simple system, KISS system that is easy to maintain, install, and operate for a good 20 years. The next slide. It's basically what you're looking at there. Those are our racks. They're probably our second prototypes. We have young women and men from the universities working with us, but that's basically how it works. It's roots growing in water. And that enables the roots to receive all the nutrients. The water goes up and down, it's circulated. We add nutrients. It's filtered to clean any impurities from the water, any contaminants and algae or whatever, and it's returned. So we only use, for every 100 grams of leafy greens, we only use like 400 milliliters of water. That's like a half a glass of water. In the environment of a greenhouse, it would take 20 liters. In the fields, the same 100 grams of leafy greens would take 100 liters of water. That's why 70% of the fresh water in the world is used for agriculture, because there's so much waste. The next slide, please, JR. And it's very simple. The production process is so simple that one of the most prepared techs that we have, the longest employee that we have, I guess the second longest, I would be the longest next to my partners, Ken and Rafael, but started with us with only a junior high education. Now we have the two first vertical agriculture PhDs on our staff. We have the first undergraduate student that has written a thesis on vertical agriculture on staff. And there's no more. We're creating that human capital, brain trust, through our innovation of agriculture student leadership team. I was a student leader at the University of Colorado, a president of the Hispanic students there, where Ronald Uba and I studied. I was in a high school student body president, and so therefore, so we created a student movement now that is on college campuses across the hemisphere. We'll start one at the Southern Maryland Community College, thanks to the Charles County Ag office. So continue. So we're creating a student movement in order to make this longevity. You see some of our crops that we're picking there. You see some of our seedlings at the bottom being germinated. These are the type of nutrients that we use that are readily available anywhere in the hemisphere. We've got a combination of nutrition that we've developed. Our system is now patent pending, which includes not only the lights, the racks, and everything involved, the science that is involved, so that we can share that with minority growers in the United States. I'm very excited about the MBDA introducing me to the president of the Native American Farmers Association, the African American Farmers Association. There was a lovely couple that I met earlier this year, and now we have farmers in California, the Hispanic farmers that we will be working with in the new future. And I look for David's cooperation and help us do financing for them. The next slide, please. And these are basically a combination of research. We started growing back in 2018. We formalized as a corporation in 2016. So we've been growing now for 4 years. We've had over 80 or 90 harvests. I'm a proud father of tens of thousands of baby greens. And what we've done at the universities is research the quantity of light and the frequency and all of that, so that we can optimize the growing cycle. We can grow leafy greens in a cycle of days. I mean, after germination, you're talking about 23 days to get to the size of a 100-gram baby lettuce, so to speak. So we can turn around really fast. The system is very simple. We have a controlled environment. The showcase that we'll set up at our La Plata farm in Maryland at the Eat Well DC organic farm will be able to show you all of this, and people will be able to come from the 4-H to work with us and from the community college in Maryland in order to learn how to do this. And we plan to work with the UDC and Seville there and the teams that we can engage to help minority farmers and entrepreneurs get involved. Next
Leo,
slide. Yes.
I'm sorry, Leo, it's George Roberts.
Yeah, George.
We're running a little out of time, but very impressive. We really appreciate it.
Go to the very last slide, JR. I wanted to give thanks to everybody. There's a very last slide. I'm just wanting to thank everyone that is
We'll
involved.
share your slides, Leo, if you like, later on with the recording. We'll share your slides.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for listening. Thank you, Daisy.
Thank you, Leo. We appreciate it. And thank you, everyone. As we continue on, our next lecturer will be Dr. Sabine O'Hara. She's a teacher, mentor, researcher, and administrator committed to improving lives in underserved communities. She currently leads an innovative PhD program in urban leadership and entrepreneurship at the University of the District of Columbia, which is the only public university in Washington, D.C., and the only exclusively urban land grant university in the United States. Prior to her current appointment, she served as the founding dean of the College of Agriculture, Urban Sustainability, and Environmental Sciences, and led the university's effort to build a cutting-edge model for urban agriculture and urban sustainability that integrates training in the agriculture, environmental, and health sciences with the practical aspirations of students and residents to embark on successful careers in the green innovation economy. Dr. O'Hara's work is focused consistently on the quality of life and economic opportunity of local communities through multidimensional intellectual, social, and physical capacity development. A foundation of her work is her belief that education should not only answer our questions, but also question our answers. This search for new answers has guided her work as the 10th president of Roanoke College in Virginia, provost of Green Mountain College in Vermont, faculty member at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in Troy, New York, and executive director of the Council for International Exchange of Scholars, which administers the prestigious Fulbright Scholar Program. Joining us now, Dr. Sabine O'Hara.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and great to be here and to follow these two previous presentations, wonderful presentations on urban agriculture. So you've made my life a good bit easier because I don't have to share a lot of information about the basics of urban agriculture, but I want to focus on a few things here that I hope will be helpful, namely, why are we in the situation we're in? So can you all see my screen here?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. And so as you heard, I was the founding dean of the College of Agriculture, Urban Sustainability, and Environmental Sciences at the University of the District of Columbia. The nation's only exclusively urban land-grant university and an HBCU, historically Black college and university. And they hired themselves a German-born for their inaugural dean of this new College of Agriculture and Urban Sustainability, two terms that you don't necessarily hear very, very often in the same label. But why would that be? Well, I'm trained as an agricultural economist and an environmental economist. That's my formal background in Germany originally. And agriculture there, of course, is much more small scale than here in the United States. And so efficiency and how do we work with nature have historically been very important themes in some small countries like Germany or Holland. So here's why I think this is a really important topic. First, why cities? Well, urbanization continues. In fact, the United States leads the world in urbanization. Over 80% of our population live in cities and metro areas. And so we have historically looked at this as, okay, so we bunch people up in cities and then we put all the other stuff outside. We get our resources from there and we put our emissions and waste out there. Well, I have news for you. We've sort of bumped up against the limits of that concept, because what we call these compensatory areas that are supposed to make up for the intensity of cities, we're running out of those compensatory areas. And so cities must themselves become much more sustainable and much more energy efficient. That's a big theme in that sustainability. So, and we started to look at this, how can cities become more sustainable, by looking at food. Now, why food? Well, one, it's unavoidable. We all need to eat. You've heard it's a source of energy. In fact, food is the only thing on our planet that can turn energy from the sun into matter, into material, to feed our bodies. It fuels our economy. And while agriculture is relatively small as a sector of the economy, just think about all the hospitality industry, right? The food processing, it's huge. When you look at all the connections of food, it accounts for roughly 25% of the economy. It connects us to nature. It can also make us sick. Food can be healthy and it can be produced in not so healthy ways. It uses up a ton of fresh water worldwide. 70% fresh water goes into agriculture. It also emits a ton of CO2. 25% of the world's CO2 comes from food transportation. Wow. Its supply chains are highly vulnerable. Why are its supply chains so highly vulnerable? Well, because food is a perishable product. So you can't just leave it somewhere for a very long time and hope that it still has the quality that you expect it to have. And a third of it gets wasted. Now think of that not just as food waste, but all the resources that have gone into producing that food. So in other words, to speak in economies, which is my language, it creates way too many negative externalities. So what can be done? Well, we can turn it into a more circular food system where we produce the food, prepare it, distribute it, and close the loop through primarily waste and water recovery. So how do we do that? You've heard about some of the techniques, aquaponics, hydroponics. You see some pictures here. Also, just small scale food production in neighborhoods. So this brings me to the where. Well, it would be a good thing to start first where we have the highest food problems. This is from your nation's capital, Washington, D.C., which is administratively divided into 8 wards. Now, Ward 3 is the ward with the highest income levels and also the highest Caucasian white population, or non-Hispanic and non-Black populations. Ward 7 and 8 are the wards east of the river with the lowest income levels and the highest percentages of what we call in the US Census non-Hispanic Black populations. The yellow bars are obesity of adult populations and the red bars are diabetes rates. Now, if I showed you a whole bunch of other data, which we don't have time for, but I could show you how the lack of access to fresh, unprocessed food has a lot to do with these health disparity, as we so elegantly call them. We, of course, also have environmental disparities because the parks, the aesthetic neighborhoods, the neighborhoods with less waste, those are also in those same high income communities. So why are we in this kind of a mess? Well, I would suggest to you that our economy actually has a lot to do with it, because our economy looks at land and at people, labor, as inputs into the economic process, and outcome goods and services. We transform the inputs into goods and services, and oops, there are emissions and waste. That's what we then call externalities. Well, about what, Rio Earth Summit? Wow, that's been in '92, so you're talking 30 years now. We saw the light. And we said, okay, there has to be a better way of looking at this. It has to be about 3 Ps. It can't just be about profits. It must also be about people, and it must also be about the planet. And so we came up with this Venn diagram of people, planet, and profit, and said, where this Venn diagram overlaps here in the middle, that's sustainability. Well, I have news for you, because if I had my druthers, I would try to eliminate this from every textbook and every corporate publication that I could get my hands on, because it really looks like this. This is the reality. Our economy sits within what we call society and culture, and that in turn sits within this sphere that we call the environment. So think of it like, you know, these dolls, the doll in the doll in the doll. That's much more what it's like. So what does that then mean in how we define productivity, for example? Well, certainly this is not an acceptable picture, because it only looks at inputs transformed into outputs, and productivity increases means let's get more output with the same amount or even less inputs. Well, when the 3 Ps came around, we said, we've got a problem. There are emissions and waste. How can we use technology to lower emissions and waste? Good thing. I'm not going to knock it. Okay, this is certainly a good thing that we had environmentally sensible technology to lower emissions and lower waste. But it's not enough, because remember, we're situated in this big sphere that we call the environment. So there is the crux. Whenever we emit things, we load stuff on what we call sink capacity. Sink capacities are absorptive capacities of the planets, your oceans, your atmosphere, your soil, the plants, all those are sink capacities. And we're running out of sink capacities. So here are some examples. Plants absorb CO2 and release O2. Without that, we couldn't live, right? Oceans absorb emissions. But what about our bodies? Turns out our bodies are sinks, right? We absorb emissions and waste, and we absorb stress. So when the economy puts too much pressure on us, somebody, some sink system, often our families, our friends, have to help us absorb that stress. They have to help us recover from our exhaustion, get over our illness, and our communities absorb that same stress. It's not just the environment that acts as a sink. Social systems also act as sinks. So it's not enough to simply look at how do we get stuff from one place to the other, but how do we do it? So we put less and less pressure on these sink capacities. And I would suggest to you that what we've recently done during COVID and the shutdown, not a step in the right direction. Because if you look at home gardens as being the shortest and least vulnerable supply chain for your food, and then come farmers markets, this is our usual supply chain. What we've done during the recent pandemic is we've added to the supply chain, because now we want the food delivered right to our doorstep. And some of these habits are going to be difficult to change. So how can we think of things more systemically so that we don't find solutions that we then have to reel in again, but so we can look at the front end? So we need to make our cities not only greener, but more restorative. We need to look at our food system as an important place to start to decentralize things so we can improve public health, especially in communities that lack access to fresh, unprocessed food. We must alleviate disparities, because a society with very high disparities is an innately unstable society. We have to offer healthy food and circular economy alternatives at very low investments, because some of the neighborhoods where we work in Washington, D.C., the kind of AeroFarm solution that costs $5 million as a startup before you even get any revenue, that's not a viable alternative. So how can we do them smaller, more multiples rather than larger scale, and low investment alternatives? We must lower the energy footprint. We've already heard about water reducing and restoring ecosystems in cities very intentionally by reconnecting people to the planet. So we've been building these urban food hubs, as we call them. Those red squares, green squares are where they're located. And the purple dots is where DC's full service grocery stores are located. So you could see here, we've focused on neighborhoods where there is lack of access to full service grocery stores to build these farms. But I would suggest to you that if we do this right here is Washington, DC, and these are the wards where we're building these systems, this could actually become a transformative circular economy system for the entire DC metro area and beyond. So look forward to your questions, and you're all invited to come to Ward 7, Ward 8, and Ward 5, or to our campus in Ward 3, where we have a demonstration site. But I think the wards east of the river would be much more interesting places for you to visit, to see what urban agriculture in a decentralized, small scale, low investment version can look like.
Hi, this is Anita.
That's Lori.
Hey,
All
Lori.
right. How are you?
I am well. I am on my laptop.
Okay, we have some cross stuff going on there with the audio, but Doctor, we do have a couple questions for you. Let's see if we can pull one up here. Question is, can Karma Verde Fresh's systems serve the purpose of low-cost agriculture?
Say that again, please. What was the first part of it, Karma?
Sure. It said, can Karma Verde Fresh's system serve the purpose of low-cost agriculture?
I don't know what that system refers to. Are you referring to aquaponic and hydroponic system? I'm not sure.
And that I don't know. It's just, they just posted one question, and I'm not sure what they're referring to. So
it
okay.
Depends on what you mean by low cost. Okay, so our current supposedly, and I'm not arguing that our food prices are low. However, if you look at all the negative externalities that are produced in our food systems, it's actually expensive. It's just that the effects are not borne by the same people who create it. So we need to become much more circular, much more conscious about how nature works, to at the front end avoid negative impacts on nature, rather than attempting to fix it afterwards. Because usually our technical solutions, as fantastic as many of them are, but we have a habit of overlooking some of the side effects, and they only become apparent some 10, 15, 20 years down the road. So avoiding these problems in the first place might be a good strategy. And so I would ask, what you mean by low-cost food. Now, clearly, low-cost food is important, especially for neighborhoods where people can't afford expensive food. But that's another policy question, maybe, than to lower food prices at the expense of environmental quality and social equity.
All right, Doctor, we appreciate your time. We are running out of time, so we're going to thank you for being with us, and we appreciate it. And we're going to move on. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay, next we have a panel with Virginia Gibson, the co-founder of Sustap LLC, and Celeste Wunder, president of IMMI. They're going to be speaking about establishing an achievable clean water solution. That means understanding new energy efficiency practices in water and wastewater plants, refine the symbiotic relationship between clean water and on-site clean energy production, and learn about new technologies, requirements, and solutions. So please take it away. Thank you.
I am looking for Celeste. This is Virginia Gibson. And am I missing you, Celeste? I see that you're muted.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to share. Okay. Let me get, oops. Okay. I think I'm on now. Let's see. I'm on Virginia.
Okay.
Okay, so now I have to share what I. Oh. I don't know why I can't make this.
Celeste, could you please try to share your screen again?
Yeah, I have it and I'm waiting to put, I put the, do you have it? Oh, okay, hold on. Okay.
Perfect.
There you go. Okay, now we just gotta.
Yes,
Get
excellent.
rid of this. Okay, if I can just get rid of this thing. Oops. Okay.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, but I have some interference. Oh. Are you doing something, Natalie?
If you click from beginning, it should start.
Right. Okay.
Great.
Do I, okay. Can you see it? Okay. Why can't I move this?
Yes, we can see it perfect.
Okay. All right, good. Okay, sorry about that. Hi, my name is Celeste Wonder. I am the president of IMMI International Marketing Management, Inc., located in New Hampshire. IMMI's goal is to work with innovative and disruptive technology companies that benefit sustainability and the health of the planet for all people and animals. So today, subject is we're going to discuss is how we can help with the pollution of our water resources such as lakes, rivers, ponds, ocean, and water reservoir, as well as supporting animal waste, plants, and agricultural lands from all toxic viruses, bacteria, and microorganisms. Okay, so now I got to change. So starting with the water. Okay. So nanobot has been tested by a US government federal agency, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, for over 3 years. According to Dr. Peter Mueller, who is the director of NOAA for harmful algae bloom at the South Carolina facility, he believes, and this is a quote, nanobot is a powerful all-natural disinfectant that has successfully eliminated 99.99% of bacteria and dangerous water toxins, including algae cysts. This is the location of his facility in Holland's Marine Laboratory in South Carolina, who is testing the nanobot. Okay, now, nanobot is a unique in its ability to produce large volumes of nanobubbles with greater than 95% gas absorption rate. This combination of the nanobubble implosion and the release of ozone gas creates the hydroxide radicals, a natural oxidant which destroys any algae, bacteria, and toxin in the water. It is 180 times stronger than UV, 20,000 times stronger than chlorine, and 50 times stronger than ozone. And it is safe and natural. Sorry, jump the gun. Okay, so now the key is, what is the scientific properties of hydroxy radicals using nanobot? Number one, it only exists for nanoseconds. Number two, it creates sonic energy. Number three, it can destroy the outer shells of organisms to attack its DNA. Number four, it destroys all cells, nucleus, and DNA of viruses, bacteria, and all toxic microorganisms. And number five, bacteria can never build a resistance. Number six, no chemical changes to the water, and the only byproduct is oxygen. Okay, let's take a look at Lake Okeechobee in Florida with the completion of a successful algae remediation project on August 19, 2019. This took place at the Port Mayaca Lock and Dam that connects Lake Okeechobee to the St. Lucie Canal in Central Florida. Water samples collected showed heavy concentration of microcystis algae, cyanobacteria, and microcystine toxin, which have spread throughout the whole Florida waterways. Using nanobubble technology, within 24 hours, the tested laboratory results showed 95 to 100% reduction in algae cells and 100% elimination of cyanobacteria and microcystine in the post-treatment samples. Test results also showed a significant reduction in both ammonia and nitrogen levels, which could slow down and reduce algae growth in the future. As you can see, the picture on the left has all the algae, and then on the right, after treatment, it clears. And this is within a 72-hour treatment. Now, we can look at an agricultural project, a hog lagoon in Newton Grove, North Carolina. On February 10, 2019, there was another successful completion of an animal wastewater treatment in this slide. Now, water samples were collected from the lagoon, and they show elevations of nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and ammonia, organic materials, heavy metals, and E. coli bacteria. So with the nanobot deployed, you can see the samples within 24 hours, and the laboratory results showed a 60 to 90% decrease in nutrients and heavy metal, and a greater 98% decrease in organic material and bacteria. So you can see, if you see the water, how bad it was on the pre-treatment. It's really dark, and then all the way to the 24 hours, you can see it's really getting clear. Now, so now, as you can see, this technology is very good for remediation of algae remediation. It destroys algae and toxin in both freshwater and saltwater. It will help keep people and marine life safe in the water by helping with red tide issues during the warm months. It kills all bacteria and contamination in water, dissolves oxygen level for healthier water. It does not require any chemicals, chlorine, and it's very natural and safe. And as you can see, the difference between the 24-hour treatment and then the 72-hour treatment in the slide. Okay, so now nanobot also benefits the agricultural, food, and animal safety. So you can see that it can be used in this way by spraying the fruits and vegetables as well as livestock for cleaner and safer safer food productions. Nanobot increases oxygen level greater than 50 ppm as a natural disinfectant. So these are the benefits. You can improve the production yield. It reduces your fertilizer cost, which is also because it can run into the water sources that you need and create algae blooms. So that will also help prevent it. And this would also replace natural fertilizers, and it's no chemical involved. So you're going to have increased shelf life of fruits and vegetables, and you can destroy mold and bacteria. Okay, so now, as you can see, this is a way to use it also in the benefit of agricultural waste treatment. This would be used in treating animal waste, ponds and lagoons to eliminate odors and bacteria and also decrease the size of the lagoon without any chemicals. Okay, so this is as you can see on the left, no treatments with the cyanobacteria. And on the right, it's after its treatment. So another example of third-party testing showing that within 48 hours of treatment, it successfully killed all algae, bacteria, and fungi. This is also a third-party test, and it's able to remove red dye from the water within 3.5 minutes. And it was able to increase oxygen greater than 24 ppm from 8.57 ppm. So I appreciate you all I thank you all for listening to me. And I really believe this technology will be very beneficial in keeping everything and everyone healthier on this planet. And it will help preserve our water resources for all, including the future generations. Please feel free to contact me if you have any further questions. So contact information.
Celeste, this is Virginia, and coming from this background, a few things struck me. That I've been a technical advisor with actually some registered products with the EPA. I've been a technical advisor to Disneyland, Disney World, the rides, the lakes, cities, etc. And some things that have come up in the past that were huge problems is they were very about barrels coming to their facilities, not always that's actually from a security standpoint. Concern insofar as that anyone could replace a label and the chain of custody with that, getting those on site. So having a reduction of barrels coming onto a facility is a big bonus. And sorry, I'm getting over a cold here, so I'm a little bit croaky. And also when you talk about energy, in order to produce chemicals, there's energy to, of course, produce the chemicals. There's water and water waste to produce chemicals. There's the drums that have to be put on trucks, trucked all across the country, all across the world, really shipped with chemicals. Then once on site, there often is also the handling of employees, making sure they're all properly trained. People often get hurt. Certain chemicals are skin sensitizers, which I've come in contact with and have some allergies to some chemicals because of being around them for so many years. There is then the disposal factor, because quite often drum, if it's not used for the food industry and as far as just basic sanitation, or it will have to say NSF for food quality or food grade, then you get into a situation of to dispose of drums. A lot of companies don't want to take them back.
What?
And if a lot of chemicals also come out of China, and that creates a problem. So I saw a lot of advantages in this, and then I've had a long-term relationship with NOAA, so I've worked with them and respect their results. But those are some things that I saw right off the bat, insofar as with that particular product. So what is the advantage in animal waste? What do you see the advantage of eliminating that algae and other things in the ponds?
Well, it will be safer. Like, for example, if we want to start with the animal waste, for example, I don't think people are really aware that lives near the farms. When you have animal waste, you have micro aerosol situation, if in fact, especially in the waste. And so you're actually, this odor, the smell, and is going into the air, and it affects it can affect people's health that surrounds that area. So One thing is that with this technology, it's able to clean the animal waste and lower the lagoon size. And so also it can be washed into our water resources I discussed, which can cause, toxic problems for the water and for the people for people, animals, and the marine life or the wildlife in the water. So these are issues that can be addressed with this technology. As far as the water, because of algae, unfortunately, we have, as everybody keeps talking about, that we have more and more people, population, and to feed them, and fertilizers, and so on and so on. Water waste, climate change with the weather, because it does require warmer water, using nuclear power plants, and then warming the water, putting it running off into our water resources, things like that. So it's going to get a little bit, worse as things start to, grow. And so this is why you need something that's this technology that's large enough to be able to handle large volumes of water to avoid the algae cyst, the algae bloom, and all those things in the water.
Well, I have the advantage now of living near San Francisco, but I actually lived on a farm for 22 years in the Central Valley of California. And they often have the canals will get choked up with algae, and then you have to pump it along. So that's another energy waste that ends up occurring, because when you have to push harder to get the water through, going against that algae, then they end up resulting to dumping a bunch of chemicals to kill the algae, which causes, you can't have that. They've had to stop it because of organic farms in the Central Valley. You can't call it organic if you're throwing a bunch of chemicals in there to kill the algae, and then it ends up in the farms. So they definitely have a lot of energy issues in the Central Valley with trying to push the little water that they have right now with the drought against that algae. And when things warming up, of course, the algae grows even better. So that would certainly be a benefit to them, I'm for certain.
Yes, yes. We have 48,000 lakes and waterways in the United States alone. So everybody that's involved with water, like coastal or lakes or rivers or ponds, they're all candidates for these issues. So we have to have something to solve it. So I believe this is, something like, again, an innovative, disruptive technology, what I always support to help in a big way.
Did we have any other questions that are present? I'm trying to think, is that Lori that has the questions?
The questions coming in?
Yeah, I didn't know if we had any other questions. I mean, I can fire things for the next 15 minutes. I know we had someone who was a little bit more ill than me that could not be on our panel. So I don't know if we want to go ahead then and utilize that time in case someone else might be possibly running over.
Oh, it's okay. I don't have specific questions. I don't see any in the Q&A, but if Dan and Randy are ready, we can certainly move forward. If you guys are okay, Virginia.
Okay.
Yes,
yeah,
we're fine.
Great job, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste.
Okay.
Great job.
We want to thank you both for being with us. Thank you so much. And we're going to move on in our symposium today, the 11th World Green Energy Symposium. And next we have our Angel Investors Session. We're going to hear from the officers of an angel investment forum, which presents early stage companies in the United States and the world to leading investors who are looking to make money from investment in such companies. So what investors expect from you before investing in your company, presented by Mr. Dan Logue and Mr. Randall Weed. And let's see if they are ready to handle the panel. Gentlemen?
I'm ready. I think Dan takes over first, and then I'll.
Oh, you want me to go first? Okay. We flipped a coin. Okay. Well, hi, everybody. Let me bring my slides up. Hang on a second here. Get my slides. Okay. Okay, great. Are we good to go?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Okay, what investors expect. You read a lot of stuff, you hear a lot of stuff, but if you've ever been to an angel meeting, you ever been to any kind of conference where a lot of angels are there, or other investors, even the VCs, then what you have to go there knowing what's being talked about. Otherwise, you're going to miss the point. So what they expect is what they basically don't say. So I used to run the National Association of Seed and Venture Funds, did 9 national conferences, did another 3 or 4 as well in other areas, got to meet most of the best VC and startup companies, startup investors in the country over about a 15 or 20 year period. And one of my favorite guys that I met early on, about 2002, was Bill Reichert. He's now with Pegasus Tech Ventures, and he and Guy Kawasaki still are part of Garage Tech Ventures, and that was an Apple spinoff. And he gave a YouTube video talk that I found very, very interesting. And I took what he said, and I'm going to change it into, well, what they don't tell you kind of thing, instead of what he did. He had the video that said top 10 lies that VCs tell entrepreneurs. But before he got to that, he said, let's talk about the top 10 lies that entrepreneurs tell VCs. So Randy and I now have been in this business here locally for going on 11 years. We talked to literally thousands of companies, had 1,000 presentations and such. And as Bill said, when you begin talking about this, you try to put a little bit of humor in it, because these are serious and painful topics. So when you get over to there, then you've got to begin to think like a seed and early stage investor. You just have to do that. You got to make that kind of shift. What kind of shift is that? Number one, if you go to one of these things you've been to, never underestimate the background experience of the investors there. What you read about them and what they know, it's two totally different things. And so we're going to be talking about that. And you need to, and if you're going to participate in one of these things and know about what the expectations are, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that later, then you've got to know what the bottom line meeting is of the investment discussion. So part of that is talked about by Bill. And I renamed what he said to red flags and between the lines. So let's talk about that a little bit. Now, all of you probably have been to or seen one of these things. You've seen Shark Tank and all that kind of stuff. Well, what Bill said, there are lies and damn lies and business plans. And so in a business plan, you're going to see this terminology, revenue projections and market segmentation and closing of contracts and so forth like that, cap tables, sales cycle, first, all that kind of stuff. And so what I want to do then is let's take one of these at a time, go through them quickly. And so with the first one on the projections is that normally people think, well, you got to give them a number, how much money you're going to be making next year, this and all that kind of stuff. But the fact is, a projection is simply a projection. You cannot know. And you can cite the numbers, but more importantly, what investors expect is for you to be able to explain the basis of your expectations for the revenue. That's number one. So we could go into that's a discussion in itself. Market segmentation is another thing. Nobody sells to everybody. And so when people do this, when you see a typical business plan, they say, we have a $10 billion market out there. No, you don't. You have a piece of something out there, and it relates to the customers that are going to buy from you. And again, it's a management responsibility. What they expect here is you to be able to explain the market segmentation and your customer base. That's the sort of thing. That's what they expect. And then Randy and I have also seen this on a number of occasions. We're on closing of the contract. We're just about to sign this big contract. We're going to make a lot of money. And so you need to get in now to take advantage of that. Well, here's the key. If you haven't closed on the contract, you're just inviting a problem. You need not to talk about when you're going to do that, because goodness only knows what's going to happen from there. But you need to talk about the ones that have been closed and then discuss those as a way of management. Number 4, here's company control and cap table. Now you'll see the cap table in a lot of seminars talking about what the cap table is, so forth. The bottom line on that is investors expect you to understand that it's not about the 51% ownership. It's not about controlling the company. It's about, how are you managing your company, and how are the partners in working together? What's the team look like? How are we going to work together? Okay. Changing the subject a little bit, down to competition. We have no competition. Okay. Our competition, we have this. Or I've got this whiz bang product, and we have so many whiz bangs on it that nobody can come close to it. Fact is, any decent investor can go out to Google and find a competitor of your deal in about 60 seconds. I mean, I do it all the time. It can be done. You have a competition. You have it. Either that or nobody cares, which is worse than no competition. And so the deal is with competition, again, the investor expects you to talk about the competition in a realistic way as to how you're going to address it, not whether it's there or not. Then there's the management team itself. Okay. So we have, okay, we have our team here. We're ready to go. We've got all these people in the deal. Well, no, that's not the case. The deal is, no matter who's on your team now, the market will change. The customers will change. Your competition will change. Everything will change. And unless you as a manager can control the situation, can manage the situation, then your team is not, they're not all superheroes. Some of those people, there's got to be a change. So the question is, from what investors expect, how do you going to address this issue? That's the key here. We could go, I'm going to go on down these quickly. Sales cycle. If you sold some stuff, great, but today doesn't predict tomorrow. And they expect, the investors expect you to address that issue. What happens with your current sales cycle if you have sales going forward? How are you going to manage that? Not will it change, so forth. Here's a biggie right here, one that everybody likes to laugh about. Oh, we're the first mover in this space and nobody can compete with us because we're going to get out there first. The tech changes are so quickly these days, amazingly quick, that I've got a couple of examples just today. I think the lady that we just talked to, what was her name? I forget her name now, but she's got something that right, it could be a first mover, but let me tell you, first mover lasts about 3 weeks to 3 months. After that, there's somebody going to be in that space with you, and it's not a first mover deal. Another typical thing is 2% of the market. All we need to do is get 2% of the market. Somebody's going to buy us. Well, you can't get there that fast. It just takes a lot of time. And so again, the investor expects you to be able to address that issue. And finally, and by the way, these are all the red flags. When you're listening to a pitch, Shark Tank, whatever, if any of these items come up, they're red flags. They're not, you have to address the issue, the underlying issues there. And the last one here that Bill talked about, which we've had some discussions about, happy to hand the reins over to a new CEO. Well, is that because you want to get out of this business as fast as possible, or what is the real deal here? Because if you've bled, you've sweated over your company, and now you're ready to turn loose of it, that's not normal. Okay, so that's part of it. That's the entrepreneur saying. Now let's go back over to what the investors say, and I call it between the lines. So investors will say these things. Okay, and you will hear this said, that the investors make quick decisions. Well, I got news for you. Underneath that, what they don't tell you is that they make a decision very quickly to wait and see what happens. And if you don't wait and see what happens, then you're going to have a huge surprise. And so the quickest you're going to get out of that is after the quick decision will come soon. If they find out something that's really bad about what you're dealing with, the decision will be a no, okay. Another thing I will say to an entrepreneur is we are value added investors here. So we make value added investments. What that really means is that and this is what you need to expect as an entrepreneur, is that we're not going to give you as much as you're asking for because we're smarter than you, we're richer than you, and we know better than you. So we're going to offer less. So you just expect that. That's the sort of thing there. I'm going to flip through the rest of these because you get the idea by now. The investors have access to networks, but do the networks fit the deal? That's the question. And so but they expect you to deal with that. Bringing investment partners. If one person loves you and the rest of the investment partners don't, it's a long, hard haul. It really is. So you need to, that's what investors, they expect you to understand that. Another one, we like to syndicate, which means I laugh at these, sorry. Okay, we like to invest in your deal along with another deal at the same time, which is to say, we don't like your deal that much. So it doesn't match what we're doing. So we really, okay, we're not that interested. They expect you to understand that because they're the investor and you're not. Need traction before engaging. That is to say, do you have any market now? No. Do you have any customers now? No. You get revenue now? Yeah, a little bit. Well, that's whatever they tell you. And when they ask you that, do you have traction? It essentially means, no, we're not interested because frankly, and Randy's going to talk about this in a minute, the 4 rules of investing. And Randy, I'm not going to steal your thunder here. Okay. But the number 1 rule is extremely important on the traction question. And next one here is something that you have to understand called we invest in teams. And that's to say, okay, you're the CEO now, but I'm not sure how long you're going to be there once we get in and get moving with this company. Because look, we're not just giving you a check. We're getting in bed with you. We expect to work with you going forward. It's when you don't just, we're not your mom, your dad, your relatives giving you a check because they like you. We're here because we're business partners with you, and you need to understand that. And they expect you to understand that whether they tell you or not. Board meetings, another one, are important. Well, it sounds good, but these people who never ever started a company, never been an entrepreneur, they've always worked in a corporation. They got an idea about how Cisco works, or I don't know, some large corporation works. And they want to bring all that knowledge to bear in the board meeting to show you that they're important too. So it's a we deal, not a individual deal. Here's a couple more that are kind of tough. One of them is you need to lean upon us for help. And that's to say is you've got a serious problem here and you had better get your act together. I mean, so that's what, and they expect you to understand when they say that. And then the last one here is kind of like the coup de grace, which is that was really great work. That means that you're just about to be fired as a CEO. There's something going on there. Now, why is it that investors expect you to know these things when they never tell them to you? And you never discuss these things. Number one, so Randy's going to address some of those issues. So, let me wrap up here. There's the myth of how investors work. There's myth and reality, myth and reality of work. And so you hear on television, on Shark Tank, on newspapers, every journalist I can think of, they talk about the myth because it's easy to do. But when you get in and you work with investors and you think and you talk and you get into a relationship with them, their lifelong professional experiences and discussions, they share together. They're easily. It's a whole nother tier of the economy that you never hear about, but it's very, very active, very, very active and very, very politically successful. And the bottom line here is that the work of successful investors is significantly more powerful and beneficial than any of the myths. And the great takeaway here is we'd love to have you join us and learn all this stuff and work with us. Thank you. Randy?
Well, I don't know if there's any questions that wanted to follow up with you. If not, I'll wait.
I don't know how to handle questions. So, okay. Here we go.
Hey, gentlemen, so what you're telling us is that what we see on Shark Tank is not accurate? Is that what you're telling us?
It is myth and fantasy.
It's
So
a
that
TV
basically,
show.
because it's a reality show.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Randy, do you have time we actually know people who have been on Shark Tank, and we can tell you how that works. For Randy, how long does it take to tape a Shark Tank episode?
The actual pitch takes several hours, an entire afternoon. And most of it is just standing there in silence.
Okay.
So we've had two companies that have gone on Shark Tank. They didn't air, but they told us the whole thing.
And then what do you not, why don't you see one of their ears?
So if you see the camera is from one angle, and you never see the other ear on all the investors. That's because they have an earpiece, and that's because the producer is feeding them the questions and the lines. So it's not nearly as spontaneous as you think it is. So it's about 4 or 5 hours of a pitch edited down to about 5 minutes. So it's not reality at all. It's not how, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but yeah, if you think that you're going to watch Shark Tank and learn anything about angel investing or entrepreneurship, it's not where you're going to learn it.
Nope. Okay. I'm sorry that those guys are, but they're so famous. And Randy and I, we hope someday to be just as famous, but for different reasons. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Any other questions here?
I think, do you have anything else, Randy, to talk about? Or
oh my gosh,
then I can do my presentation.
Go. Yeah, go.
Randy. Okay, go ahead.
So I will share the screen.
Okay.
And okay, hopefully you can all hear and see the screen.
Yeah. Can you just click it so you show slides only? There's a button at the top that says slides or something like that.
Should be a.
You've got a different slide.
I think it's play.
Play.
Oh,
yes.
click play. Yeah.
Okay. How's that?
Hello.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Randy Reed with the Washington, D.C. Archangels, and I'm going to talk about how you can invest in early stage companies, become an angel investor. I know it's been a long day, so everyone's been a trooper here. Normally we start our meetings with the V. And Dan, we should have done that. And I did my V just before we started. We always like to start our meetings with everybody stand up and put their arms like this. And we see that it has a right brain, left brain shift. And it actually gives you a better speech. And we find that entrepreneurs come off much better. And that's proven technology through Amy Cuddy from Harvard, psychologist on that. So anyway, I wish we could all stand up, take a break, and do the V for 2 minutes, but we do have to move on. So first thing I'd like to ask is why you should be an angel investor. A few people know this, but there has been a huge drop in the amount of money available for investing in early stage companies. Everyone is always shocked to hear this, and yet it's fully documented. Prior to 2008, there was about $200 billion available if you totaled up all the venture capital and angel investment. After the 2008 recession, it dropped down to 20 billion. Now we've gone up somewhat since then, but we aren't anywhere near pre-2008 levels. And this, people don't understand why. There's a lot of reasons why. Can't get into that right now. But suffice to say, we need angel investors. Angel investors are the front lines of our innovation ecosystem. Without angel investors, there would be no Apples, Microsofts, Cisco's, Teslas. Okay, the companies of tomorrow that we're trying to build, the companies that will solve our problems with climate change, food security, healthcare, they would not exist without angel investors. So we need you to come in and step up and invest on these great companies. And why should you do it personally other than helping the world? Well, it turns out that most angel investors achieve a high ROI, often beating real estate and stock markets. Now, you have to be smart about it. You have to know what you're doing. But most studies have shown that you can achieve an ROI of over 20% per annum by being an angel investor. And small investments are possible. You don't have to be some big whale to invest, hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can start with even just a small investment, and there's other ways you can do it. Who are angel investors? Well, the technical definition really is they are high net worth individuals who invest their own personal funds into early stage companies. Now, there's a lot of technical aspect in there. You can do research on the internet as to what the SEC rules are on that. But I don't want to talk about what you can find on the internet. I want to talk about what we, Dan and Logan and I, have experienced over the last 11 or 12 years running an angel investment group. We see that the typical angel investor is around the ages of between 40 and 60. Seems to be a sweet spot. It's people who've matured in their career, they've got some money, their kids are past college, and they want to explore different ways of investing, and they want to get involved in things. They tend to be cowboys and cowgirls. What I mean by that is that they're big personalities. They are interesting people. There's not a shy wallflower among any of them. Okay, that just seems to be how angel investors are. I'm sure there are some that are quiet and retiring, but at least not in our group. We find that they are fascinating people. You could spend all day talking to them, and it's really interesting. We need more diversity in our angel investors, and diversity of every way you define diversity, okay? Because there are so many markets in the world, and it is so segmented, and there's so much going on. We need people who can see beyond what we're being told and look under the hood, anticipate what's going on, kind of plan what the future is looking like, that sort of thing. And so the diversity of opinion, diversity of experience, diversity of know-how and know-who is just really something that would benefit everybody. So we need to move beyond just guys like me and have all sorts of different types of people. Angel investors, the good ones at least, tend to be very experienced. What I mean by experienced is experienced in everything. They know their own market. They came out of, say, the tech world or the food industry, or could be furniture making, whatever. They're very experienced in what they're doing. And so when they invest in a company, they bring a lot to the table. It's not just, here's a check and help you to raise money. They bring what we like to call know-how and know-who. Know-how is, how do you build a company? How do you access markets? How do you market this product? How do you find the people you need for strategic partnering? The know-who is all those people who make that happen. So if you have a lot of know-how, know-who, it doesn't even matter how much money you have, because we find those things are far more important than just writing a check out to entrepreneurs. And finally, another aspect that we see that angel investors are, they are wealth creators. They are not wealth conservators. Wealth conservation is when you're worth a few $1 million and you give most of it to a Merrill Lynch wealth manager or somebody and says, please make sure I get 10% annual growth so that when I retire, I will have a comfortable retirement. Wealth creators are the people who say, here's a chunk of money. I want to invest in companies, and I'm going to get a 5 to 10x on my money. I'm going to invest in a company that's worth $2 or $3 million today. And with my money, my know-how, and my know-who, I'm going to help build this company into a $50 million company. That's wealth creation. That creates jobs. That creates the companies of tomorrow. That's a whole different thing. And if that's something that excites you, and I hope it does, you're the type of person who would make a really good angel investor. One thing that we find over the years are, what are the mistakes investors tend to make? And number one, I've got Shark Tank on here. So many people think that they can watch Shark Tank and they think they learn something from it. I'm here to tell you, no, that's not the way to learn how angel investment works. Another thing is a lot of people, well, I want to be an angel investor, and I read in the newspaper, the local media, that there's a local incubator, and there's all these great new companies coming out of there. So I'm going to go down there and listen to their pitch sessions. That's how you find deal flow. Well, it's not a very good way of finding deal flow. You want access to the very best companies. What are the best companies? The companies that show the greatest promise of growing. Unfortunately, about 90% of all tech companies are going to fail in the first 2 years. So if you go down to a regular local pitch session, that means 9 out of 10 companies are a waste of your time. So you don't want to waste your time. You want to see those that tend to be more in that 10% that are probably going to succeed. How do you find that? Well, I'll explain that in a minute. Also, not understanding the company's product or service. Just last week, Dan and I were talking to a woman who runs a family office, and she said that she invested in a company that does the metaverse. And we asked her why, and she says, "Well, the metaverse, it's going to be big. I know it. We want to be part of it." So we asked her, "Well, what is the metaverse?" She couldn't explain it to us. She had to admit she had no idea what the metaverse is. Nothing. And she invested someone else's money into that company. Big mistake. You have to understand your company's product or service that you're investing in. Another big mistake is falling in love with your product. Cannabis, cryptocurrencies, NFTs. These are things that are going to change the world. I want to get in part of these industries. They're going to explode. They're going to take over the world. I just love all these things. So I'm going to invest in those. Well, they may be a good investment, but that's not the reason to invest, is because you're so in love with the product. It kind of blinds you to the red flags. Another thing that we see is thinking that because you are rich, you must be brilliant at this. Now, however you made your money, and hopefully you've made a lot of money in your life, a lot of people think, well, any decision I make, an investment decision, will be brilliant because after all, I'm worth $5 million or $10 million. Well, Dan and I can tell you, we have seen investors who have blown through tens of millions of dollars because they were rich. They sold a company for $150 million or $30 million, and they're sitting at a big pot of money. And they thought, well, I know what to look for in a company, so I'm going to go this myself, and I'm going to find companies, I'm going to invest in them. And they lost, in many of those cases, they lost all their money because they just thought they were so brilliant, they didn't need any help or assistance. Another big problem is assuming the entrepreneur knows what they're doing. Most do not. Unless you're a serial entrepreneur and you've been doing this for many years with many different companies, a lot of entrepreneurs are just learning by doing, which is fine. That's how you get started. But you, as an investor, you shouldn't just assume an entrepreneur knows how to take care of everything. And last but not least, and I think this kind of wraps it up, is that if you're an investor, you have to understand that you're investing in a business. This is a business. It's just like if you're investing in Microsoft or a restaurant or anything, it's about when are you going to get some money back on this. Speaking of which, what are your goals? And the goals are, or they should be at least, number one, if you're going to make this investment, don't lose your money. The second one is get your money back to at least break even. The third goal is achieve a nice ROI. So you get all your money back, you made even, but now you got something on top. And the fourth goal is make money for all my friends, the founders, and the co-investors. The reason why I highlight co-investors is because the best investors are the ones who have other friends who are investors, and they come in together. So this way you spread the risks and you're spreading the rewards. That's why angel investing is a team sport in many ways. Although everybody is a cowboy or a cowgirl in many ways, when it comes down to it, we all have something to learn from each other, and we all benefit by working together. So if you want to become an angel investor, how would you get started? We think the best way is joining an angel investment group, people who are experienced in investing. That's how you learn. That's how you learn anything, really. And a good angel investment group, they will find the good deal flow. They will find the companies worth looking into. Again, studies have shown that curated deal flow coming from angel investment groups produce a higher ROI than just about any other investment out there, beating real estate and stocks. You learn from investors, talk to them. Gosh, Dan and I have been in this business now for over 10 years. We're still learning things from investors. Another way to do it, get involved, is to join a fund as a limited partner. That way you can put your money into a fund, a small amount, and the limited partners will make the decisions on your behalf with your consultation, of course. So just to wrap up on this talk, we like to say it's not about picking winners, it's about making winners. If you come into this thinking that this is a casino where you just have to find the right formula for picking winners, it doesn't work that way. You have to be part of the team helping the company become a winner. There are no secrets. Anybody who tells you there's secrets to being a successful angel investor doesn't know it. There's plenty of knowledge out there. We all know it. We all know how to lower the risk, and that's what you want to do. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. We'd love to have you join the Washington, D.C. Archangels, learn from our experts. We also have a lot of tools and people ready to assist, and I'd love to hear from you. And if you've got any questions, please let me know.
All right, gentlemen, great presentation. Dan and Randy, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, up next, our small business highlight with Anita Darden-Gardine. Anita, you can take it away.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you are in the country. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate today. I am Anita Gardine, and I am the CEO and founder of Oniva. And I wanted to share in the next few moments the journey I've had in building a sustainable business. I hope from the time I share, you'll learn some lessons and access some of those same resources that I'm accessing to grow my business. I'm certainly going to end by talking about all of the relationships I've built with the minority business development centers across the nation and each of the services that they provide, because they're different. But before I get to that, let me share my beginnings with you. I started my career in corporate. Having finished my education at UC Berkeley, I joined the phone company and spent my career here in Silicon Valley, building technology, finance, and strategy programs. As a part of that, I also became aware of minority and women-owned supplier diversity programs. And that's been the cornerstone of what I've been able to use to help build and grow my business. When I decided to start a business and become an entrepreneur, I spent 1 year writing that business plan. And because our vision for our business was to build something that was large, that I could IPO or potentially sell to a strategic partner like a Microsoft, we started out with attorneys. We took our business plan to Rachel Profit, an attorney then at Wilson, Sonsini, Goodrich, and Rosati, now at Cooley. And it's with her expertise, we were able to not only build that business plan, but we've also been able to generate 2 valuable patents, one for trust and the second for creating content by applying AI. We're excited to say that those attorneys have been an integral part of the village that we built as a foundation so that we could go out and grow even further. When we had an opportunity back in 2014 to take business and grow, I left a voicemail on a number for Reverend Jesse Jackson. I saw a number on the internet and reached out to him to say, I've got a vision, I have a plan, and I want to grow. Can you help me? To my amazement, I got a call back 3 months later, and the result of that was an introduction to Fred Till, who is the Vice President of Global Benefits and Mobility at Microsoft. And ever since that day, on December 10th, 2014, Fred has been my mentor and one of my biggest champions. I bring that up to say, once I was able to attract Fred's attention, and Fred absolutely looked at the technology, He looked at the sustainable technology business we were focused on growing, and he saw its value. But he also recognized that because I brought my corporate skills, I had an understanding of how large businesses worked and how they bought and sold services. So as you think about your own businesses, think about all the skills that you bring to the table as you move forward to grow it. Having gained the support of Fred at Microsoft, I was able to attract investors and advisors like Chris Ye, who along with his partner Reid Hoffman are the fathers of blitzscaling. That means that I can take my technology and grow it very quickly. We also were able to attract Alan T. Young, a serial entrepreneur who's had multiple exits, and he's been able to IPO and ensure strategic acquisitions. I share that to say, as an entrepreneur, my ability to attract team members, whether they be investors, employees, or those advisors that we just heard about, it's important as an entrepreneur to be able to attract and retain all the talent that I need to be able to grow that business. So just as it's important for me to focus on my vision of my company, I focus on finding those who are mission aligned, who share the same vision of how we want to change the world. And that's the team that I bring together to help me grow. Now, having had the benefit of attracting some awesome talent and being able to go out and win technology competitions here in Silicon Valley, first as Best Startup in 2015, and then for TechCrunch Battlefield Silver in 2017, we were able to confirm through those external validations that the technology we had was truly groundbreaking and unique. That again attracts and retains others who share our mission and our values. As we went out to continue to build our technology, I was very blessed that one of my investors came to me and reminded me of the work of the US Commerce Department. Only this reminder came during the Biden administration. I bring that up to say, those of you who may have worked with the Minority Business Development Agency or their centers in the past, please know this is not your daddy's MDBA center. What we have today, thanks to President Biden and those two initiatives that he authored upon entering office that I heard Ron Uba talk about today, he created an opportunity for diverse business owners like me, as an African-American female of a particular age. He created an opportunity for folks like me to gain access to capital, to gain access to contracts, and to be able to gain access to all of the types of services and tools that we just heard Dan and Randy talk about that an entrepreneur needs in order to be successful. With that reminder, I rushed to the commercial services team and I met with Terry Batch. Terry quickly introduced me to Ron Uba and J.R. Baggety, as well as Hillary Sattler, folks that all have helped me gain access to contracts, to gain access to capital, and even to gain access to those international markets. So by virtue of having those awesome relationships and being able to demonstrate the technology, the team, and my ability to attract others beyond Microsoft as a customer, as well as a supplier to me, those individuals introduced me to so many folks who've made a tremendous impact on my business since I met them in July. I can certainly start with my introduction to the team at MDBA Hawaii, led by Chris Recall and Dre Childs. They worked with me to take my business capabilities, my statement in which I used to talk to businesses about what it is I offer and how I sell to them and the value that I bring. They were able to help me repackage that so I could sell my same products and services to the federal government. You might ask why, when you have Microsoft as your first customer, as I did back in 2016, would I stop focusing on them to focus on the federal government? It's because the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in this country. It presents as an amazing opportunity to grow my business. So to be able to work with MDBA Hawaii to learn how to communicate and articulate in the system in which the government buys has been instrumental. They also introduced us to PTAC centers, which shows us how to find those set aside and other contracts that we can compete for. And absolutely, we have taken advantage of those certifications through NMSDC and we're certified as Black owned, and we're also certified as woman owned through SBA. So we took advantages of those programs, but frankly, we know that what we bring is unique and that customers will buy from us because what we bring has value. We will absolutely take advantage of all the benefits that comes with that certifications. Those other centers also, including Arizona, which is run by Karen Graves, we're customers of Nebetsi. Karen helps me take my business and expand it outside of California so that now I'm in Arizona meeting with sales customers. I'm in Utah and in other states that she's been able to help me expand into. The team in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and in New Jersey, Victoria Hassendorf and Kim Carter, that team is connected into the transportation industry. And we all may be aware of a transportation bill that has been passed by our federal government. So massive spending is occurring. And some of that we've seen today. We saw Mary Rogers put up her spins and her goals for that collider in New York for the lab. So what an exciting opportunity for me to be able to be a customer of Hawaii, who's helping me sell into the military, the Department of Defense, as well as GSA. Arizona, helping me expand outside of California to multiple states. And again, to be selling now on the East Coast with the help of the team in New Jersey. So the MDBA centers are bringing access to capital and access to ability to sell into those markets. On the international, I mentioned Hillary Sattler early on. Hillary introduced me into other organizations to help me connect with Finland and Japan. Because we did win some technology awards, those countries have sent representatives here to learn about our business so that they can make it available in their countries. As an entrepreneur here in Silicon Valley, I need help in doing that. And MDBA introduced me to Lisa Phillip, who oversees the Houston office, and she's working with me so that I can meet that potential customer in Finland, in Japan, and meet their needs. Finally, as it pertains to access to capital, J.R. Baggety, who you heard from, introduced me to Dan and Randy, folks you've heard here, and others, because they are helping me not only grow my business through contracts, but connecting me to those investors who bring the know-how and the money to get me to that next level. So I'm truly excited to say that through the contacts and relationships I've had with MDBA, and this is again only since last summer, I've been introduced to amazing opportunities to grow the business. I've been offered opportunities to partner and to grow in that regard with other businesses, to expand into new states, to expand into new markets in ways that I hadn't even imagined only 6 or 8 months ago. So with this, I'll say for every entrepreneur out there, if your focus is in building intergenerational wealth and building that large business, MDBA is the right place to be right now. I would encourage you to reach out to Ron Uba and find those minority business development centers that support your needs. There are over 75 of them right now. And you've heard me say, I am a customer of multiple centers because each center provides a different and is helping me grow my business in the most creative and ways that I never imagined. They've also helped me add to my advisor team because, as you've heard, boards of directors matter. So with that, I'm going to thank you for the opportunity to share my story. I have raised over $4 million. According to TechCrunch, I am the 11th Black female in US history to have raised $1 million back in 2017. But it's through these relationships, it's my ability to attract a team, including MDBA, and also the vision that saw the future of this product that I'm providing. So as you build your sustainable business and your technology, stay focused on your mission, stay focused on your values, be picky and choosy about those investors and others you allow to be a part of your baby, your corporation as you grow, and you'll find that success that you seek. It's not an easy road, but the path exists. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate. And if any of you have questions, certainly happy to share those. But Dan and Randy, thank you for the coaching that you've offered to help me grow the business.
Anita, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Up next, a showcase of technologies with a video by Celeste Wonder from IMMI featuring innovative, sustainable technologies and solutions.
IMMI is very excited to introduce Ablua Solutions. The impact of the pandemic continues to be felt by many sectors of the global economy without the certainty of treatment or cure. Beyond COVID, the Centers for Disease Control estimates more than 2.8 million antibiotic-resistant infections occur in just the US each year, killing more than 35,000 people. In addition, over 600 million people get sick from food contamination in just the US alone, causing 420,000 deaths and $100 billion in cost every year. Mold is also an issue in the US. The World Health Organization estimates over 45 million homes have dangerous mold levels, with 7 million people dying each year due to poor indoor air quality. Finally, when an employee feels compelled to come to work while sick anywhere across the planet, everybody loses. Whether the illness spreads to other employees or simply reduces the sick employee's productivity and prolongs their illness, nothing good is achieved by allowing workers to come in while sick. This costs the U.S. economy alone $150 billion in lost productivity every year. All this adds up to the urgency to find a way to bring all our businesses across the planet back, creating clean air free of viruses, bacteria, and mold. How can we feel safe bringing our kids back to school and return to a life of normalcy? What is needed is a comprehensive solution that addresses all of the concerns of the community, providing a safe, assured way to a clean environment regardless of what facility you are entering. We provide a solution for disinfecting all businesses, hospitals, schools, and any facility that desires a virus, bacteria, and mold-free environment. We do this with a patented all-natural, non-toxic product that is EPA approved. Our system disinfects all buildings and all entry points with a three-pronged approach consisting of a portable microaerosol generator unit or an HVAC installation, an entry panel, and an electrostatic sprayer dispersing a dry spray. To ensure you are pathogen-free, we monitor your building 24/7 with a cloud-based system. The solution used consists primarily of HOCl, which is a naturally occurring molecule used by the human immune system. The HOCl solution is then placed into the dry sprayer, where it is converted into a high-volume submicron-sized aerosol. HOCl is naturally produced by the human body and is an essential part of our immune system. Whenever the body is attacked, white blood cells move to the infected area to surround and destroy the pathogen. HOCl is created through a chemical process known as phagocytosis, which instantly destroys the pathogen and any remaining byproduct. HOCl has many benefits: disinfects wounds, cuts, burns, accelerates wound healing and recovery, kills viruses, bacteria, and mold on contact, has no harmful side effects to humans or animals, and is non-irritating. These submicron particles quickly permeate an entire room by diffusion, killing bacteria, viruses, and mold spores instantly upon contact. HOCl has long been used as a powerful liquid disinfectant, but never before has it been possible to convert HOCl into a dry aerosol with no residue, moisture, corrosion, or negative side effects. At Ablua Solutions, we engineer systems that transform any facility into a safe and assured environment, so all clients and all employees will feel safe. With our technology, you can install directly to the HVAC system or use our portable microaerosol generator unit, providing a method to disinfect your entire facility using our safe, all-natural dry spray. To ensure peace of mind, we monitor the air quality, the air flow, and the distribution of the disinfectant through a managed quality control and quality assurance system that reports pathogen levels at all times. With the introduction of our patented process, buildings
Using our systems can ensure their facility is virus, bacteria, and mold free. IMMI would be honored to help your company become one of the first companies on the planet to be able to provide a COVID-free environment for all of your company's employees and customers. Thank you very much. We hope you have a great day.
Coders Trust. Learn a skill, the world is yours. At Coders Trust, we train, prepare, and show a path to a new career. We serve all who want to improve their prospects, especially youth and women, the underprivileged, the underserved, the underemployed, or the unemployed. Coders Trust opens doors that empower individuals. Coders Trust helps you learn and helps you earn. You dare to dream? We will make it happen, says Aziz Ahmed, who founded Coders Trust in 2014. Mr. Ahmed, a Bangladeshi American, is an award-winning IT visionary, an entrepreneur whose passion is the education of our people, allowing them to access new opportunities and taking part in the global market for talent. Coders Trust started off in Bangladesh and is planning to grow into new markets. At this time, we have trained 60,000 youths, 10,000 school teachers, several thousand women who head up households. Thousands of underprivileged and underserved people are now IT graduates through Coders Trust, and they're earning real money in the global IT market. Now, it's your turn.
All right, and before we wrap things up, we're going to turn it over to Daisy Gallagher for some closing remarks. Daisy?
I just wanted to say a few words and thank everyone. If you bear with me, please, because it takes a village to pull off the World Green Energy Symposium when it's live. You can't even imagine what it took to make it as successful as I believe it has been, and really because of all of you. So many people to thank. I will try to make it short. If I forget someone, please forgive me. You know that it's in my heart to thank you. George Roberts, you have done a phenomenal job through this whole day. Thank you so much. Lori and Natalia, our producers, the WGES producers, thank you. I wish you would go on camera so everyone can see you for a moment. Excellent job. Also, GGW team, WGS support, the UTC team, their IT, Virginia Gibson from SUSTAP, who was instrumental on the social media. Ron Uba, Ron, where are you? I hope you're still here, Ron. As Michael said, you are the hardest working public servant I know, and I've been at this for almost 30 years working with federal government. You are dedicated, committed to serving minority, and myself as a woman business and a minority woman business, I thank you. And for implementing the portfolio you're charged with passion at the MBDA. I want to thank you for supporting the WGS for so many years and helping all of us get the word out. Ron, thank you again. And each and every one who presented today. I know how hard you worked on your presentations. I can't thank you enough. We can't thank you enough. Everyone at WGES. You made this WGS successful. I want to congratulate again the 2022 NOVA Award recipients, Assis Ahmad, Michael Jones Bay, and Elder George. Congratulations. Thank you for everything you do and everything I know you will continue to do. And I want to say a little something to the IT team and security. As some of you already know, LinkedIn, we had over 1,051 people on our WGES LinkedIn event, and it was hacked. They went through a lot of trouble. They created a video to get people to go to this other site. The hackers put a lot of time and effort trying to stop this global program, and we're certain that it didn't come from the US. I'm happy to say everyone on LinkedIn, all 1,051 of them, some of them were able to get on. The ones that were not able received continuous posts detailing each and every one of the presenters' presentation. They were engaged, and they will also be receiving the recordings. And finally, I would like to thank Professor Robert Gallagher, my partner for many years, an educator, a business person, and a dedicated servant for the greater good and sustainability. He has been championing what the World Green Energy Symposium does for so many years, and for 11 times that the World Green Energy Symposium has been on and seen. He has been working behind the scenes consistently, putting the program together that you heard today, and so many other things that he doesn't take credit for. So I want to thank him personally for that. Thank you again, and we'll see you next year. April 12th, 2023, we plan on having the next symposium. Okay, George, turn it over to you. Thank you.
All right, Daisy, thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. Please follow us on LinkedIn for information on the next event, April 12th, 2023. We're now formally asking for sponsors and speakers for this event. And this recording will be posted on our local social media and website, thewges.us. That's thewges.us. And I hope to see you all in person next time. For myself, all the presenters, and the WGES team, thank you for coming.